disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. What is in the Pure Land? Amemiya. Kenichi touched his nose, a little hesitant. But since his teacher had said so, it shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, so far in the impure world reincarnation, the Six Paths sage hadn't emerged. So, Amemiya Kenichi completed the final step of the reincarnation. The coffin opened, and Sanzu Amado stepped out. He opened his eyes. "Mr. Sanzu?" Amemiya Kenichi asked softly, looking at Sanzu Amado. He also mentally prepared himself to immediately cancel the reincarnation and send him back if anything went wrong. While his teacher had said it was okay, it certainly made sense to be cautious. Amemiya Kenichi himself felt that if the Six Paths sage did emerge, it would be difficult to stop him. "Sorry, I was a little slow on my way." Sanzu Amado smiled at Amemiya Kenichi, while Orochimaru thoughtfully noted this information. While previously researching impure world reincarnation, she had discovered a problem. The farther away from the place of reincarnation a person had died, the more likely their reincarnation would be delayed. However, she hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Her research was more focused on the efficient use of impure world reincarnation than on the nature of the Pure Land. "You mean, even souls need to travel?" Amemiya Kenichi was surprised. He had little knowledge of the existence of souls, so this was the first time he had heard such a statement. "Yes, I suppose. After you cancelled your impure world reincarnation, I had a strange feeling and found my wife." Sanzu Amado nodded, his eyes tinged with a hint of discomfort. Upon returning to the living world, that strange feeling returned. The feeling of being wrapped in heavy wet clothes made him feel uneasy. Amemiya Kenichi took notes meticulously. These were valuable data for Pure Land research. "Then my wife and I can communicate very quickly. How should I put it? Like this." Sanzu Amado picked up a nearby experimental journal. It wasn't very thick, but it had over 20 pages. "In the time it took me to pick it up, I could have finished half of what's here with my wife. By now, we've already finished the whole thing," Sanzu Amado elaborated. "Could it be that the soul has no concept of time?" Amemiya Kenichi questioned. He had just watched as Sanzu Amado picked up the experimental journal in a matter of 3 seconds at most, and finished half of it in 3 seconds. This speed reminded him of some mindless scams from his past life, like quantum speed reading. Amemiya Kenichi thought those who believed in such things probably had insufficient brains. That's possible, Sanzu Amado didn't deny, but rather accepted it. He had never seen a clock or other timekeeping device in the Pure Land. However, when he asked his wife, she felt she had been waiting for him for a long time. However, she couldn't say exactly how long. In the Pure Land, the soul cannot perceive the passage of time, nor can it form a valid observation of it. Kenichi Amemiya wrote it down in his notebook. However, time itself is a concept. In a previous life, there was an interesting experiment. The experimenter's own idea. She sent herself into a cave, pitch black, unable to see the sky outside. She carried only the necessary supplies, lighting, and some vital sign monitoring equipment. Without a watch or phone to time her life, she lived in the cave for 15 days. Her vital signs appeared normal to the outside world, though she was a little weak. But after 15 days, she said she felt like she had spent more than 20 days inside. So the Pure Land is somewhat like that cave. Souls have no way to observe time, and they can't see the passage of time. Naturally, they don't know how many years have passed, and over time, they easily lose track of time. "Mr. Sanzu, have you met other souls in the Pure Land? For example, the first Hokage?" The teacher approached with interest. While she had studied souls, she knew little about the Pure Land. This was why she had willingly put down her work and come here. "I've met other souls along the way, but I haven't encountered the Shodan Hokage you mentioned, and the ones I've met are mostly people from our town." Sanzu Amado shook his head, scratching his arm with some discomfort. The teacher nodded. It seems that after a soul returns to the Pure Land, its destination is determined by who it knew and where it lived in its previous life. But this raises more questions. For example, if someone from Konoha met someone from the Sand village, they became husband and wife, and then the Sand village person came to Konoha to settle down. In this case, where would these two ninjas go after their death? Let me first tell you about my time in the Pure Land. Sanzuamado found a seat and began to recount his experiences. Amemiya Kenichi diligently took notes, but as he did so, he noticed that Sanzuamado's eyes became blurry and his words became increasingly strange. I love life in the Pure Land. It's where I can truly find peace. Everything in the Pure Land is so beautiful, I don't even want to leave. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at his teacher, who coincidentally glanced back. The two nodded silently, their minds now unshaken. Sanzuamado had become unbalanced. Furthermore, with fond memories of a happy life in the Pure Land, Sanzuamado's body began to destabilize, his impure earth fading, a sign of imminent collapse. So Amemiya Kenichi produced the soul binding device Sanzuamado had previously researched and placed it on his head. As the device fell, Sanzuamado instantly calmed down, his eyes clearing once again. The Pure Land is truly a terrifying place. Sanzuamado finally realized what he had been through. He shook his head with a sigh. Honestly, he had never imagined such a day would come. Seeing his daughter fall into this strange state had inspired him to develop this miraculous device, but he never imagined it would one day be useful to him. The Pure Land seems to have a special allure for souls. Amemiya Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously felt like Sanzuamado was a brainwashed person, frantically promoting the wonders of the Pure Land. Amemiya Kenichi even worried Sanzuamado would stand up and drag him to the Pure Land with him. More than that, even with this restraint device, I still feel a sense of discomfort, an urgent urge to break free and return to the Pure Land. Sanzuamado rubbed his head. He now understood why his daughter had been forced back after 30 days. He even suspected that this urge and discomfort would intensify over time, eventually leading him to lose control and force himself to leave the mortal world. Do souls in the Pure Land have the concept of reincarnation? The teacher asked, knowing she needed to ask Sanzuamado quickly while he was still healthy, otherwise he might be affected by the Pure Land. No, my wife has never seen any soul leave. Sanzuamado's expression grew more serious. As the sole researcher in the Pure Land, he naturally understood the impact his subjective judgments and thoughts would have on Pure Land research. Is that so? The teacher fell into deep thought. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at him. He had actually researched this subject, though not extensively. Reincarnation definitely existed in the Pure Land. The simplest evidence was the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. After their deaths, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama followed by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's reincarnation may have occurred later than Naruto's, perhaps activating his reincarnation gene after Uchiha Madara's death. However, the existence of these two proved the point. Reincarnation did exist in the Pure Land. But if that were the case, why did the souls of Senju Hashirama and the first Hokage of other villages also exist? Why did ordinary souls persist for so long? Furthermore, the souls of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were also present, yet reincarnation continued. What secret lay within this? But I found a problem during the tests I conducted recently. Sanzuamado picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and then put it down again. Although he could drink the tea, he couldn't taste anything. No wonder Akabe didn't like to eat. What? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sanzuamado with interest. The other party's experiment was very meaningful. It could even be said that, because of Sanzuamado's existence, Amemiya Kenichi now had a better understanding of the Pure Land. About the one you mentioned before. Sanzuamado looked at Amemiya Kenichi deeply. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, and then his hands clenched unconsciously. Of course, he knew what Sanzuamado was talking about. Amemiya Kenichi had talked with Sanzuamado before, and talked about the Six Paths Sage. In Amemiya Kenichi's opinion, the Six Paths Sage was in charge of the Pure Land. The other party's ability to interfere with the Pure Land was very strong. That name, I can't even mention it. It's even true that, whenever I try to speak, I get a sense of impending disaster. Sanzu Amado frowned slightly. He'd wanted to say it here, but even after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, he couldn't. But after testing, I discovered something interesting. The energy of the souls in the Pure Land seems to be constantly draining, but the rate of draining is very slow. Sanzu Amado spoke seriously. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. So what does this have to do with the Six Paths Sage? Then I discovered, Sanzu Amado continued, his voice as steady as ever. I discovered that this draining seems to be caused by the Pure Land itself, and that the being you mentioned doesn't seem to be able to interfere with it. Sanzu Amado finished speaking, and Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. What did this mean? Proof that the Six Paths Sage's influence on the Pure Land wasn't strong? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. He looked at Sanzu Amado, wanting to ask if these words were just a joke. After all, they didn't seem to make any sense. When I'm resurrected, I should be able to get more information. Where's Igby? Sanzu Amado asked. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi called Sanzu Igby over, allowing the father and daughter to reminisce about the past. But for some reason, he kept having a strange feeling. It was a strange feeling, like walking out of the house and wondering if the gas was turned off or the door was closed. Amemiya Kenichi watched Sanzu Amado and Igby, their father and daughter, so affectionate and lost in thought. What could be wrong? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sanzu Amado and Igby before him. He held his teacup, took a slow sip, and then opened his mouth to exhale. After the father-daughter affection ended, Sanzu Amado requested to be released from the impure world reincarnation. He also planned to continue his research on the Pure Land. They also agreed on a time for their next resurrection. 3 months. Sanzu Amado requested 3 months to thoroughly research the Pure Land. Amemiya Kenichi had no objection, but looking at Sanzu Amado, the strange feeling within him grew stronger. Amemiya-kun, what's wrong? Sanzu Amado asked, smiling at Amemiya Kenichi. The teacher beside him narrowed his eyes. Nothing, but I have a question I'd like to ask. Amemiya Kenichi thought of a previous problem he'd encountered, researching plant genetic modification and programming ninjutsu. Sanzu Amado was also a brilliant scientist, so perhaps he might have some new ideas. Sure, what's the question? Sanzu Amado paused, then asked curiously, glancing at his teacher. Well, I've been researching how to genetically program plants. Amemiya Kenichi took out his ninjutsu scroll. With the teacher and Sanzu Amado present, asking questions might help him perfect his ninjutsu more quickly. Chapter 352 Six Paths Sage. I personally think the problem you're raising is feasible. Sanzu Amado pondered the question for a moment, then offered a new approach. Kenichi Amemiya instantly grasped what he meant, and he glanced at the old scientist with a touch of surprise. He wondered if he possessed such profound knowledge in ninjutsu. A fleeting thought crossed Kenichi Amemiya's mind, but he didn't grasp the intriguing thought. Instead, he began to ponder how this jutsu should be performed. That's an interesting idea, but wouldn't this jutsu require a profound mastery of yin and yang chakra? The teacher observed, taking a sip of her tea. Sanzu Amado glanced at the teacher and nodded. That's true, but the genetically programmed jutsu we collaborated on earlier also essentially requires chakra mastery, Sanzu Amado said seriously. Kenichi Amemiya pondered, trying to construct this unique jutsu in his mind. The teacher stood beside Kenichi Amemiya, his hands folded, watching him experiment, while conversing with Sanzu Amado about chakra mastery. According to Sanzu Amado, the key to this jutsu is to use yin chakra to break up the original genetic chain, then use yang chakra to maintain the structure of the entire chain. The desired gene is then inserted, leaving some yang chakra to maintain stability. This technique doesn't require much time, and even if the chakra dissipates after the wound is almost fully repaired, it doesn't matter. This theory reminded Kenichi Amemiya of a band-aid. Apply a band-aid to a wound, and once the body heals and stops bleeding, the band-aid can be removed. This jutsu likely follows the same principle, using yang chakra as a band-aid to maintain the stability of the genetic chain. Once the genetic chain is repaired, the band-aid itself becomes unnecessary. While this concept is promising, its success remains to be seen. So, Kenichi Amemiya immediately took out 2 wheat seeds and hurriedly began his experiment. The teacher and Sanzu Amado beside him stopped discussing and watched quietly. Yang attribute chakra swirled in Kenichi Amemiya's hand, while Yin attribute chakra slowly swirled around his palm. Orochimaru watched his disciple with great interest. Unknowingly, his disciple's control over chakra had become even stronger. Now, the Yang and Yin attribute chakras in his hands had an eerie harmony, as if they were already under his control. Sanzu Amado watched quietly, saying nothing, but it was clear that he was very confident in his idea. As Kenichi Amemiya's chakra penetrated the wheat, his entire attention was focused on the wheat seeds before him. He carefully used the still unproven ninjutsu to genetically program the wheat. The genetic chain broke, and Kenichi Amemiya inserted a set of genes he had previously isolated into it, then solidified it with Yang attribute chakra. As he performed the jutsu, a small amount of Yang attribute chakra was retained within the seed before him, maintaining the stability of the genetic chain. Kenichi Amemiya lowered his hand and looked at the seed before him. It looked much the same as before, but that was true. The genetic chain itself was invisible to the naked eye, and even with his Manjaki Sharingan, it was difficult to discern its essence. But this thing now. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes flashed with a Manjaki. He stared at the wheat seed before him, and then countless substances appeared before him. At this moment, Kenichi Amemiya suddenly had an idea. He wondered if he could use his own eyes to look into the soul. Could he see its composition? With this thought, Kenichi Amemiya subconsciously glanced at Sanzu Amado beside him. Protein, calcium, a series of information about the human body's composition slowly popped up, but at the same time, the strain on his eyes increased. Amemiya Kenichi could only close his Manjaki and blink to ease the discomfort. What's wrong? Sanzu Amado looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a smile, seemingly oblivious to his unusual behavior. It's nothing, but this experiment was a success. Mr. Sanzu, you're truly a genius, Amemiya Kenichi exclaimed with admiration. It seems that, if one observes directly, the first thing one sees is the body, not the soul. Unless one can directly observe the soul, but souls are not easy to observe. Amemiya Kenichi remembered that the first direct appearance of a soul in Naruto was when Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his Shiki Fujin on his teacher, and only then did his teacher see the Shinigami behind him. Then remember to resurrect me when the time comes, Sanzu Amado reminded him. After Amemiya Ken nodded and took note, he immediately disbanded the impure world reincarnation and sent Sanzu Amado back to the Pure Land. Mr. Sanzu is truly a research enthusiast, Amemiya Kenichi sighed, but the teacher beside him turned grim. Kenichi, did you feel a strange feeling just now? The teacher asked softly, glancing at him. Amemiya Kenichi paused. He did feel a strange sense of dissonance, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was strange, and he didn't know why. But seeing the teacher's grim expression, Amemiya Kenichi knew the teacher must have discovered something. And since the teacher had waited until Sanzu Amado returned to the Pure Land before saying this, could the strange person the teacher was referring to be Sanzu Amado? Amemiya Kenichi's thoughts raced. If Sanzu Amado was the problem, he wondered, why did the teacher wait until after Sanzu Amado's impure world reincarnation was lifted before addressing the issue? Was the teacher wary of Sanzu Amado? But Sanzu Amado's own strength was modest, unworthy of the teacher's caution. But then Amemiya Kenichi thought of a possibility. What if it wasn't Sanzu Amado who just spoke to him? Don't you think Mr. Sanzu Amado is incredibly intelligent? And his understanding of yin-yang chakra is also profound. The teacher narrowed his eyes, his tongue subconsciously licking his lips. Amemiya Kenichi fell silent. I previously worked with Sanzu Amado on improving ninjutsu through genetic programming, but even with Sanzu Amado and I, it took quite a while, the teacher added. Human intelligence develops gradually, it doesn't improve suddenly. Just like when Newton proposed the law of gravity, it wasn't something he learned instantly, after being hit on the head by an apple. It required long periods of experimentation and verification. Sanzu Amado was undoubtedly a brilliant scientist, but if he could suddenly come up with a wealth of technologies, achievements, and a dramatic improvement in his understanding of ninjutsu, then he must have traveled through time like himself, and possessed a special gift. Perhaps he had been connected to some kind of learning system, instantly gaining enlightenment. Combined with the strange feeling of dissonance he'd felt earlier, Amemiya Kenichi suddenly understood why he'd previously found Sanzu Amado strange. His eyes and expression were so detached. Like a wise, seasoned elder smiling at a child's mischief, his expression and eyes were similar. It reminded Amemiya Kenichi of his math days, when he'd excitedly shared a sudden idea about calculus with his instructor, and received a similar look. Later, Amemiya Kenichi realized the idea had long since become a mathematical theorem, rendering his idea useless. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips nervously. He now understood what had happened. Sanzu Amado might have been replaced, or perhaps controlled, during the discussion regarding the Pure Land Soul body. The person controlling him was very likely the Six Paths Sage, who had mastered yin-yang release. Only he could possess such a profound understanding of yin-yang chakra. After all, he was the founder of the Shinobi clan, and was even considered by some to be the originator of chakra. Although Kenichi Amemiya, a future being, knew that the true originator was Kaguya Satsuki, the woman sealed on the moon, the yin-yang release mastered by the Six Paths Sage was no simple feat. What about Sanzu-san? Can he be resurrected now? A question struck Kenichi Amemiya. Sanzu-san's spirit was still in the Pure Land, and the Six Paths Sage had yet to demonstrate much ability to interfere with the real world. In the original story, the Six Paths Sage's intervention in the real world consisted of adding 2 seals to Sasuke and Naruto's hands, allowing them to cast the Six Paths Seal and seal Kaguya Satsuki back. Beyond that, the Six Paths Sage hasn't demonstrated much ability, nor has it been revealed whether he can truly interfere with the real world. But now Sanzu-san is dead, and his spirit remains in the Pure Land. I think it needs to be resurrected as soon as possible. After all, it wasn't Sanzu Amado who said he'd wait 3 months before resurrecting. The teacher took a sip of tea, knowing her student understood her point. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Perhaps by then, they could resurrect the Six Paths Sage, but there was a problem. The Six Paths Sage had mastered yin-yang release, and was so powerful, so why did the Six Paths Sage still die? If the teacher had developed the ninjutsu of the undying corpse reincarnation technique, wouldn't a figure of the Six Paths Sage's caliber be able to do the same? Then I'll make arrangements, as soon as possible. Amemiya Kenichi was curious, but he also understood the severity of the situation. Sanzu Amado was still under the Six Paths Sage's control. If anything happened, it would be too late to regret. Therefore, it was best to resurrect Sanzu Amado as soon as possible. The teacher nodded and stood by, watching. She was naturally aware of Amemiya Kenichi and Sanzu Amado's plan. Using the self-reincarnation technique to resurrect someone was indeed a good idea, although it was also a bit unreliable. At Amemiya Kenichi's command, a special jonin from the land of snow quickly arrived before him, kneeling respectfully on one knee, before gazing at him with adoration. Learn this jutsu. Amemiya Kenichi tossed the scroll to the other. He had already sensed the parasite within the other's body, and after this period of development, the parasite's ability to control the other's body had greatly increased. Coupled with the parasite's subtle influence, the other now held Amemiya Kenichi in deep reverence, even willing to die for him. Yes, sir. The special jonin immediately took up the scroll and diligently studied it. Orochimaru, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. His disciple seemed to be quite renowned in the land of snow. He must have seen through this jutsu, yet after seeing it, he could still practice it without batting an eyelid. Such control. Orochimaru licked his lips. Meanwhile, Kenichi Amemiya began preparing for his second impure world reincarnation, though this one wouldn't reach the final stage. After all, he didn't know whether it would be the Six Paths Sage or the Three Paths Amado who would rise from the impure world. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara had directly disarmed the impure world reincarnation's control, and remained in the human world. A figure of the Six Paths Sage's caliber would likely have found a way to defeat him. However, Kenichi Amemiya immediately considered another issue. If the Six Paths Sage could control the body of an impure world reincarnation once, could he master it a second, third, or even more times? Wouldn't that render the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation unusable? After all, if someone using impure world reincarnation were to become the Six Paths Sage, then a counterattack using the Six Paths Jutsu would be fatal. Teacher, I believe the impure world reincarnation jutsu is completely forbidden, Kenichi Amemiya said with a wry smile. Unless he could defeat the Six Paths Sage, this jutsu would likely be shelved forever. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. She had naturally thought of this. Everything was fine before, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, impure world reincarnation would become a forbidden technique. Alas, I can only use it in another way. Orochimaru sighed delicately. She didn't even dare to use impure world reincarnation. When she thought of the discomfort she felt when the other party looked at her just now, Orochimaru had a very strange feeling. The other party seemed to have done something to her at that moment, but Orochimaru didn't know what it was. Her biggest feeling was that she seemed to be more in tune with this body. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the teacher. Why is the teacher becoming more and more feminine? Chapter 353. So what exactly happened in the Pure Land? As one of the few resurrection jutsu in the ninja world, Kisui Tensei carries a certain level of difficulty. However, compared to the immense rewards it promises, Amemiya Kenichi finds this difficulty insignificant. Teacher, why doesn't the Sand Village utilize a resurrection jutsu like Kisui Tensei? Amemiya Kenichi observed the special Jonin practicing, and curiously inquired of his teacher. Firstly, this jutsu is quite difficult. It's difficult for ordinary ninja to learn. And even if you do learn it, do you think you'll find a way to leave if the village forces you to sacrifice your life to save others? Orochimaru glanced at his disciple. The greatest difficulty in resurrection jutsu is sacrifice. Sacrifice, such a beautiful word, but in reality, few can achieve it. It's rare, even rarer. After all, the fear of death is present in every living being. Furthermore, if your village sacrifices others to revive a powerful individual, how much cohesion do you think the village still has? Orochimaru added. When a village sacrifices others to resurrect a powerful figure, the other ninjas and ordinary people are bound to have concerns. Today it's this ninja, but what about tomorrow? Will it be themselves, or their family and friends? But Jisa's reincarnation requires sacrifice, and it's not something you can just choose to sacrifice. Jisa's reincarnation is quite difficult, and not everyone in this world can become a ninja. Of course I'd think about it, but I think, if the village is willing to find a way, they can always find one. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. Resurrection is not a simple matter. Everyone has someone they want to resurrect. Even if such a resurrection requires exchanging one life for another, humans will take risks, even offering to buy someone's life. Therefore, once resurrection is introduced, it will be a Pandora's box. This is perhaps the key reason why resurrection jutsu is not mentioned much in the original work. After all, too much discussion can easily turn a passionate shonen manga into a dark and savage one. Maybe it's because of the people in the Sand Village. The teacher didn't dwell on this aspect. Resurrection is inherently difficult, and there's also the question of whether the practitioner is willing. It's complicated anyway. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head, realizing that the ninja world didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about resurrection. Was this a universal value? Amemiya-sama, I'm ready. At this moment, the special Jounin stood up and looked at Amemiya Kenichi respectfully. Amemiya Kenichi nodded, then glanced at the man before him. I need you to use this jutsu to resurrect someone. Do you have any objections? Amemiya Kenichi looked the man in the eye, wanting to gauge the extent of his resistance to such a thing under the influence of the parasite. If there was no resistance at all, then expanding the parasite wouldn't be easy, as others would undoubtedly have concerns. But if there was significant resistance, his plan would fail. How would he then resurrect Sanzu Amado? Furthermore, the parasite's value would be significantly reduced. I have no objection. A flicker of struggle and hesitation flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly transformed into the same admiring gaze he had before, and he spoke without hesitation. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. It seemed the parasites were having a very noticeable effect. No wonder they were eliminated by the Six Paths Sage. It was likely that the Six Paths Sage hadn't realized he had resurrected the parasites and even controlled the parasite queen. Were the Zerg terrifying? Of course they were, but what if this terrifying Zerg were in his own hands? then it wouldn't be terrifying anymore. Instead, Kenichi Amemiya was becoming more and more satisfied the more he looked at them. Orochimaru looked at her with a complicated expression. Although she had subordinates who were willing to sacrifice their lives for her, Orochimaru couldn't remember when this student of his had shown such talent. So, how had Kenichi Amemiya done it? What's wrong, teacher? Kenichi Amemiya looked at his teacher in confusion. He didn't know the confusion in his teacher's heart, but he had no plans to disclose the existence of parasites for the time being. The existence of such things was somewhat contrary to common sense. He also needed large-scale experiments to test the parasite's effects on the human body. Some diseases don't kill immediately, but they can still lead to death over time. Amemiya Kenichi was concerned that a prolonged parasite infestation could cause irreversible damage to the host's body. In that case, the use of parasites would require even greater caution. It's okay. Hurry and resurrect Sanzo Amado. Orochimaru shook his head, his eyes narrowed, his thoughts unsettled. Although somewhat puzzled, Amemiya Kenichi didn't question him further and instead began preparing for Sanzo Amado's resurrection ceremony. Compared to the parasite issue, the Six Paths Sage was even more daunting. Although Amemiya Kenichi couldn't be 100% certain that the other party was the Six Paths Sage, the mere thought of the possibility made him wish Sanzo Amado would remain in the Pure Land forever. If it weren't for Sanzo Amado's profound scientific expertise, he wouldn't have considered resurrecting him. While resurrecting Sanzo Amado carries certain risks, the rewards are also significant. Begin. I will raise your wife and daughter. Amemiya Ken moved the unfinished impure world reincarnation Sanzo Amado onto the table. The man was now only one step away from being resurrected. His features could be seen, but he was completely lifeless. Yes, sir. The Jounin's eyes and movements showed even more struggle, a level of reluctance evident even to Orochimaru. However, despite this resistance, he perfectly executed the Kisui Tensei Jutsu. Soon, his life force began to rapidly dissipate. The impure world reincarnation on Sanzo Amado's face slowly began to fall away, revealing his original skin and features. Strangely, his face remained the same as Sanzo Amado's. How interesting. Can the impure world reincarnation be resurrected this way? Orochimaru watched with interest. This was also her first time seeing the unique Kisui Tensei Jutsu. Mr. Sanzo's daughter was resurrected using this method. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Although this was his second time watching it, he couldn't help but sigh in awe. The ninjas of the ninja world were truly magnificent. Such a convenient and powerful resurrection jutsu, yet they were shelved. Even Amemiya Kenichi couldn't find fault with such a moral standard. If it were him, he would have already been making waves and achieving financial freedom. That's really interesting. Orochimaru smiled faintly. He had thought of something interesting, but who knew when. Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi felt something grab his trouser leg. He looked down. It was the special Jounin, now barely breathing. His body was still the same, but his complexion was so devastated that it was clear he was near death. Don't let my daughter become a ninja, the man managed to say, then silently lowered his head and loosened his grip. Amemiya Kenichi concentrated his yang attribute chakra and examined the man's head. The parasite's offspring were also dead. So, the parasite itself dies immediately? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. However, despite the other party's words, Amemiya Kenichi would still help him realize his wish. Becoming a ninja wasn't a good thing, after all. But could he live a happy life without becoming a ninja? All life suffers. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head, then looked at Sanzo Amado, who had slowly opened his eyes. Amemiya Kenichi silently activated Sage Mode and stared closely at Sanzo Amado. If Sanzo Amado showed any sign of misbehavior, Amemiya Kenichi would immediately send him back to the Pure Land. However, he wasn't sure if this was possible. After all, the Sage of the Six Paths. I've been resurrected. Sanzo Amado stared blankly at his hands, then at Amemiya Kenichi and Orochimaru. Mr. Sanzo, what are your thoughts on the improved plant genetic programming ninjutsu you mentioned earlier? Amemiya Kenichi asked quickly. Sanzo Amado's blank expression made Amemiya Kenichi's expression even darker. If Sanzo Amado didn't know about this, then it proved. Mr. Sanzo, do you remember what happened when you were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation? Amemiya Kenichi was now almost certain the person was Sanzu Amado, and unlikely the Sage of Six Paths. If it were the Sage of Six Paths, he would have admitted it directly, not feigned ignorance. His strength didn't warrant such a facade. The strong possessed their own dignity and their own peculiar persistence. I only remember telling you something about the Pure Land. And then you said you were going to research it, and then you sent me back. Sanzu Amado's eyes were a little dazed, but he still recounted what he remembered. However, the other person had already forgotten some of the Pure Land events. Amemiya Kenichi and his teacher exchanged a glance, now certain that the person before was indeed not Sanzu Amado, but someone else, most likely the Sage of Six Paths. Kenichi Amemiya pinched his brow. He didn't know what the Sage of Six Paths was up to, but he seemed to have forgotten what Sanzu Amado had said earlier. So, was the Sage of Six Paths trying to keep the Pure Land secret? What secrets lay hidden within the Pure Land? Kenichi Amemiya was filled with doubts. However, having survived his teacher's care for so long, rising from a test subject to a disciple, he had some principles of his own. The most important one was that when faced with a secret someone wanted to hide, unless you were powerful enough to crush it, it was best not to touch it, as it could easily lead to trouble. What's wrong? Sanzu Amado, sensing the strange atmosphere in the air, asked tentatively. Something unpleasant happened. Kenichi Amemiya didn't say, but seeing his teacher's interested look, he felt a tingling sensation on his face. He hoped the teacher wouldn't cause any trouble. That was the Six Paths Sage, a formidable figure in life, and even now, dead, he seemed to be up to something. Amemiya Kenichi even suspected he was plotting something. If he were to expose him, it would be disastrous. Once his strength increased, he wouldn't have to worry so much about him. In Amemiya Kenichi's opinion, if he wanted to study the Pure Land, it would be best to wait until he mastered the Six Paths mode and the Rinnegan. Sanzu, I have something to discuss with you, Orochimaru said with a smile. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched, but his teacher gave him a reassuring look, which made him sigh. He hoped his teacher would think carefully and not test the Six Paths Sage's limits. Mr. Sanzu, I'm going to work on my stuff. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow and left. He planned to experiment with his wheat seeds, to find some peace of mind. With the Six Paths Sage's suggestion for a jutsu, Kenichi Amemiya's research progressed somewhat smoothly. The genetic programming of the wheat seeds was complete. The only challenge now was trying to use wood release to accelerate the growth of crops. There must be some problem with wood release's ability to accelerate growth, or perhaps it's simply because of Hashirama Senju's death that Konoha lost this ability, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to so desperately want wood release back in Konoha. Kenichi Amemiya mused. However, he found the second option less likely. Although Hashirama Senju was dead, Obito was still here. Kenichi Amemiya had previously asked this question during his time as the first Hokage of the impure world reincarnation. Wood release couldn't accelerate the growth of crops. That was the first Hokage's answer. Then why can't wood release accelerate growth? Kenichi Amemiya gathered chakra in his hands and, looking at the rockery before him, used wood release jutsu. Countless wooden spikes shot out from the ground, their sharp thorns piercing the air. Then, a tree rose up from the ground and appeared before Kenichi Amemiya. From the outside, it looks like a tree, but this hardness. Amemiya Kenichi touched the tree in front of him, as if he were touching a tree in the forest. But when he chopped it down, an ordinary knife couldn't even break the bark. This was a bit outrageous. There's even some of my chakra on it. I see, this isn't a real plant, but a chakra creation? Amemiya Kenichi suddenly realized why. Chapter 354. Yes, after research we decided to commit suicide. Wood release, despite its name, doesn't necessarily create a complete tree. It's more like a chakra-based creation, possessing many of the properties of trees, but with some differences. Could an ordinary tree possibly bind a creature of the tailed beast's magnitude? Trees are fragile. Even the strongest trees struggle to withstand the ravages of a tank, let alone a tailed beast far larger and more powerful than a tank. Therefore, a tree created using wood release isn't strictly speaking an ordinary tree. It can even absorb a ninja's chakra, and its hardness and ductility are incredibly formidable. However, this also prevents wood release from inducing the growth of other plants. Using wood release to stimulate the growth of other plants would cause them to burst, and a wood release tree would grow. But perhaps over time, the chakra dissipates, and it will become just another tree. Amemiya Kenichi pondered, gazing at the tree before him. While wood release couldn't be used to accelerate plant growth, the concept of this ninjutsu gave Amemiya Kenichi some new ideas. Plants need nutrients to grow. Some plants naturally grow very quickly. If we combine their genes, could we create crops with accelerated growth cycles? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, a new idea dawning on him. Even in his technologically advanced past, plant growth took a long time. Genetic programming was a primary research area for scientists back then. The ultimate goal was to create high-yielding crops that were disease-resistant, pest-resistant, and resistant to extreme environments, with fast growth cycles. The kind of technology you'd see in science fiction, where you could plant and harvest within a day, was absurdly advanced, at least not possible in the past. But the most unique aspect of the ninja world is the existence of chakra. Could I use chakra to help me achieve this? But I don't think so. Amemiya Kenichi was currently standing in Fenghua Zaiatsu's study, flipping through a book. He was reading a book documenting the agricultural history of the snow country. It wasn't so much a book as a harvest report. It showed that the annual harvest was roughly the same weight, fluctuating within a 10% range. Sometimes, however, the harvest was particularly poor, with a note indicating natural disasters. Generally speaking, the snow country's harvest depended heavily on the weather. If the weather wasn't favorable, famine would follow. Therefore, successive rulers of the snow country had always prioritized food storage. Even in the ninja world, not eating would kill a person. The production of the HRY pills itself required food. The saying food is the first necessity of the people was universally acknowledged in the ninja world. Zaiatsu, has your country of snow conducted any research on crops? For example, using yang attribute chakra to stimulate crop growth? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at Fenghua Zaiatsu beside him, before silently looking away. This little girl was becoming increasingly perverted. Of course, this was only true in front of him. Otherwise, Fenghua Zaiatsu was a very serious person. But once in front of him, her posture perfectly exemplified the meaning of letting you take advantage of me. Master, our snow country has had similar experiments in its history. That ancestor promoted this research, but he spent his entire life without any results. Fenghua Zaiatsu looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a charming look, speaking respectfully. Amemiya Kenichi nodded, touched his nose, and walked out. It seemed that this experiment had failed in the snow country, but had it succeeded in other countries? Not necessarily. At least when Amemiya Kenichi was in Konoha, he had never witnessed Konoha's crops being highly productive. The price of grain there would fluctuate with the harvest, but Konoha, being a large and powerful nation, had never experienced famine. When Konoha was hungry, the smaller nations around it couldn't either. It seems yang attribute chakra can't stimulate rapid crop growth, or perhaps crops don't have the genes for it. Algae is probably one of the fastest growing plants, and bamboo would work, but these two. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. No wonder agronomy was such a complex and challenging subject in his previous life. Now he could understand the feelings of those students whose graduation thesis had been eaten. But the good news is I can experiment as much as I want here. Amemiya Kenichi silently used the shadow clone technique. No matter how much he thought, he needed to put his ideas into practice, and that's what he planned to do. The priority now was to use the shadow clone technique to find the cold-resistant gene for winter wheat. He had other things to attend to, so Amemiya Kenichi planned to let his shadow clone handle the agricultural improvement. I want to include wood release in my research as well. One of the shadow clones spoke to Amemiya Kenichi. He didn't refuse, but nodded. After all, he had created 10 shadow clones for this research, so studying wood release wasn't out of the question. I've always felt that wood release isn't just for this. The shadow clone narrowed his eyes. He was Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clone, so he naturally understood where this idea came from. He felt the same way, feeling that wood release wasn't just for combat, it could be used for much more. Then I'll leave it to you, Kenichi Amemiya said, looking at himself before him and patting the shadow clone's shoulder. Without the shadow clone, he wouldn't have touched on crop improvement. After all, it would take too long, and by the time he finished, the Fourth Shinobi World War might be over. I don't know what the teacher is doing. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his hands. He felt a sense of unease, especially after seeing the look in his teacher's eyes earlier. Who knew what the teacher would do then? What if he accidentally dissected Mr. Sanzu? So Kenichi Amemiya decided to go find his teacher and see what he was really up to. When Kenichi Amemiya arrived at his teacher's lab, he saw him and Sanzu Amado assembling a strange device. It was large, somewhat resembling a nutrient tank, with intricate circuitry and even a computer screen. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Looking at the device before him, Kenichi Amemiya's eyelids jumped. It felt strangely out of place in the world of Naruto. It was more relegated to a sci-fi film or a biohazard. "Kenichi, come and help me," the teacher said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and waving at Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi hurried over, and the teacher handed him a wrench. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the wrench in his hand, feeling nothing strange. Back in Konoha, he and his teacher had often helped fix equipment problems together. "Teacher, what are you assembling?" Kenichi Amemiya asked, beginning to follow the teacher's instructions as he unscrewed the screws. "Pure Land Detector 1.0, the teacher casually replied. Amemiya Kenichi's hand trembled, and the wrench nearly fell on his foot. "What the hell? I've just been away for a while, and you're already planning to detect the Pure Land, right? So, after I'm gone for a year or two, will you have signed a trade and mutual assistance agreement with the Pure Land?" So, the teacher winked at me, "Just to build the Pure Land detector? Isn't that just dancing right under the nose of the Six Paths Sage?" Amemiya Kenichi was now deeply confused. He suddenly understood why Jiraiya had previously called the teacher a lunatic. He had thought he knew his teacher well, but now it seemed he didn't quite understand his teacher. The Pure Land. The Six Paths Sage. This teacher really did what he said, without a single hesitation. "Mr. Sanzu." Amemiya Kenichi was about to ask Sanzu Amado what he thought, but seeing his energetic and excited face, he silently kept his mouth shut. He knew it was pointless to ask. It was obvious that the teacher and Sanzu Amado were determined to make this Pure Land detection equipment, and it was version 1.0. "Teacher, how did you make this thing? Have you found a way to make the soul leave the body?" Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. After all, the research on the Pure Land had always been at a level where I couldn't get in. But why were they ready to enter the Pure Land now? After talking with Mr. Sanzu, I had some new ideas, and then I thought of a forbidden technique of Konoha. The teacher was seriously screwing in the screws while answering Amemiya Kenichi's questions. Spiritualization technique? Amemiya Kenichi instantly thought of this S-level forbidden technique of Konoha, a powerful ninjutsu mastered by Tsunade's lover, Katodan, which had the ability to make the body and soul leave the body, and at the same time, perceive the souls of people around. It can also be used to possess an enemy's body and kill their consciousness, or to manipulate someone's body. It's an extremely powerful ninjutsu, but because it's difficult to practice, and failure prevents the soul from returning to the body, the Reiki Jutsu has been classified as a forbidden technique. Currently, only a few can master it. Well, the Reiki Jutsu allows a soul to leave the body and return to it, making it a very suitable ninjutsu for studying the Pure Land. The teacher finished tightening the screws, discarded the screwdriver, and switched to a wrench. "But isn't that ninjutsu very difficult to practice?" Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. The Reiki Jutsu certainly has such power, but it also carries great dangers. Otherwise, why would Konoha classify it as a forbidden technique? Even the Reiki Jutsu isn't widely practiced. While difficult to practice, if it were truly powerful, it wouldn't be unheard of. While the Reiki Jutsu is powerful, it transforms the body into a wooden stake, requiring special protection. Otherwise, a mere ordinary person with a knife could easily kill the Reiki Jutsu user. It's okay, but there's nothing more suitable. The teacher didn't pay much attention. While the spirit transformation technique was certainly difficult, she had seen it before. Orochimaru even knew about Katodan's death, and he knew what Tsunade thought about the news. He also saw the teacher's disregard for human life, which was one of the key reasons why she chose a different path. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. He also knew that persuading the teacher was pointless. Once the teacher made up his mind, he basically didn't change it. That's just how the teacher was. However, when the teacher was researching, Amemiya Kenichi would have to stay by his side. Although Sanzo Amado was currently a partner, his mind was unpredictable. Moreover, the Six Paths Sage had previously occupied Sanzo Amado's body for reincarnation. Who knew if the Six Paths Sage had any backup plans? The Pure Land is very dangerous. It's better to let others test the waters first, Sanzo Amado suggested. He had now noticed something strange about himself. He knew very little about the Pure Land. This didn't suit his character. He volunteered to research the Pure Land, so he definitely sought to delve deeper into its mysteries. But now, he couldn't recall anything. All he could remember were trivial details. It seems that after a soul leaves the Pure Land and returns to its body, it forgets much of what happened there. This was also true of Sanzo Akabane. I think so, Amemiya Ken nodded. He wasn't entirely convinced about researching the Pure Land now. The Six Paths Sage certainly wasn't omniscient, and his influence on the real world wasn't significant. Otherwise he wouldn't have allowed Uchiha Madara to release Kaguya Satsuki. If the Six Paths Sage truly was a sage, could he have simply calculated and dispatched Uchiha Madara or Kurikoa, and been done with? Even the Six Paths Sage's control over the Pure Land might not have been very strong. Otherwise how could Uchiha Madara have lived so well after returning? Even if Uchiha Madara was the reincarnation of Six Paths' son, if Six Paths knew what this unfilial son was planning, wouldn't they have been able to prevent it? But the Sage of Six Paths did nothing, just watched Kaguya Satsuki being resurrected, and then placed his hopes on Naruto and Sasuke. This is outrageous. So in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya, the Sage of Six Paths' interference in the real world is definitely not strong, and can even be said to be very weak. However, the Pure Land is his territory after all, and it is still very dangerous to go there. Then I'm afraid this task will have to be completed by you, Kenichi, the teacher said to Kenichi Amemiya with a smile. She still remembered the super control Kenichi Amemiya had over his subordinates. Chapter 355 Let the world feel the pain. At first, Kenichi Amemiya thought his teacher was planning to have him practice the art of spiritualization. If that was the case, he would definitely not practice it. After all, while the art of spiritualization was a good skill, it wasn't suitable for him. Instead of the art of spiritualization, Kenichi Amemiya felt he should develop the use of wood release. The combination of Senjutsu and wood release was incredibly powerful. But an ordinary ninja wouldn't be able to learn this art of spiritualization, right? Kenichi Amemiya asked his teacher. He now understood what he meant. The teacher was saying that he should arrange for a subordinate to come over, learn the art of spiritualization, and then use it for experiments. However, Kenichi Amemiya had some concerns. After using the art of spiritualization, the soul leaves the body. In this case, Kenichi Amemiya felt it was unlikely that the parasite would follow the spirit. Therefore, at that moment, the ninja could break free from the parasite's control, or at least his spirit could break free. Would that cause some new problems? No, the main difficulty lies in practice. If you are not proficient enough, your spirit may leave your body and not be able to return, leading to death. Orochimaru shook his head. She had studied the art of spiritualization, so she naturally knew where the difficulty of this ninjutsu lay. The practice of ninjutsu ultimately needs to be put into practice, just like practicing summoning techniques. When practicing, you also need to use hand seals and summoning techniques to summon the summoned beast. The same is true for the art of spiritualization. However, the problem is that the experiments of the art of spiritualization carry huge risks. This is why so few people learn the art of spiritualization. After all, no one wants to learn a ninjutsu and risk their life. So, teacher, do you have a solution? Amemiya Kenichi looked at his teacher curiously. He felt that, since the teacher said so, it was hard to say that he had already thought of a solution. Otherwise, it would not be consistent with the teacher's character. Well, when I was talking to Sanzu, I learned about this soul binding device he has. It should be able to solve the problem of practicing the soul transformation technique. The teacher nodded. She had indeed thought of it, and it was related to Sanzu Amado's invention. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. After all this time, this was the whole story. When Sanzu Amado first developed this device, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't given it much thought. After all, he believed it was meant to prevent the soul from wanting to return to the Pure Land. But he hadn't expected it to be used in this way by the teacher. It was truly astonishing. However, since the teacher had already thought of it, Amemiya Kenichi didn't mind giving it a try. So while waiting for the device to be assembled, Amemiya Kenichi had Fenghua Zyaksu send over a Chunin and a Jonin who had been controlled by the parasite. After all, ninja talent was not always easy to judge. A Jonin wasn't necessarily more talented, so bringing a Chunin along would save time. What if this Chunin could master it? Watching Kenichi Amemiya instructing the two ninjas in the art of spiritual transformation, Orochimaru rested his chin thoughtfully. Ever since witnessing Kenichi Amemiya revive Sanzu Amado, Orochimaru had been curious. How had his disciple achieved such a feat? Even to the point of causing someone to sacrifice their own life, and even more so, with some resistance. Orochimaru could see it. Normally, with such resistance, he wouldn't have used the reincarnation technique, but he did. This made Orochimaru wonder if his disciple had some hidden secret. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. This was truly intriguing. This learning process was rather tedious, and after a while, Kenichi Amemiya lost interest, watching with his chin resting on his hand. Kenichi, if you need anything, go ahead and do it. I and Sanzu will take care of this. Orochimaru walked over to Amemiya Kenichi and whispered softly. He immediately perked up. If this were truly possible, it would be so convenient. Thank you, Sensei. I have some things to attend to. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands with a smile. Orochimaru nodded. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi ordered the two parasitic ninjas to follow his orders, and hurriedly left the laboratory. That's quite remarkable. Sanzu Amado watched the scene with interest. He hadn't expected Amemiya Kenichi to have such a high reputation in the land of snow. How had he achieved this? Was it because he saved Fukakoyuki? Orochimaru's pupils darted over the two quiet ninjas, and he licked his lips excitedly. He wanted to test the extent to which these two subordinates would listen to his disciple. Kenichi Amemiya didn't know his teacher's thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared too much. He hadn't intended to keep the parasite's existence a secret for long. It was a difficult thing to hide forever, that was for sure. The only difference was how soon it would be discovered. The Byakugan could clearly reveal the parasite's location, but it was unclear whether other ninjutsu would have the same ability. Let me see, Kenichi Amemiya said, taking out his schedule and glancing at it. He then stroked his chin. Normally, it was time to open his Manjaki Sharingan, but considering the lack of rest for the test subjects, Kenichi Amemiya decided to wait. However, opening the Manjaki too early wasn't necessarily a good idea for ninjas at the Genin and Chunin levels. Using the Manjaki was quite taxing on the body, and Kenichi Amemiya believed it would be better to reach the Jonin level. But Kenichi didn't have the time. According to Kenichi Amemiya's plan, if he wanted to unify the ninja world, the first step, targeting the Hidden Mist Village, was crucial. Kenichi Amemiya's plan was to quickly and efficiently end the battle, then capture the Hidden Mist Village, dismantle its defenses, and kill anyone who stood in his way. Before the other ninja villages noticed, he could restore peace and continue building up his strength. Now that I have wood release, I should be able to attempt to take on an entire village alone, but it would be easier with the help of subordinates. Kenichi Amemiya stretched lazily. While he could go it alone, that would be too cumbersome. Having subordinates to surround them would slow down the leak of information and even prevent the other ninja villages from noticing the changes in the Hidden Mist Village. That would also be helpful for the next step. Of course, it would be even easier if he could get Nagato's help. Yeah, speaking of Nagato, Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head, perplexed. Hadn't they agreed to contact Nagato directly to discuss what he had said? So why had he contacted him before? But Nagato remained silent. With this in mind, Amemiya Kenichi tried to contact Nagato again, but after a while, there was still no response. Nagato seemed completely absent. Is it out of range, or is this ultra long distance sensing only possible with the Rinnegan? Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. Another possibility was that something had happened to Nagato, but that seemed unlikely. While Amemiya Kenichi had indeed offended Obito, and Obito probably hated him to the core, Amemiya Kenichi felt that he hadn't let Obito and Black Zetsu notice anything, so there was no reason for them to attack Nagato. What exactly happened? Amemiya Kenichi walked around the laboratory, but he still couldn't be sure what had happened to Nagato. After hesitating for a moment, Amemiya Kenichi deactivated his shadow clone, created a new one, and then boarded the airship, hastily heading for the land of rain. He needed to understand the situation. If anything happened, it would be troublesome. Black Zetsu, are you sure the scroll containing that jutsu is in the Hokage building? In the forest not far from Konoha, Obito stood on a tree branch, gazing out at the distant village of Konoha. A dark, inscrutable emotion flickered in his eyes, and the sight of this place had put him in a bad mood. He couldn't suppress the murderous intent he felt towards Kenichi Amemiya. He could even say he wanted to stab that bastard to death. He had even desecrated Rin's body. That's what the intelligence says. Black Zetsu chuckled, before glancing at Obito. But the defensive barrier around Konoha seems to have been strengthened considerably, Black Zetsu added. Obito's face darkened at this. Indeed, the defensive barrier had been strengthened considerably, and now, even Obito was feeling a bit troubled. It was all Kenichi Amemiya's fault. HMPH, why else do you think I leaked that information to Nagato? Obito snorted. While he could have taken the time to rush in, that would have been far too troublesome, and would have inevitably led to a conflict with Konoha's people. Aren't you worried that Nagato won't come? Black Zetsu asked with a grin, leaning against a tree with his arms folded. Do you think he'll come? Obito wasn't particularly worried. When he saw Nagato's outburst that day, he knew what kind of person he was. Black Zetsu curled his lips. How boring. What was the point of such a bet? Nagato would naturally come. After all, Yahiko meant so much to Nagato. It could be said that Nagato could ignore many things and keep the organization hidden, but after learning that Danzo was the mastermind behind Yahiko's murder, he would definitely not hesitate. This was the bond between ninjas, a profoundly boring one. Black Zetsu sneered inwardly. Obito was nothing more than a puppet. The ninja world was truly dull. The world his mother had created shouldn't have had these scoundrels. This ninja history, written by him, was truly dull. Black Zetsu suppressed his inner restlessness. He wanted to laugh wildly, to see how those two fools, Obito and Uchiha Madara, would react when they learned the truth, but now was not the time. Nagato, dance. Dance in my palm. Konoha, truly a village steeped in sin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tendo Pain and Shurapath and Animal Path had already reached the outskirts of Konoha. Tendo Pain gazed at Konoha with a cold gaze. Just as Obito had expected, Nagato had arrived. Nagato. In a tree hole not far away, Konan was looking at her best friend with worry. After Nagato accidentally learned a piece of information, his whole person changed in an instant, becoming exactly the same as that day. Konan, don't try to persuade me. I always thought Hanzo was the culprit, but I'll let the real murderer live a peaceful life for so long. Nagato clenched his fists in anger. Because he was too angry, he couldn't help but coughed a few times. But even so, Nagato's heart was full of anger. This guy Danzo Shimura was the real murderer. If Danzo Shimura hadn't intervened, Hanzo would not have attacked Akatsuki, and Yahiko would not have died. Konan was silent. She also heard the news that Nagato said. Although she was also very angry in her heart, she was more worried about her good friend, her only friend now. I have, amidst boundless suffering, grown beyond mere mortals, rising from mortal to god. Now, I will make Konoha feel pain, understand pain, accept pain, and know pain. Nagato's voice darkened. Konan lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at her friend's withered hands. Nagato took a deep breath, then, controlling his friend and the puppets he had gathered, charged resolutely towards Konoha. But at that moment, Nagato felt his ring warm, a sensation that froze him for a moment. Nagato glanced down at the ring on his finger, which was radiating heat. He knew someone was trying to contact him. Was it Kenichi Amemiya? Nagato's face darkened. He should have rejected the other person's wave of longing without hesitation, but remembering what Kenichi Amemiya had said last time, he hesitated. But quickly, Nagato made his choice. HMM. The wave of longing has broken. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the rain village before him. It wasn't raining, but he didn't see Nagato either. If Nagato was there, he would definitely know he was there. So the question was, where had Nagato gone? What was so important that he didn't even bother to think about what he had said before? I don't understand, but as long as Nagato is okay, I might as well go to Konoha to see Naruto. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He planned to check on Naruto's current situation. After all, he left a book with Naruto. Chapter 356. Danzo. I don't know why, but I feel like the other party wants to kill me. That book was a guide to chakra refinement written by his teacher. It was originally given to him as a beginner, but who knew that Kenichi Amemiya would quickly master the art, rendering the book useless. However, his teacher hadn't thought of taking it back, so he gave it to Naruto. I wonder what's become of that little guy Naruto now? Kenichi thought as he hurried through the dense forest. He had originally planned to take an airship, but Konoha's borders were patrolled by airships and hot air balloons, and a direct approach would easily attract attention. So, Kenichi Amemiya had to resort to infiltration. However, Kenichi Amemiya was still somewhat concerned about Naruto's safety. After all, Naruto was just a child. If the Sannin knew about the book he had left for Naruto, he would surely be able to tell it was written by his teacher. Then, but this was also a deliberate move on his part. He had even left long before, but after careful consideration, he left the book with Naruto. Otherwise, the Sannin would definitely not have noticed. Kenichi Amemiya's motive was simple. He wanted to see what the Sannin would do upon learning of this. Would Naruto's life trajectory be altered? While Naruto's safety would be somewhat threatened, it shouldn't be a major issue. After all, Naruto was the most suitable person to become a Jinchuriki. If the Sannin wanted to kill Naruto, he would have to consider the Jinchuriki issue, and would have to resort to trial and error. What if the Nine Tails wasn't sealed in? What if the seal failed? Would Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade be able to seal the Nine Tails before it broke free and inflicted heavy casualties? If the seal wasn't sealed in time, or if the Nine Tails released several tailed beast balls, Konoha would have been in dire straits. Furthermore, when the Yondaime sealed the Nine Tails in his son, he also envisioned him becoming a hero. However, he didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to make Naruto a pariah in the village. Kenichi Amemiya understood the Sannin Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he believed he couldn't afford the cost of such trial and error. It has nothing to do with the Yondaime. Even if Naruto is the son of the Yondaime, once Sarutobi Hiruzen is sure that Naruto's existence threatens the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not hesitate to take action. After all, he is not his own son, right? If it were Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have changed his mind. It would be fun to raise a dark and cruel Naruto, but the reincarnation of Ashura has a great influence on Naruto. Just look at Hashirama Senju, who is basically cast from the same mold as Naruto. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Naruto's character is probably doomed. There is no way to change it. If you want to make Naruto cynical, unless you deliberately guide him in this direction from now on, the possibility is not very high. But Amemiya Kenichi is not a person who has nothing to do. What good will it do him? Compared to the cynical and world-hating Naruto, Amemiya Kenichi felt the current Naruto was easier to teach and use, and would be more helpful to the future of the ninja world. If Naruto had Sasuke's personality, Konoha would have been decimated by Naruto long ago. After a while of rapid travel, Amemiya Kenichi gradually came into view of the outline of Konoha, but soon noticed something amiss. There, Amemiya Kenichi's expression grew serious. He had just noticed a number of black spots running around the outskirts of Konoha. They must be Konoha ninja, but why were they out in such large numbers? Today wasn't a special day, and Amemiya Kenichi, having lived in Konoha for so long, was somewhat familiar with these things. Konoha ninja only traveled out of the village in large numbers on extremely special occasions. Otherwise, they were busy completing missions and training. As Amemiya Kenichi approached, his expression grew peculiar as he spotted several familiar figures. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, the patriarchs of the Inoshikacho clans, and a few familiar figures, including Pain's Six Paths. Pain? Why is the leader here? Amemiya Kenichi's expression was a bit complicated. He hadn't expected to see Pain's 6 paths in Konoha, let alone this scene. This was simply outrageous. It wasn't like Nagato hadn't been to Konoha before. He had been there once, contributing to a famous Naruto meme, showcasing the power of the Rinnegan, and explaining why Nagato considered himself a god. He was indeed so powerful, though he couldn't escape the protagonist's persuasion later. But the question was, what was Nagato's purpose now? Naruto hadn't even figured out if he'd refined chakra yet, and yet Nagato was coming? This didn't make sense. Even if Nagato had accidentally learned that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, given his personality, he would have waited until his tissues were fully developed before collecting the tailed beasts, and he'd have started with the One-Tails. He couldn't have just suddenly come and collected the Nine-Tails. So, what was Nagato's purpose here? At this moment, Amemiya Kenichi was mulling over his thoughts. He knew Nagato's character. He wouldn't do meaningless things. Besides, he'd just said the organization needed to reduce its presence, focusing on missions, focusing on development, and spending less time playing. So, there was no way he'd come straight to Konoha. Wouldn't that be a complete slap in the face? After today's operation, regardless of Nagato's motives, the Akatsuki would definitely be on Konoha's radar. And the 6 paths of pain had been deployed, proving Nagato's true form was not far away. Either there's a mission specifically for Nagato to carry out, targeting Konoha, or Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. While it seemed a bit far-fetched, considering Nagato's personality and the countless animation clips he'd seen at the time, Amemiya Kenichi suspected another reason for Nagato's visit to Konoha. Nagato had learned that another Shimura Danzo was responsible for Yahiko's murder. Only then could Nagato come. It looks a bit like the latter. Amemiya Kenichi touched his chin. The situation was very delicate. Nagato was particularly ruthless, and his main target was Shimura Danzo. The old man Shimura Danzo's face was dark. He probably couldn't understand why the guy in front of him would kill him. Although Shimura Danzo participated in the activities against the Akatsuki organization, it was still a question whether he still remembered Yahiko's face. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade hadn't been there, Danzo would have died long ago. Even so, Danzo was seriously injured, but he still showed his heroic side. He bravely rushed forward, and was almost ripped out of his heart by the Black Tiger. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't intervened, Danzo would have been lying on the ground waiting to be buried in the cemetery. Amemiya Kenichi kept pouting. The old man Shimura Danzo still wanted to become Hokage until now. In a way, this can be regarded as not forgetting his original intention. But who is Nagato? Possessing the Rinnegan, he repeatedly cornered Danzo Shimura, nearly killing him. If Konoha's experts hadn't been present, Danzo Shimura, the Dark Lord of the ninja world, would likely have perished here. Interesting. I remember Nagato never knowing that the true culprit behind Yahiko's death was actually Danzo Shimura. But now he knows. What does that mean? Amemiya Kenichi surveyed the battle. Nagato's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. Every move was aimed at Danzo Shimura, and each one was brutal. Furthermore, suffering from a lack of intelligence, Konoha's high-ranking officials were now being directly outmaneuvered by Nagato. If this continued, Danzo Shimura's life would be in jeopardy. However, this wasn't his primary concern. Amemiya Kenichi was more concerned with the whereabouts of Black Zetsu and Obito. After all, in his view, Nagato's determination to kill Danzo meant he knew the truth, a truth known only to a select few in the ninja world. It couldn't be another time traveler who had revealed it to Nagato, right? That was too absurd. So it could only be Obito and Black Zetsu who did this. So why would they do this? Amemiya Kenichi didn't know. After all, he wasn't Obito's confidant. His knowledge of Obito came from watching Naruto clips and character profiles. In the original manga, Obito never did this. But now that Obito had done this, it proved that the entire Naruto storyline had changed. Whether this change was good or bad was unclear, but Amemiya Kenichi was certain that Obito had his reasons for doing this. He just didn't know what they were after. Obito must have known that Nagato would most likely do this after learning this. In other words, he wanted Nagato to do this. So what was the point of Nagato doing this? Flatten Konoha. That wouldn't help Obito's plan at all. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Another possibility, Obito did this to get Nagato to attack Konoha, thereby drawing out Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and the others? Amemiya Kenichi thought of a possibility. Making a feint to the east, and attacking in the west, luring the tiger away from the mountain, was a common tactic. After all, Nagato would undoubtedly attack Konoha upon learning of the situation. This proved Obito's intentions. If Nagato attacked Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade would undoubtedly join the fight. Even if they didn't initially, they wouldn't sit idly by. After discovering Nagato's strength, the heads of the other major clans would also be present. With the combined might of Inoshikacho, what would become of the situation? Konoha would be left empty-handed. Was that what Obito needed? Did he want to enter Konoha and stir up trouble? No, that wasn't likely to be stirring up trouble. It was more likely to achieve some purpose. With this in mind, Amemiya Kenichi hurriedly departed. He avoided intervening in the main battle. Nagato was powerful, but with Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen present, Nagato would be in trouble. Now was the perfect time for him to enter Konoha and see what Obito was up to. Upon entering Konoha, Amemiya Kenichi sensed something was amiss. The two ANBU guards guarding the entrance to the Hokage building had glazed eyes, a sign of a Sharingan illusion. Obito, you want the scroll of forbidden techniques? As if he knew Obito's purpose, Kenichi Amemiya quickly infiltrated the Hokage building. The sight of ANBU ninja falling under the spell of illusions along the way only confirmed his suspicions. Kenichi Amemiya donned his mask and pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, only to be met with a figure rummaging through something. Who's there? Obito noticed movement at the door and turned to look at Kenichi Amemiya, only to be met with the mask he hated with such intensity. Arfei? Why are you here? Kenichi Amemiya smiled as he entered and closed the door behind him. Lightning patterns crept across the corners of his eyes, and he had activated Sage Mode. He kept an eye on his back. If Obito was here, then Black Zetsu was likely here too. His abilities were somewhat uncanny, allowing White Zetsu to lurk behind his enemies. Activating Sage Mode was also intended to enhance his sensitivity, preventing him from falling prey to Black Zetsu's power. It would be hilarious if a time traveler met the same fate as Uchiha Madara. Tama-senpai. Obito felt like vomiting blood at the mention of Arfei. He wanted to travel back in time and slap his former self. What was that about Arfei? What was that about his idolizing Amemiya Kenichi? Now, he was being flattered right in the face by someone else, and he still had to praise him. Seriously, Arfei, is this a mission from the organization? Amemiya Kenichi walked in cheerfully. He had been to the Hokage building once before he defected, and only once, with his teacher. But then, he was a minion, not now. No, I'm just here to look for clues about the tailed beasts in Konoha. Obito instantly thought of an explanation, and he also vaguely blocked Amemiya Kenichi's way. With Amemiya Kenichi around, it would be difficult for him to gather information, so he would have to let Black Zetsu take over, and all he had to do was buy time. The leader is still outside. Arfei, go help him. I'll leave the information here. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Obito with a smile. He didn't believe Obito was trying to gather information on the Ninetales. Putting aside the fact that the organization had no plans to begin collecting tailed beasts anytime soon, even if they did, wouldn't Black Zetsu be the one gathering the intelligence and summaries? Would Obito be gathering it himself? How could that be possible? So, there's only one possibility. Obito is here to retrieve the Forbidden Scroll. What does he want? Is he trying to use impure world reincarnation to destroy Madara Uchiha? It's a real possibility, considering Kenichi Amemiya knows what he's done to Obito. It's also possible that Obito feels pressured to bring Madara Uchiha out. Or is this Black Zetsu's plan? Chapter 357, Shimura Nabokage does all the bad things in the ninja world. Senior you, there's no need to bother you with such a simple task. Leave it to Arfei, and I'll definitely complete it perfectly. Arfei gave a thumbs up, his expression playful. However, Kenichi Amemiya noticed that the other party seemed to be deliberately obscuring the room behind him. Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow and immediately walked over, with Obito blocking his way. Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes at Obito. Behind Obito, that must be Black Zetsu, or a shadow clone. There was definitely more to it than nothing. Senior you, can you tell me your story? Obito asked with a smile. Looking at Kenichi Amemiya's mask, the murderous intent within him was almost uncontrollable. He even wanted to kill the man in front of him. If he wasn't worried that he couldn't kill Kenichi Amemiya right now, and that his own image would collapse and arouse suspicion, Obito would have cast a hand seal. Afei, what's behind you? Kenichi Amemiya pulled Afei away, but the next moment, he found a mess of scrolls and no one. Amemiya Kenichi's eyes narrowed. Did Black Zetsu escape? Or did he take the item and hide it? Probably the latter, but what exactly did Black Zetsu take? Tama-senpai, our organization's symbol is right behind me. Obito was still trying to maintain his persona, but Amemiya Kenichi ignored him and walked straight inside, searching the cabinet in front of him. He couldn't find the forbidden scroll, but Amemiya Kenichi himself didn't know where it was kept. Although his teacher had obtained it before, it was probably moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen later. Did he really think that a village's core secrets would be left lying around? How could it be possible? Amemiya Kenichi suspected that Naruto's quick discovery of the forbidden scroll was probably a deliberate act by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to test Naruto and catch the unfortunate Mizuki. If it weren't for the concern that it would be too obvious, the third Hokage would have placed it directly on his own desk, but finding the forbidden scroll wouldn't be so easy for anyone else. Senior you, what are you looking for? Obito asked curiously. Amemiya Kenichi turned to glance at him. Obito, had he sacrificed so much just to obtain a scroll of forbidden techniques? Improbable. While the scroll contained some remarkable ninjutsu, was it worth Obito's sacrifice for Danzo's secret? Nagato's actions would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Akatsuki to the 5 major ninja villages, and there was no telling how their plans would change. Besides, Obito could clearly achieve his goal through other means, such as having Black Zetsu infiltrate Konoha and wait for an opportunity to obtain the scroll, or even simply force his way in. Konoha has many powerful ninjutsu. I just wanted to see if there were any interesting ones. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, his curiosity growing even stronger. What exactly was Obito planning? The original storyline was no longer a valid reference. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Obito, fully aware of this. After all, he had altered the entire plot to its very core, as evidenced by the presence of Uchiha Shin at Obito's side. Kenichi Amemiya remembered that Uchiha Shin hadn't been part of the early Akatsuki. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi, who would later join the organization, was still living his life in the land of rice fields. Although his father had died, his mother was still alive. He certainly wouldn't join Akatsuki in the future, but Uchiha Itachi knew other ways to use his abilities. His talent was proven, and he possessed a unique talent for ninjutsu, making him a formidable force. Oh. Konoha must have a plethora of ninjutsu. But Senior Tama, I just planted an explosive talisman here. Let's get going. With that, Obito dashed off with a flamboyant gesture. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned for a moment, and the next second, a violent explosion echoed. Even though Kenichi Amemiya was in sage mode, he was caught off guard and sent flying. At the same moment, Obito vanished from the Hokage building, surrounded by Konoha ninjas and villagers who had emerged from the blast. They immediately spotted Kenichi Amemiya in the air. Kenichi Amemiya remained expressionless, but internally cursed. MMP. When did that bastard Obito learn this trick? That bastard. Amemiya Kenichi landed on a building, surrounded by the rest of Konoha ninjas, while the civilians retreated in fear. Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi noticed several ANBU approaching him. He glanced at the collapsed Hokage building, now reduced to rubble. He wondered how many detonating tags Obito had buried inside, but it was definitely a lot, and not many could blow up to this level. No, I remember a movie where someone seemed to have planted a large number of detonating tags. Could it be a chain reaction? Amemiya Kenichi mused. Even as he pondered, Amemiya Kenichi didn't linger for long. If he didn't flee, he'd be facing off against the Konoha ANBU ninjas. He also spotted someone familiar, whose signature hairstyle and thick eyebrows made him recognizable. K's combat prowess was truly deplorable. The future K could open the death gate, but what about the current K? If the battle took place in Konoha, who knows if K would suddenly explode and charge forward with a move like the Uzayang. Night K probably wouldn't be able to do that. After all, the use of taijutsu requires practice, and only with constant training can the 8 gates of ninjutsu become more and more powerful. K practiced for so long, only in the finale did he finally unleash that astonishing kick. To master the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Kenichi Amemiya is now torturing himself, a deeply uncomfortable experience. Demon. How dare you attack the Hokage building? An ANBU ninja recognized Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi raised a brow, but without further comment, he sprinted towards the outskirts of Konoha. Konoha wasn't the right place to sneak in and confront Naruto right now. Stop. Kenichi curled his lips at the roar of the Konoha ninja behind him. The word stop was the most useless word. After all, it wouldn't make the opponent actually stand still. Just as Kenichi Amemiya was about to run away, he saw a small black dot float up from the spot where Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain was fighting the third Hokage Tsunade and the others, and slowly flew into the sky. Kenichi Amemiya's pupils shrank. That's not possible, is it? Isn't that old Danzo still dead? And are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade playing tricks on me? How did he get up into the air? Kenichi Amemiya's expression grew serious. He was all too familiar with this scene. After all, the scene in Naruto where Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei destroyed the entire Konoha had been played over and over again. Kenichi Amemiya's friends had also strongly recommended it, so even Kenichi Amemiya knew what it meant when Nagato flew into the sky. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya sped up and ran over. The Konoha ninjas behind him were completely unable to catch up with Kenichi Amemiya, and soon watched Kenichi Amemiya jump over the Konoha wall. Can't even hold him back? Kakashi sighed, his expression complex. A battle was raging outside, but they couldn't help due to the disparity in power. Then, unexpectedly, they were attacked from within, unable to even hold the enemy. And it was that person. Kakashi clenched his fists. Tenma, that name held a special place in his heart. After all, the person was most likely that friend from that time, the one who defected. However, the matter was under a gag order, so Kakashi couldn't speak freely. So, he could only speak to himself, while cleaning Obito and Nohararin's grades. Kakashi, are you okay? K ran over, breathless. Earlier, when chasing Amemiya Kenichi, K had been in the lead, but there was nothing he could do. The enemy was too fast, and before K could open his 8 gates, he had already escaped. It's alright. Kakashi shook his head, then silently went about clearing the ruins of the Hokage building. The direction Tenma had left was exactly where the Hokage and his men had been fighting, and Tsunade had already issued orders forbidding them from entering. Kakashi felt deeply resigned. He had once been a brilliant ninja, formidable and admired, but now, he couldn't even keep up with his friend. Who the hell is this guy? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding Sarutobi's transformed golden cudgel, watched the soaring figure before him. This person is Yahiko. Tsunade's expression was complex. She remembered this person. She had felt familiar the moment they first saw him, and then, during the battle, she remembered who he was. As if having heard Tsunade's words, Tendo Pain paused for a second, then glanced down at her, his Rinnegan eyes devoid of emotion. He also remembered Tsunade. After all, it was Yahiko who had approached the 3 ninjas to ask for food. This woman had been right beside Jiraiya Sensei at the time. And then there was Orochimaru, that idiot, who had also seen them before, and even suggested killing them to let them rest in peace. Yahiko? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He clearly didn't know who Yahiko was. After all, he had so much to deal with, and he didn't usually keep track of anything that wasn't crucial. Yes, Jiraiya's student. I remember there was a girl named Konan and a brat named Nagato with them. Tsunade wiped the blood from her mouth. She had already opened the yin seal. But looking at the person before her, she felt a sense of uncertainty. She remembered Yahiko's face, of course, but she also remembered Jiraiya's words. Who? Just as she was pondering this, she suddenly felt a massive surge of chakra behind her. She turned around and saw a flash of lightning. Then an explosion echoed, sending dust billowing nearby. Oh my, why are you so stubborn? Amemiya Kenichi approached with a grin. His goal this time was to stop Nagato, and the best way to do that was to kill Danzo. Without killing Danzo, there was no way to stop Nagato, and Amemiya Kenichi knew this. Glancing at the sullen Danzo and the earthen wall before him, Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to find him looking at him with a strange gaze. Even Tsunade's gaze seemed odd. What was going on? Why is this guy here? Nagato opened his eyes. The person he least wanted to see was approaching. What's wrong with Nagato? Konan asked, looking at her friend. That Amemiya Kenichi guy is here, and he seems to know I want to kill Danzo. Nagato coughed a few times, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been coughing up blood recently, and Konan was worried about him, but the doctors and medical ninjas he had called in were of little use. To prevent them from leaking the secret, Nagato had to kill them to silence them. Amemiya Kenichi? Konan couldn't help but smile at the name. She remembered him. After Yahiko's death, he was one of the few people who could stir such a deep emotion in her friend. Why had he come? Konan felt a complex mix of emotions. She didn't know how to describe them, but they were quite complex. She half hoped Amemiya Kenichi could help kill Danzo, but she was also worried that Nagato wouldn't be pleased. Amemiya Kenichi had no idea what Nagato and Konan were thinking. He was currently trying to find a way to deal with Danzo. There was no other way. If Danzo didn't die, Konoha would probably witness the true power of the Shinra Tensei today. Tenma. Danzo gritted his teeth in anger. Ever since Tenma joined, his situation had become increasingly difficult. That sneak attack had nearly pierced his head. If it weren't for his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention, he would be in such a mess right now. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Danzo's arm, which was wrapped in white cloth. He knew what lay within, the Sharingan. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi again. One of his arms was also white, and it was symmetrical with Danzo's. Danzo, the dark ninja world of Konoha, you have done too many evil things, so please die. Kenichi Amemiya rushed forward, wanting a quick victory. Nagato hadn't even descended from the air yet. Tenma, your opponent is me. Tsunade blocked Kenichi Amemiya with a painful kick, and looked at him with fighting spirit. She would teach Kenichi Amemiya today on behalf of Orochimaru. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358. Who said there is only one way to use the Tree Realm Avant? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Tsunade in silence. He knew that Tsunade was in Konoha, but he was still a little surprised that Tsunade jumped out so excitedly. He felt that Tsunade seemed to have a lot of resentment towards him, and Tsunade's eyes were also very strange. Kenichi Amemiya always felt that Tsunade looked at him with some excitement and some disappointment, which made Kenichi Amemiya confused. Kenichi Amemiya fell into deep thought. Could it be that the last time he beat Tsunade had awakened some strange quirk? But it shouldn't be. Kenichi Amemiya didn't remember Tsunade having similar quirks. At this time, Nagato also controlled Tendo Pain to come down. Super Shinra Tensei required preparation and consumed a lot of chakra. It would be best if he could not use it. With Kenichi Amemiya holding Tsunade back, it would be much easier for him to kill Danzo. It's natural to save trouble if possible, and the information can't be leaked all at once. If the goal was to capture the Ninetales, he could have just used that eye technique, but for Danzo, that eye technique would be a waste. What a hassle. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. He glanced at Nagato. Tsunade had already seen Nagato's face. If Tsunade knew him, the Akatsuki would likely be exposed earlier. And if the Akatsuki was exposed earlier, could it still successfully develop? I'm afraid it would have to face Konoha's temptations and suppression. This made Amemiya Kenichi scratch his head, unable to understand why Obito did this. What was the point of revealing this information to Nagato, other than to make Nagato angry and come to kill Danzo? But the problem was that doing so would also bring the Akatsuki to the attention of the ninja world. He had already brought the Akatsuki to the attention of many ninja villages, and now Nagato was doing this. Was he trying to bring the Fourth Shinobi World War to a head? As he pondered this, a powerful gust of wind blew, sending Kenichi Amemiya lurching backward. Tsunade's punch shattered the spot where he had been standing. Seeing this, Kenichi touched his mask, thankfully intact. How dare you be distracted during a fight? Tsunade clenched her fists, making a crackling sound. She sneered, her face growing increasingly suspicious of the brat in front of her. What an old woman. You really love to lecture me. Kenichi Amemiya pouted, but this only brought on even more ferocious attacks from Tsunade, leaving Kenichi Amemiya dodging her blows. Tsunade was truly violent. No wonder Jiraiya, despite his interest in her, had never dared to speak out. Marrying such a violent woman would only mean she'd have her ribs broken every day. Worse still, Tsunade's medical skills were so advanced that she could even reattach and heal broken ribs. By then, anyone who examined her would have suspected mental problems. However, facing Tsunade's increasingly ferocious attacks, Amemiya Kenichi could only focus on countering them. There was no other way. Tsunade was truly formidable, and even more formidable after releasing the Yin Seal. Amemiya Kenichi had no intention of actually fighting. His goal was simple, to force Nagato to kill Danzo. His goal was to tie Tsunade up, distract the patriarchs of Konoha's major clans and Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing Nagato to successfully kill Danzo. But Tsunade's attacks intensified, nearly hitting a target she shouldn't have. This caused Amemiya Kenichi to break out in a cold sweat, and his inner rage was ignited. Tsunade, don't push your luck. This time, we are only trying to kill Danzo, Amemiya Kenichi warned Tsunade. He knew her, and had a good relationship with her. She had helped him before, so he wasn't willing to kill her unless absolutely necessary. Tsunade didn't reply, but instead punched Amemiya Kenichi in the stomach. But Tsunade missed Amemiya Kenichi's stomach. Her fist slammed into a tree, which rapidly grew taller. Countless more trees sprouted from the ground, soon creating a forest alongside Konoha's walls. Tsunade's pupils shrank, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Konoha leaders froze for a split second. In that moment, they heard a murderous cry. Shinra Tensei. With that cry, a man was sent flying, pierced through the chest by a sharp branch. He spat out blood, and hung headfirst from the branch. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped back to reality, roaring angrily before seeing his old friend dangling from the branch, lifeless. But Nagato showed no sign of retreating. He thrust his right hand forward, summoning the myriad heavenly attraction. Danzo's body was suddenly sucked forward, but before it reached Nagato, countless branches swarmed over, impaling him from all angles like a hedgehog. Nagato sneered and casually tossed Danzo's body to the ground. The man who had killed his dearest friend was finally dead, and now he could leave Konoha. Nagato glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was charging furiously, and at the Konoha high-ranking officials, whose faces were sullen, but eyes were filled with excitement, and gave a sardonic smile. Danzo won't die so easily, Amemiya Kenichi said, glancing at the body lying on the ground. His focus was on Danzo's bandaged arm, knowing exactly what was inside. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, refusing even the most perverse of offers due to his status as Hokage, Danzo had no such concerns. He would do anything to achieve his goals, even assassinating his old friend. Kenichi Amemiya now rushed towards Danzo's body. If Danzo's arm wasn't severed, he would have to kill him many times, unless he used Izanami, another of the main Jakijutsu's techniques, to circumvent it. However, it was clear that even within the Uchiha clan, few understood the true nature of these main Jakijutsu, and Danzo, the old man, had gathered countless Uchiha eyes to acquire such an arm. Kenichi Amemiya raised his sword and attempted to chop off Danzo's hand, but before he could strike, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Kenichi Amemiya rolled his eyes and transformed into a log. He used a substitution jutsu and ascended to the nearby treetops. Looking down at Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen, their bloodshot eyes glaring down below, along with the enraged Konoha high-ranking officials, Kenichi Amemiya suddenly realized something. At any other time, facing the death of his old friend Danzo Shimura, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have sighed, perhaps reminisced about the good old days, but he certainly wouldn't have reacted so drastically. But now, with the enemy at their doorstep, if they continue to allow themselves to be tamed, how could Konoha village survive? The Konoha high-ranking officials understood the principle of the lip and the tooth. It seems you're determined to protect your comrades, Amemiya Kenichi said from the treetops, looking down. Tsunade, displeased, rushed forward with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but was immediately stopped by Nagato, while Inoshikacho and Hinata were stopped by the other 6 paths of pain. Nagato didn't know what Amemiya Kenichi was planning, but he had seen the power he had just displayed. He wanted to see the extent of Amemiya's current strength. If his opponent's strength had improved significantly, his words would naturally be more persuasive. Ultimately, the ninja world was a world of power. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath. He wasn't entirely familiar with the unique ninjutsu of wood release. Even though he had mastered it, it didn't mean he could instantly develop it to the level of the stem. However, Kenichi Amemiya had his own ideas. Wood release's power could cause trees to grow from thin air, even creating a dense forest. However, depending on the infusion of chakra and the method of use, the manifestations varied. For example, the stem could even wield powerful ninjutsu like the true Thousand Hands and the Tree Man. So, the question was, were the true Thousand Hands and the Tree Man actually trees? They weren't trees, they were wood, hence the name Wood Release, not Tree Release. Kenichi Amemiya's hands began to rapidly form hand seals. His chakra, channeled through his body, blended with natural energy, transforming into a senjutsu beyond conventional ninjutsu. What should this ninjutsu be called? I don't know. Never mind. I'll think of a name later. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. As his hand seals concluded, the entire earth began to tremble. Countless trees burst forth from the ground, stretching out to surround Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, countless sharp wooden spikes shot out, forcing the ninjas to dodge in panic. Tree world arrival? Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped onto a branch in surprise, but the next moment he had to reposition himself. The wooden spikes pierced his feet, silently but with incredible speed. If he had been a step slower, he might have been pierced. No, that's not it. Tsunade frowned. For some reason, her breathing quickened, but she ignored it, as intense exercise often causes shortness of breath. The tree world arrival would absorb the chakra of the ninja within, but the trees here didn't. Instead, they continuously released sharp spikes to attack them. Tsunade punched the incoming branches. No, it wasn't just the wooden spikes, but also the sharp branches that flew out. Getting stabbed by them wouldn't be a good idea. Was Danzo's body still there? Tsunade turned her head to look. In the blink of an eye, Danzo's body was gone, vanishing. Beside it, Amemiya Kenichi stood with a knife in hand. That guy's really good at running. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. It was confirmed. Danzo had activated I's energy and was now on the run, having escaped death. Though he tried hard to chop Danzo's hand, he was delayed for a moment. 5 bursts of chakra began to gather. Amemiya Kenichi knew it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5-shot ninjutsu. He turned around and used a lightning flash to force away a shadow clone before disappearing into the dense forest. No, the trees here are constantly moving. Tsunade noticed the problem. The trees weren't dead, they were alive. They were moving, actively obscuring Amemiya Kenichi's position. They were the enemy of this forest. Very talented, but compared to the first generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, looking at the forest before him. If that was all, he still lacked the first generation skill. But the very thought of this made him take a deep breath. Something's wrong, Hokage-sama. The air seems to be getting harder and harder to breathe. Narashikaku took a deep breath and coughed. He had keenly noticed a subtle problem, the air. The entire forest was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. Previously, Narashikaku had assumed it was due to the fighting, but now the feeling of breathlessness was becoming more pronounced, making him uneasy. After all, humans couldn't live without oxygen. It's this forest. We need to get out of here. Tsunade delivered a powerful kick to the tree in front of her. The tree flew away, but soon countless trees squirmed, filling the gap once again. Tsunade's face darkened. Grandpa's wood release had been able to suppress Uchiha Madara because of its strength and durability, and his powerful senjutsu was also a major factor. It must have been a great feeling as a teammate, but to the enemy, Hashirama Senju was the most terrifying demon. She had never imagined that one day, as Hashirama's granddaughter, she would actually experience what the enemy felt. That lunatic. Tsunade clenched her fists. She desperately wanted to teach Amemiya Kenichi a lesson, but with the jutsu fully formed, they were trapped. The only thing they could do now was to leave as quickly as possible. The feeling of breathlessness was becoming increasingly pronounced. Although plants can provide oxygen, that's only during the day, when photosynthesis absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen. At night, all but a few plants inhale oxygen. Amemiya Kenichi was leading Nagato in a search, reflecting on his recent jutsu. The jutsu's killer move wasn't the wooden spikes, though they were certainly a crucial weapon. Against smaller, larger ninja, this jutsu could have a ranged effect, and against stronger ones, the lack of oxygen was a boon. This time, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't intended to kill him, otherwise several Konoha high-ranking officials would have perished. Now, killing Danzo would be enough. Danzo should be there. Nagato had now sensed Danzo's location, and a hint of excitement crossed his face. Finally, he could crush that damn rat. Chapter 359 Danzo's Death. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the area. It looked like an ordinary forest, but he knew it might be the root space. However, the location of this base differed slightly from the one he remembered. That old Danzo is truly a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. This was perfectly normal for Danzo. After all, he and his teacher had defected, so Danzo certainly wouldn't keep their original base. Sarutobi Hiruzen might even use it as evidence against him and his teacher. Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. After all, the mouths belonged to others, and even if they were sealed, it would only lead to more private discussions. Tama, do you know the entrance? Nagato looked down. He could sense that the old man was hiding down there. He had left something on Danzo's body to help him locate it and prevent him from escaping. But no one expected that old man Danzo could actually come back from the dead. However, no matter how many times Danzo resurrected, Nagato would kill him. No matter what, Danzo would have to apologize to the dead Yahiko with his head. I don't know. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. How could the root base be so easy to enter? However, one didn't necessarily have to go through the gate to get in. Amemiya Kenichi formed hand seals, and then used Earth Escape Ninjutsu, directly exposing the base buried below. However, this was obviously not the entrance to the base. All Amemiya Kenichi could see was grey-white cement, but that was enough. Before he could say anything, Nagato blasted the entrance open, and flew in with pain's 6 paths. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Nagato was really in a hurry. Chief, remember to cut off Danzo's bandaged hand first. Amemiya Kenichi shouted as a reminder. Nagato nodded and disappeared into the passage, while Amemiya Kenichi turned his head back. He didn't plan to go down, because there were people behind him. It was Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the glaring Hyuga Hayashi. The other clan leaders were not here. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the crowd in front of him and sighed. Abato, in the future I will definitely kick your ass with my shoes, to see what stupid things you do. Tenma, what do you mean, by coming to Konoha to kill our elders? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over. He looked at Amemiya Kenichi cautiously. The identity of this guy was still a mystery. Although he and Tsunade had some guesses before, they were not sure whether it was the person they guessed. But the opponent's ability to use wood release made Sarutobi Hiruzen more likely to be Kenichi Amemiya. After all, he knew exactly what his disciple was doing. Konoha also had a ninja who had mastered wood release and was secretly training daily, but the wood release techniques he could unleash were nowhere near the level of the man before him. You should ask Danzo about that. Ask him what immoral deeds he's done. Kenichi Amemiya shrugged. Danzo had done a lot of evil. Tens of thousands of people wanted to kill him, but only a few had the strength to do it. Itachi Uchiha was one, Sasuke was one, Shisu was one, and Nagato and Konan were also involved. However, thanks to his intervention, the Uchiha clan had been spared genocide and had already fled Konoha. Therefore, Shisu was likely the only one who had any grievances against Danzo. But Shisu wouldn't necessarily come after Danzo. It wasn't that serious yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a second. Tsunade's eyes drifted away. Hinata Hayashi's face remained expressionless, but inside she felt a strong desire to laugh. What immoral things had Danzo done? This wasn't a single choice question, nor a multiple choice one. It was more like an essay. After all, Danzo had committed so many evil deeds that even a novel or autobiography wouldn't know how many words it would take. If it had to be a multiple choice question, the options would be numbered 10,086. And even more than that. Hinata Hayashi had heard many people privately complain about Shimura Danzo. This old man was ruthless and unscrupulous, but his lack of responsibility was despicable. Moreover, Danzo's reputation was well known among the higher-ups of other ninja villages, not just Konoha. So, at this moment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's longtime friend, could only remain silent. He couldn't say for sure how many evil things his old friend had done, but there was no doubt that Danzo's actions were related to the madman below. But according to Tsunade, the other party is Jiraiya's disciple, so what is the old man Danzo doing now? This is the sage's eye, such a powerful lie, if it can be mastered by Konoha. At this moment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have a trace of greed in his eyes. If Konoha had this pair of eyes, he could directly go to the ground and hammer the wreckage of the hidden cloud village. The last time that bastard came to Konoha to discuss cooperation, his attitude was still so arrogant. Even after his brother Killer Bee suddenly transformed into a tailed beast, he still looked like he wanted to attack Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been patient for a long time. Hokage, you can't stop it now. Danzo can't get away. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ready to move, and shook his head helplessly. It's not that he can't fight, it's just that he hates pointless battles. Take what Nagato did this time, for example. If he were in Danzo's shoes, he would have simply found an opportunity to sneak into Danzo's base, cut off Danzo's hand, and then chop off his head, and then retreat before the situation escalated. He would have achieved his goal, while also avoiding a siege. But now, those who didn't know would have thought he was out to destroy Konoha. While Nagato certainly possessed that kind of power, a single Super Shinra Tensei could have killed countless people. If he hadn't used the outer path Samsara Tensei at the end, Konoha would have been wiped out. Tsunade was eager to try. While she was pleased to see the old man Danzo being attacked, as long as Danzo was a member of Konoha, she couldn't sit idly by. He was still an elder after all. Killing Danzo like this would be a slap in the face of Konoha's high-ranking officials and a severe blow to Konoha's prestige. How could someone who couldn't even protect his own village elders claim to protect his own villagers? How could they guarantee mission completion? But just then, several figures flew over from behind. Amemiya Kenichi glanced over. It was Nagato, holding a lifeless old man in his arms. Danzo, dead, one of his arms severed. Nagato's other hand held the same arm as Uchiha, only now covered in Sharingan, a terrifying sight. How dare you? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists. His old friend was dead just like that, and died in front of them like this? Shameful ninja. Nagato snorted coldly, then began to leave with Danzo's body. But before he could leave, a barrage of ninjutsu flew over, interspersed with a woman's foot. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen all attacked, and even Hyuga Hayashi rushed forward, his target, to hold him back, and by time fought Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. This was a major incident. Nagato's actions were a slap in Konoha's face, and Konoha would certainly not let this go, at least not now. Furthermore, the Akatsuki would face even more challenges in the future, and the entire world's plot had once again deviated from its original trajectory. Furthermore, Nagato added this. Although Kenichi Amemiya thought Nagato was referring to Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others clearly disagreed. In fact, Kenichi Amemiya even felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade had truly intended to kill him. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga slapped Kenichi's body, aiming for acupuncture points. Naturally, Kenichi would not let him, easily dodging the blow. However, there was a reason Hayashi Hyuga had become the head of the Hyuga clan. His attacks were like a continuous stream. Even before hitting Kenichi, his palms created winds, attempting to block the flow of his chakra. Throughout, Hayashi Hinata remained silent, only continuing his attacks. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched as he sensed an approaching chakra. He leaped up, and a pair of long legs came into view. It was Tsunade. Looks like I have to be more serious. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips. Nagato was still being held captive by Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man looked as if he was ready to fight to the death, which gave Kenichi Amemiya a bad feeling. Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi was planning to use that move? But it was unlikely. While the powerful Shikigami sealing technique was powerful, it also had obvious flaws. Facing Nagato, who possessed the Shinra Tensei, it was nearly impossible to seal him. But ninjas fought intelligence battles, after all. Who could have imagined that Orochimaru, who seemed certain of victory, would have his hands sealed by the frail and elderly Hiruzen Sarutobi? It would be hilarious if Nagato were sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amemiya Kenichi would then suspect Nagato was rigged. A thick fog began to spread, rapidly spreading until it obscured the entire battlefield, even creeping towards Konoha. Tsunade's eyes grew serious. She had seen this move before. The next move would likely be the combined use of lightning release ninjutsu, instantly subjecting anyone within the fog's radius to lightning release. Beware of lightning release. Tsunade shouted, simultaneously punching the spot where Amemiya Kenichi stood in her memory. The powerful gust of wind from her fist slightly dissipated the dense fog around her, but she didn't see Amemiya Kenichi. Instead, she saw fire, a flame that obscured the entire sky. The next second, a heat wave, centered on Amemiya Kenichi, engulfed the entire battlefield. The dense fog instantly turned to steam, and visibility was reduced to a minimum. Chief, it's time to go, Amemiya Kenichi called out, and Nagato ran out. He truly had no intention of continuing the fight. He'd known what Amemiya Kenichi was thinking the moment he'd noticed the thick fog, and it hadn't occurred to him. They can't catch up. Nagato glanced back as he ran. The thick fog was now slowly creeping in once more, but there was no sign of Tsunade or Sarutobi Hiruzen. This little while is enough time for us to retreat. Amemiya Kenichi ran quickly. That jutsu relied on surprise. While Tsunade and the others had assumed it would be followed by lightning release, Amemiya Kenichi went the other way, achieving a surprisingly effective result. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Nagato. Nagato's face was completely bare, likely due to the Shinra Tensei technique, otherwise the puppet's skin would have been burned. The jutsu he had just used was also something he had thought of earlier when he was thinking about this combination jutsu. A simple senso jutsu, the mist hidden Jiki, combined with lightning and fire release, could be quite effective. The mist hidden Jiki and lightning release combined could make any enemy within reach almost completely vulnerable to lightning release, making it incredibly effective against a large group of enemies. Fire release, on the other hand, could evaporate the large particles of water vapor in the mist hidden Jiki into steam. This steam is incredibly hot, and when it adheres to human skin, it condenses into droplets. The heat released during the condensation process causes even greater damage. This is why burns from boiling water and steam cause different degrees of severity. It was a simple scientific application. However, this tactic only worked this one time. It wouldn't be as effective afterward. Amemiya Kenichi was playing an intelligence game, exploiting Tsunade and the others for not knowing that the mist hidden Jiki could be combined with fire release to create such an effect. How did you know his arm needed to be cut off? After running for a while, with no signs of pursuers, Amemiya Kenichi felt relieved. Nagato also stopped running, and began to walk briskly, looking at Amemiya Kenichi and asking, "That hand of his was made by me and my teacher." Amemiya Kenichi admitted straightforwardly. The deal between Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo was no secret, and Nagato wouldn't be angry about it. "I'll give you this hand. I see quite a few Sharingan inside." Nagato tossed the hand to Amemiya Kenichi, who took it. He was indeed very interested in the hand, but not in the main Jiki Sharingan on it, but in the owner of the arm, Uchiha. Uchiha's body didn't reject anything else, which was quite remarkable. He had previously felt sorry for Uchiha being taken away by Obito, but now he had material for a search. Chapter 360. Will you remember how many ants you have stepped on to death? But it must be said, that old Danzo was truly fascinating. He had acquired so many Sharingans, many of which included main Jiki Sharingans. This intrigued Amemiya Kenichi, who was curious about where Danzo had gotten them. Could it be that this old man had been planning to acquire Sharingans from a long time ago? That seems to be the only explanation for Danzo's possession of so many Sharingans. Konoha doesn't have that many manger key masters these days, Amemiya Kenichi mused, feeling that this was a strong possibility. After all, since he arrived in Konoha, Uchiha Shizu was the only one with a manger key. Uchiha Fugaku also possessed a manger key, but there were only a few of them. The others had rarely shown any signs of possessing a manger key. Kenichi Amemiya silently retracted Danzo's arm. Frankly, he wasn't interested in the eye on Danzo's arm right now. After all, he was now manger key. He was more interested in. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Nagato ahead. Nagato had stopped, carrying Danzo's body. He stood on a branch, gazing into the distance, his thoughts unsettled. "Captain, by the way, can I see your eyes?" Kenichi Amemiya asked with a smile. Nagato turned and gave Kenichi Amemiya a cold look. "You want to gouge my eyes out?" Nagato asked with narrowed eyes, his movements unchanged, still holding Danzo's body in one hand. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. He had no such idea. Why would he gouge out Nagato's eyes? Hadn't Uchiha Madara transplanted his own eyes into Nagato's body because he valued Nagato's Uzumaki clan? And look at what Nagato has become since he summoned the Outer Path Demon statue. Moreover, if he wanted to dig it out, he would have to fight Nagato once more. And Amemiya Kenichi felt that without his own eyes, he might not be able to fully develop their abilities. For example, Nagato's strongest skills were limited to a few ninjutsu. While powerful, they were still far inferior to Uchiha Madara's. "No, I just wanted to take a look." Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, staring at Nagato. The kaleidoscope in his eyes opened, and a protective umbrella-like pattern appeared within. Nagato looked at Amemiya Kenichi coldly, confused. What did he mean by just take a look? He didn't think it was a big deal to look at his own eyes. After all, they were merely his puppets, and even if they were destroyed, it wouldn't affect his true self. But he couldn't understand what Amemiya Kenichi meant. Could it be that Amemiya Kenichi knew where his true self was? Amemiya Kenichi was staring at Nagato, or more precisely, at the Rinnegan in his eyes. These unique eyes now shone with a mysterious light. How interesting. Amemiya Kenichi trembled with excitement. He was currently analyzing the most unique eyes in the ninja world, the Rinnegan, hailed as the pinnacle of all eyes. Another pair of eyes, also in this position, were the Samsara eyes, though the method of obtaining them was obviously even more unique. They required the Satsuki clan's bloodline chakra and the Byakugan of exceptional purity to open these unique eyes, considered the pinnacle of all eyes. However, Amemiya Kenichi had not yet begun studying the Samsara eyes. And unlike the current Rinnegan, which was right before his eyes, Amemiya could study it directly. However, the Samsara eyes did not exist, and Amemiya naturally had no specimens to study, so it was better to study the Rinnegan directly. At this moment, a pain rippled through Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, and he realized that he had consumed too much energy while analyzing the Rinnegan. "What are you doing?" Nagato was puzzled. He saw Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, after becoming strange, staring at him. Now, they were red, and it seemed as if the next second, no, in less than a second, Amemiya Kenichi's eyes would begin bleeding. But then, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly overcame Nagato, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Amemiya Kenichi stared blankly at Nagato. He had already analyzed Nagato's Rinnegan, but he wasn't sure if he had done it completely, because now he saw something utterly incomprehensible. As he looked into Nagato's eyes, he suddenly felt as if he had entered a strange space. Countless atomic nuclei flowed here, so densely packed that it was almost claustrophobic. But something else was also intertwined among them. These nuclei flowed continuously, at an extremely high speed, flowing endlessly, converging like a river, rushing and rushing, and Amemiya Kenichi felt as if he were drowning in it. Slow down. This thought flashed through Amemiya Kenichi's mind, and the river actually slowed down. He finally saw the true nature of these rivers. Somewhat familiar, or thought flashed through Amemiya Kenichi's mind. He didn't know why, but he felt as if these things before him were familiar, like walking down the street and suddenly spotting his lost dog among a group of strays. An inexplicable sense of deja vu. Amemiya Kenichi turned his head and looked around. All around him were these slowly flowing particles. They seemed to be composed of 8 strange things. They converged here, blending with each other, like 8 rivers finally converging and merging into the sea. Just as Amemiya Kenichi wanted to take another look, a wave of resistance overcame him. The next moment, Amemiya Kenichi felt dazed. He covered his head. When he opened his eyes again, everything was huge, but then quickly shrank back to its original size. Before him was Nagato, whose hands had just been lowered, while Amemiya Kenichi was hanging from a tree branch. "What did you just do?" Nagato asked. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Amemiya Kenichi. He had just felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was a strange feeling, but without hesitation, he unleashed his Shinra Tensei, deflecting everything around him, including Danzo's corpse and Amemiya Kenichi himself. Nagato also noticed that Amemiya Kenichi seemed to have just regained consciousness. "I'm lost in this strange universe." Amemiya Kenichi closed his Sharingan in a daze, then carelessly wiped the blood from his face. This time, the power of his eyes had been greatly depleted, but he had discovered some other ways to use it. For example, when this ability was activated, enemies seemed to be unaware. However, when it was almost fully understood, some powerful beings seemed to have a specific sense of it, such as Nagato, who suddenly sent him flying. However, none of this could suppress Amemiya Kenichi's confusion. He didn't know what he had just seen. According to common sense, he should have seen the element that formed Nagato's Rinnegan, but it seemed as if he saw a river, as if he were actually in it. This is incomprehensible. Nagato sucked Danzo's body, which he had sent flying, back to him. He then glanced at Kenichi Amemiya, who hung in the tree, his face still lost in thought. He suddenly felt that he would never understand the mind of a psychopath like Kenichi Amemiya. After all, would anyone do that suddenly? And didn't he think about letting himself down from the branch first? What was the point of hanging there all this time? It was clear that Kenichi Amemiya had fallen back into his previous state. His eyes were a little erratic. And at this moment, Kenichi Amemiya was indeed thinking. His eyes knew that he had just activated his ability to analyze, which proved that what he had just seen was indeed what the analysis had seen. So what were those things? 8 strange particles, a familiar feeling. I see, chakra, those are chakra. Kenichi Amemiya's head jerked up, and he remembered those strange things. Although he hadn't seen them clearly, because he seemed to be in the ocean at the time, now that he had left that place, Kenichi Amemiya suddenly understood that they were chakra. 7 types of chakra, but one more. He was familiar with that extra one, as it was the natural energy he frequently used. But why did he only find this when analyzing the Rinnegan? Amemiya Kenichi fell into deep thought again. Nagato looked at him with an increasingly strange expression. He even felt that there might be something wrong with him. Just now, he had suddenly danced on the branch, but soon he clung to it quietly again, like a deserted fish. Nagato shook his head and turned away. His true form couldn't get too far from the puppet. As for Amemiya Kenichi, he wasn't worried. He was quite powerful, and finding them wouldn't be easy. So Nagato left, leaving Amemiya Kenichi hanging alone on the tree. Since he was still wearing a mask, it wasn't a big deal. "Let's go, Conan. Let's go check on Yahiko." Nagato opened his eyes and smiled at his friend. After discovering the true murderer of Yahiko, Nagato was filled with rage. Now that he had finally let go of it, Conan smiled. "Okay, Nagato, but is Danzo really dead?" Conan was curious. She had also heard Nagato mention Danzo's resurrection. "He's dead." His arms were equipped with many Sharingan. It seems those eyes helped him escape death, but they were rendered useless after being cut off. Nagato's face flushed with excitement. Thinking of Danzo's death, Nagato felt like laughing. That fool, after he had chopped off his arm, had a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Then, realizing he was dying, he tried to perform some ninjutsu, but Nagato saw through it and immediately stopped him. Even before his death, he had tried to exchange favors for his life. His utterly ridiculous deed was truly absurd. Now, it was time to pay tribute to Yahiko. He hoped that Danzo's death would bring his friend peace. Conan led Nagato out of the tree. Sunlight streamed down on Nagato, dispelling the chill within. Nagato comfortably raised his hand, shielding it from the sunlight with one hand, as if holding it in his hand. First of all, my analysis was successful, or at least partially successful. Amemiya Kenichi had already descended from the tree, jotting down his thoughts as he walked. He had never seen chakra before when he used this ability, so why was it happening this time? Or was it that what I saw then was the essence of the Rinnegan? Essentially, the composition of chakra. If I could converge the 7 chakra attributes and natural energy into my eyes, could I also activate the Rinnegan? Amemiya Kenichi touched his eyes curiously. He wasn't entirely sure. After all, he hadn't tried it before. There was the sound of footsteps, and Amemiya Kenichi looked up. It was a small group of Konoha ninjas. The leader was a ninja he had never seen before. He didn't recognize the other 3, but he could see a pair of white eyes. The group of Konoha ninjas had clearly recognized him, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Amemiya Kenichi stared at the Konoha ninjas in silence. He hadn't expected to encounter them, even after taking the forest path instead of the main road. Demon. It's you. The leading ninja glared at Amemiya Kenichi angrily, his hands clenched tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. Oh, you know me. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He honestly couldn't recall meeting this person before. My best friend died because of you. The other party gnashed his teeth in hatred. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Could that be true? He couldn't remember. After all, he couldn't remember how many people he had killed. Who is your best friend? Amemiya Kenichi sneered. If the other party had just been honest, left quietly, or even escaped, he wouldn't have done anything. After all, he had no intention of killing anyone right now. He was more interested in understanding what he had just witnessed. Hearing Amemiya Kenichi's words, the other party became even more angry. Among the 3 ninjas behind him, a girl tugged at the sleeve of the ninja in front of him. Do you remember how many ants you stepped on to death? Amemiya Kenichi added fuel to the fire. Chapter 361 Dirty Politics. Has your leader always been so brave? Amemiya Kenichi casually dropped the limp corpse to the ground, then glanced at the 3 trembling genin, one of whom had even wet his pants. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He wondered how someone with such mental toughness could become a ninja. Had Konoha really reached this point? But the 3 little quails didn't seem to want to answer, which was understandable. Just now, their teacher had shouted about bonds and close friends before charging at Amemiya Kenichi, only to be pinned down in an instant. Amemiya Kenichi hadn't expected a jounin to be so clueless. If Naruto had rushed at him, shouting about bonds and close friends, Amemiya Kenichi would have been wary, but with this unnamed scoundrel, he didn't think he needed to be cautious. Amemiya Kenichi casually searched the jounin's possessions, taking his money and other belongings. He wiped his hands on the Konoha forehead protector and glanced at the 3 little quails. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have minded taking the 3 little quails with him and bringing them back to his lab for experiments, but he had more important things to do, so he could only consider them lucky. Just as he was about to leave, Amemiya Kenichi remembered something. He walked over to the 3 little quails and mentioned the taciturn ninja among them. He was a member of the Hyuga clan, with a pair of white eyes. This was the main reason Amemiya Kenichi had come to mention them. If it were just an ordinary ninja, Amemiya Kenichi would have ignored them. Will I die? The Hyuga clan ninja asked, his legs trembling, but his eyes tinged with relief, as if he had something to tell. It depends. Amemiya Kenichi didn't pay much attention, picked up the Hyuga clan ninja, and left. He had no interest in the other 2 quails. His sudden decision to take the Hyuga clan ninja with him was because he had something important on his mind. While attempting to analyze Nagato's Rinnegan, Kenichi Amemiya had considered a strange possibility. If he could further study the Byakugan and successfully master the method of transforming it into the Byakugan, ultimately developing the Samsaragan, wouldn't he be able to possess both the Samsaragan and the Rinnegan? Furthermore, could the Samsaragan and the Rinnegan potentially be further enhanced? For example, could the 2 eyes merge to create an even more powerful one? All of this intrigued Kenichi Amemiya, and he was eager to try it out. Coincidentally, he encountered another Hyuga clan ninja, so naturally, he became his test subject. He intended to use his main Jakita jutsu to see if the other's eyes would exhibit the same effects as before. As for the little creature's story, Kenichi Amemiya had no intention of exploring it further. He simply intended to use the Byakugan as an experiment and to explore how to break the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. If we don't find something for Konoha to do, Akatsuki will be in trouble. Amemiya Kenichi hurried along. He was taking the brat to the Omegakure village, where they were supposed to meet Nagato, and then take him directly back to the lab. Time was short, his shadow clones were still being tested, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to experience the same death wish he'd felt after dissolving them. The adjective "a life worse than death" was truly well invented. "Kid, you're from a branch of the Hyuga clan, right?" Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the Hyuga ninja in his hand. The ninja seemed resigned to his fate, his legs no longer shaking, perhaps from exhaustion. Yeah, he nodded. There was nothing strange about that. It was impossible for anyone from the main family to be seen outside. Ever since the previous Hyuga clan leader's Byakugan was poached by Ao from the Hidden Mist village, the main family had rarely left Konoha, and missions were usually carried out by members of the branch families. This way, even if a branch clan's ninja fell into enemy hands, they wouldn't be able to break the caged bird mark, and naturally, wouldn't be able to use their Byakugan. Furthermore, the main clan possessed a method to control the caged bird mark, allowing them to destroy the branch clan's Byakugan. This made it a foolproof method, to a certain extent. However, Kenichi Amemiya felt there were some issues with this. The enemy naturally couldn't use their Byakugan, but for so long, were all Hyuga clan members so stubborn? Would they immediately commit suicide upon capture? Or simply refuse to cooperate? How could this be possible? Only within Kenichi Amemiya's current Zerg, with its strict hierarchy and hierarchical structure, could such a thing be forced upon a captive. Humans, as the most complex intelligent species, make their own choices. Surely there would be one or two who wouldn't want to do that. It's impossible that the caged bird mark established by the main clan could also cause reproductive isolation between the Hyuga clan and the rest of the clan. That would be too absurd. If a branch of the Hyuga clan, disgruntled, decided to collaborate with the enemy village, then be used as a stud and produce a child with the Byakugan, wouldn't that prevent the new generation of the Hyuga clan from being caged? It wouldn't even be that complicated. A branch clan could secretly give birth to a child, hide it, and take the child to another ninja village. There was a branch of the Hyuga clan in my teacher's lab, but unfortunately, the child developed cancer and lost his eyes. Naturally, by then, there would be no branch or main clan, and the Byakugan bloodline would be completely lost to Konoha. Strangely, from the founding of Konoha until now, Ao seems to be the only example of a Byakugan lost to the enemy and exploited. Your branch clan members are on a mission. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. Konoha's protection of the Hyuga clan was indeed very strong. Even when the branch clan went on a mission, a Jonin accompanied them. Furthermore, some of the Hyuga clan's branch clans had been so thoroughly brainwashed that they simply self-destructed when faced with a crisis. Naturally, the Byakugan was useless. However, this might also be due to the Byakugan's relatively low upper limit. While the lower limit is high, the upper limit is also truly limited. Currently, it seems the only explanation for this is Himura's Byakugan in Boruto. As for the main Naruto series, the Sharingan remains the most popular and sought after item in the ninja world. If a time traveler were to obtain a live streaming e-commerce system, the Sharingan would likely be the top seller. Sensei and Danzo are all vying for it, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen once hinted at the Sharingan through Sensei. This demonstrates the immense allure of the Sharingan to these elite individuals. However, those seeking the Byakugan are generally ninja from other villages. Kid, what do you think of the main family? Amemiya Kenichi asked with a smile. The branch family kid hadn't shown any suicidal tendencies since being captured by him, and even seemed to be giving up. This proved that he wasn't a brainwashed ninja. At the very least, he probably didn't have much affection for the main family, which would open up many opportunities for him to exploit. If he could remove the caged bird mark, could he use this method to make this kid a spy hidden in Konoha? Or perhaps have him stir up hatred between the branch families and the main family, thus tying up Konoha's forces? Amemiya Kenichi thought with his toes, knowing that Konoha's forces would undoubtedly harbor murderous intentions against the Akatsuki. Investigations and probing would ensue, and they might even send in spies, just like Uchiha Itachi once did. Giving them something to do would also provide some relief. Looking at him, Amemiya Kenichi thought of Kabuto Yakushi, whom he had met briefly before. He didn't know if he was still alive. After all, Amemiya Kenichi had sent him undercover in Konoha, but he hadn't expected Nagato to know Danzo's mastermind so quickly. Now that Danzo was dead, there was no telling what would become of Kabuto Yakushi. The kid's eyes etched with pain, biting his lower lip before he finished his words. But looking at him, Amemiya Kenichi knew he truly harbored some resentment towards the Hyuga clan's main family. The Hyuga clan's branch families weren't saints. How could they possibly balance the disparity between their lives and the main families? In his past life, even a small company could be plagued by open and covert infighting, let alone a large clan. Do you want revenge on them? Amemiya Kenichi said, like a demon, luring innocent lambs into hell. Are we preparing for Danzo's funeral? In the ruins of Konoha's Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a crudely constructed office, handling government affairs. It was Mitokado who asked the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen wearily placed the documents on the table, pinched his brow, and leaned back in his chair, gazing at the crude ceiling above. Konoha's losses this time weren't particularly severe, but in a way, they were heavy. The bombing of the Hokage building resulted in the loss of countless items. Even the scrolls of forbidden techniques were damaged. Fortunately, he had been prepared, so he didn't suffer any losses. However, rebuilding the Hokage building would undoubtedly strain Konoha's finances once again. However, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the greatest loss was probably the death of Danzo, his old friend who now presided over Konoha's route. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had his fair share of complaints about both the route and Danzo, even overtly and covertly undermining his friend's power, the route's existence did indeed serve Konoha well. A prosperous ninja village requires a wealth of talent. Both leaders like Sarutobi Hiruzen and underhanded men like Danzo. No ninja village dared to claim absolute greatness and righteousness. Every village had its own dark side, one that could not be made public. Therefore, they needed a leader, and Danzo was that leader. Unfortunately, Danzo was now dead. Prepare, according to the highest standards of the elders. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up straight, finally making a decision. Although Danzo had committed many shameful acts, Konoha couldn't ignore his funeral. Danzo had done many wrong things, but many of those wrongdoings were for Konoha. Now that he was dead, giving him a proper funeral was a good idea. Mitokado nodded. Originally, an elder like him didn't have the qualifications, but there was no other way. Konoha had so much to deal with right now, so he had to help with some matters, including some more important ones. So, who do you plan to appoint as the leader of the route? Mitokado asked the crucial question. Unlike other branches of Konoha, the route boasted its own revenue and military forces. Though relatively unknown, it held immense power. Mitokado had long coveted the route, and he knew Koharu was equally interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen neither looked up nor spoke, calmly attending to the affairs at hand. Seeing this, Mitokado left, having grasped his intentions. After Mitokado left, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced up, his eyes cold and bitter. Danzo's body was still being patched and embellished by the Undertaker. He hadn't even been buried, and already these people were vying for power. Such dirty politics. Perhaps we shouldn't have let Amemiya Kenichi rebel. Then perhaps Konoha would have had a younger generation leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Amemiya Kenichi's status was truly exceptional. A legitimate Hokage, a disciple of Orochimaru, and a worthy candidate for the Hokage title. And most importantly, the other person possesses exceptional talent and immense strength, possessing all the qualities to become Hokage. With him around, Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily hand the Hokage title over to Tsunade. Perhaps. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the documents before him. With a single signature, he could determine the outcome of matter, decide the direction of a large sum of money, earn the respect and approval of countless people, and have everyone act in accordance with his will. This was truly wonderful. So I too am struggling in the filth and mud. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. How's that brat? Tsunade, leaning against the wall, sipped her wine. She had recently treated a number of wounded and was a little exhausted, but she still rushed over to ask a crucial question. Tsunade-sama, the target is a little frightened, but he's calm at the moment, the leading ANBU ninja said respectfully. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. took a sip of her wine, then glanced thoughtfully at the yellow-haired brat below, diligently concentrating his chakra. Chapter 362 Naruto, do you want to be my disciple? The demon fox is so despicable. It's all his fault. My wife died, and I'm in this state now. A man glared at the small figure walking down the street, his eyes filled with anger and hatred, his body wrapped in large sheets of gauze. Yes, it's all his fault. More people glared at the tiny figure before them, their fists clenched, their breathing becoming heavier and more rapid. If looks could kill, Naruto would have been hacked to pieces by now. Naruto lowered his head, his hands tucked into his pockets. Although the sun was shining, the winter heat couldn't dispel the chill that washed over him, nor the resentment that lingered in his heart. Naruto didn't know why. He didn't know why everyone treated him this way. Friends who had shown him kindness before now became cold and disgusted when they met again. The evasive looks stung Naruto deeply. He was used to the curses like this. After all, every time he appeared, people distanced themselves from him and disliked him. If I become a ninja, if I become Hokage-sama, everyone will recognize me, right? Or thought flashed through Naruto's mind. He heard many people praising Hokage-sama with expressions and respect he had never seen before, and Naruto's heart was filled with admiration for him. To be so recognized and praised by everyone, he must be a very powerful person, right? But I'm so hungry. Naruto clutched his rumbling stomach and swallowed. A pleasant aroma wafted through the air. It was the ramen made by the handmaid uncle. It was delicious. He always got a lot of meat there, but he was out of money. Naruto looked at a Chiraku ramen not far away, swallowed his saliva, and quickly ran out. He was hungry, and the easiest way to get some good food was. So Naruto sat down by the stream and began his fishing adventure. As he fished, he focused his gaze on the water. This helped him feel less hungry and made him feel better. Just as Naruto was concentrating on praying for a fish to bite, a pleasant aroma wafted over. Naruto's nose twitched, and he wondered if he was imagining it. How could he smell the aroma of sukiyaki in such a place? But the aroma grew stronger, and Naruto couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw the older brother he had met before sitting behind him, and a pot was steaming, and the aroma was coming from it. Hey, Naruto, the beef is cooked. Want some? Amemiya Kenichi asked with a smile. Naruto didn't react, just staring blankly at Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Was this poor kid starving? Although Naruto had just looked like this when he saw him, and when he dealt with the ANBU around him, Naruto had set up a pot behind him and started cooking beef hot pot, and this poor kid still didn't notice him. This was a bit outrageous. Now that he finally saw it, he was stunned. This made Amemiya Kenichi wonder if Sarutobi Hiruzen had still abused the orphan of the fourth Hokage. A wicked thought flashed through his mind. He planned to find time to release the fourth Hokage's soul upon his return, then use the impure world reincarnation to show him what kind of life his son was living. What would the fourth Hokage do then? Would Minato Namikaze start the fourth Shinobi World War? Big brother. Naruto stood up and looked at Amemiya Kenichi with joy. Amemiya Kenichi cheerfully handed him a pair of chopsticks. Naruto took them and sat down by the hot pot, staring intently at it, occasionally glancing at Amemiya Kenichi. This made Amemiya Kenichi feel a bit amused. Naruto, how's your chakra refining going? Amemiya Kenichi casually picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and asked Naruto, who eagerly picked up the chopsticks and began to eat the beef. But after hearing Amemiya Kenichi's question, he obediently put down his chopsticks. Big brother, I've refined some chakra now, but it's very little, and I don't know how to use it. Naruto scratched his head. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised. After all, even though Naruto was of the Uzumaki clan and had a tailed beast, he wasn't born with the ability to refine chakra. Every ninja usually learns chakra first, including those who practice taijutsu. Try to refine it, and I'll see. Amemiya Kenichi noticed Naruto's eagerness to eat, but decided to let Naruto try first. Naruto tried, but failed. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. It was the first time he'd ever seen chakra refinement fail. Forget it, let's eat first. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and began to eat. Seeing this, Naruto also ate the ingredients in the hot pot at a breakneck pace, eating so fast that the heat made him gasp for air, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. This way of eating is wrong. The human esophagus is very delicate, and excessively hot food can burn it. Eating like this frequently will cause the wound to heal and then be burned again, which over time can easily lead to cancer. However, this is a ninja world, so Kenichi Amemiya only gave a few words of advice and stopped talking. Those who have never experienced hunger truly cannot understand the excitement of eating. Kenichi Amemiya ate slowly. The ninja in the ninja world are physically very good. After Naruto refined his chakra, his body was already somewhat different from that of an ordinary person, and even if the food caused blisters or something, he could handle it. He had originally wanted to see if Naruto's refined chakra contained the aura of the Nine Tails, but now he could only ask after Naruto finished eating. Naruto devoured the 3 servings of food that Kenichi Amemiya had prepared, leaving Kenichi Amemiya stunned and even worried that Naruto would die from overeating. After all, overeating can be fatal. If the food ruptures the stomach, even the gods cannot save him. Are you okay? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with a mixture of laughter and tears. Naruto touched his bulging belly and shook his head with difficulty. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Sandaime, oh Sandaime, what the hell have you done? The only son of the 4th Hokage and a Jinchuriki, is this the treatment he gets? After waiting for a while, Naruto finally managed to refine his chakra with great difficulty. Amemiya Kenichi looked very carefully, but he didn't sense any evil aura. It seems the seal is still quite strong. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Naruto's belly with some excitement in his eyes. He really wanted to study the Nine Tails and see how powerful it was. Big brother, where do you live in the village? Naruto looked at Amemiya Kenichi curiously. He had tried to find Amemiya Kenichi in the village before. After all, the other party had no ill will towards him. This made Naruto, who had been discriminated against for a long time, pay great attention to Amemiya Kenichi. I used to live in the village, but not anymore. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He did have a house in Konoha, but there was no way he was going back there, was there? Oh. Naruto nodded, half understanding. He was still a child, and while the ninja community was more mature, Naruto couldn't grasp anything too complex right now. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto. He had come here just to see him and pick up a few things. Although the 6 Paths Sage seemed to be targeting the impure world reincarnation jutsu, this was both a bad thing and a good thing. When facing a troublesome opponent, using the impure world reincarnation would be a good thing. So, this time, Amemiya Kenichi was planning to stock up on supplies and gain a monopoly on the jutsu. Obito, that bastard, was most likely here for the impure world reincarnation, which required a portion of the deceased's tissue from life. Amemiya Kenichi planned to come ahead and take those items, destroying anything he couldn't take with him. The items needed weren't particularly numerous, only the cage's corpse was needed. The other small items wouldn't be of much use. Naruto, would you like to become my master? Amemiya Kenichi smirked at Naruto. Naruto's future combat prowess was considerable, and most importantly, he had a good personality. He didn't have to worry about facing a situation like his master's assassination. While Naruto was a bit too forgiving, the plot had already fallen apart. Jiraiya probably wouldn't die again, unless he investigated the Akatsuki right now and proactively tested Nagato. Hiden wouldn't be able to kill Asuma, his head was still soaking in the lab. Become my master? Naruto blinked. He didn't know what become a master meant, but he knew it was what a teacher meant, so he nodded. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Naruto's head with a chuckle. Although he had become Naruto's master, there wasn't much he could teach him right now. He was too young, and it would be difficult for him to receive ninja training. And it is impossible to give money directly. If Naruto suddenly becomes rich, the ANBU will definitely notice it, which will harm Naruto instead. That old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a good person. Just when Amemiya Kenichi was about to say something else, he felt a fluctuation of chakra. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the sky. Is this place also within the range of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu? I have to say that this ninjutsu is really interesting. It is definitely a powerful weapon for paparazzi. With this thing, he can know what others are doing in the room. This bastard Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. But after looking at the bewildered Naruto, Amemiya Kenichi suddenly thought of an interesting thing. Naruto, do you want to go with me, your teacher? Then you can have enough food every day, and no one will exclude you. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with a smile. After hearing this, Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Naruto doesn't feel a strong sense of belonging to Konoha these days, and that's perfectly normal. You can't expect someone who's been treated this way daily to develop a sense of belonging to the village. And what good would it do for Naruto to stay in Konoha? Absolutely not. In the original manga, Naruto's miserable childhood is mostly mentioned as an afterthought. Even so, the depth of the tragedy it depicts has left countless viewers wondering, how did Naruto, with such a miserable life, grow up to become the future 7th Hokage? Anyone else would have turned evil and taken revenge on society long ago. Most people ultimately believe that characters like Iruka Sensei and the hand-drawn uncle provided Naruto with comfort and prevented him from turning evil. Others believe it was Ashura's reincarnation that gave Naruto a heartless and strong mental fortitude. So, with Naruto's life so bleak, did Konoha truly protect him? Yes. Naruto was starving, ostracized, and accused of being a demon fox. Did Konoha truly deserve the 4th Hokage? Definitely not. Besides, now that Kenichi Amemiya has mastered the Manger Key and would release, taking Naruto away is no big deal. Furthermore, the future of the ninja world has long since shifted from its previous trajectory, so even if it changes even more, it won't matter. Old sensei, can I say goodbye to the hand-toting uncle? Naruto blinked and asked. No, there's not enough time. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed Naruto's head, and Naruto still hesitated. Wouldn't it be better to become an outstanding ninja and come back later? Kenichi Amemiya added. Naruto thought what Kenichi said made sense and followed him. Children are always so easily fooled. Kenichi Amemiya picked up Naruto and stood there. Did Naruto go fishing again? In the simple Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally finished his work. He frowned and decided to see what Naruto was doing. As the screen appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been leaning back in his chair, suddenly stood up. He stared at the scene in shock and anger as he saw Naruto being picked up by a familiar figure. The figure seemed to have noticed his jutsu, looking up at the sky and waving at him. Then the figure carried Naruto away, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stormed out. He couldn't wait any longer. Even if the demon was Kenichi Amemiya, he had crossed his limit. But when Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over, he only saw the unconscious ANBU ninja in the bubbling beef hot pot, bubbling like bubbles, slapping Sarutobi in the face. Demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly gnashed his teeth. That was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As expected, he should have just replaced the Jinchuriki and kept him under secret protection. Kenichi Amemiya really knew Naruto's identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was terribly dark. He now deeply regretted why he was soft-hearted, because Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage. Chapter 363 Jinchuriki in Minato Namake's. Teacher Amemiya, is this the airship you're talking about? Naruto asked curiously, perched on the airship, watching the forest shrink below. He then excitedly looked at Kenichi Amemiya and nodded. This was indeed the airship he'd been researching, a simple and convenient flying device. It had become standard equipment in the ninja world. Konoha, the Land of Fire, and other major ninja villages all had numerous such airships. He just didn't know what they were used for. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at his scroll, which held the remains of the 2nd Hokage and the 1st Hokage. There was no way to prevent the 1st Hokage. Uchiha Madara also had Hashirama cells, so there was no way to prevent this. He could only use impure world reincarnation in advance to bring the 1st Hokage out. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about Obito's impure world reincarnation. Kenichi Amemiya suspected that Obito and Black Zetsu might be targeting Uchiha Madara, which made him lick his lips. Uchiha Madara was a troublesome guy, but he could still fight the impure world Uchiha Madara. Resurrecting him would be a problem. Where are we going? Naruto blinked, excited. Kids are like that. They are usually confined to their homes, but once they can venture far, they get excited. Let's go to the land of rice fields first. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, then piloted his airship towards it. While flying, however, he wasn't idle, but surveyed his surroundings. Ever since his airships were forced to become ubiquitous throughout the ninja world, there were now numerous airships along the Konoha border. Flying directly over there would easily reveal them, unless they were lucky enough to catch a break in patrols. The problem was that the sky was already visible, making concealment difficult. Fortunately, he had already made preparations. In his past life, invisibility had always been a hot topic in military research, and the emergence of stealth fighters led some uninformed individuals to believe they were legitimate stealth fighters. However, stealth doesn't mean it's invisible to the naked eye, but rather that it's difficult to detect by radar. This is radar invisibility, while visual invisibility is often primarily achieved through military clothing. The essence of camouflage uniforms is to make soldiers appear less visible to the naked eye, and some snipers will adapt their attire to suit different environments. While Kenichi Amemiya hasn't yet built a fighter jet, he can certainly make some improvements to his airship. After all, he doesn't believe radar exists in the ninja world. Therefore, no special paint job is needed, simply give the airship a subtle coating. Today's weather is sunny, but there are a few clouds. Kenichi Amemiya climbed out, glanced at the sky, and quickly applied a coat of blue and white camouflage to his airship. This makes his airship virtually impossible to spot from a distance. Even from close range, distinguishing it requires careful observation. Simply controlling your speed can even make it look like a passing cloud. While it's still possible to spot it with good eyesight, this camouflage is generally sufficient, and it's a breeze to deal with the current situation. Of course, if the Konoha ninjas had particularly good eyesight, that was another story. Naruto, don't you have anything you want to take? When Amemiya Kenichi returned to the airship, Naruto was still curiously looking at the scenery below through the window, which reminded him of his first time on a plane. Although I have some clothes, didn't you say we should leave quickly, sensei? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Naruto. This unfortunate little guy didn't even have anything to take. Looking at Naruto, Amemiya Kenichi hesitated. He wondered if he should tell him about Naruto's parents. But if he did, Amemiya Kenichi worried that Naruto wouldn't be able to handle the shock. Or, Naruto, do you know who your parents are? Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. The plot was already pretty much broken, so it wouldn't matter if he told him sooner. It would also give Naruto time to adjust and avoid being too upset by the shock. And Amemiya Kenichi didn't believe Naruto hadn't thought about this, although Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely have his own explanation. I don't know, but a grandfather told me my parents were Konoha ninjas who sacrificed their lives for the cause, which is why I only get the monthly living allowance. Naruto blinked. He'd asked before, of course. After all, everyone else had parents, but he didn't, so naturally he wanted to know. But that was exactly what the grandfather who provided him with the monthly living allowance had said when he'd asked. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen had said that. I've met your parents. Your dad and mom were quite caring towards me back then. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He hadn't lied. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had indeed taken good care of him, though that was also because they wanted him to become Kakishi's friend. And Amemiya Kenichi and the Yondaime and his wife were relatively close, though not incredibly close. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled. He looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a mixture of excitement and uneasiness, as if he wanted to say something, but perhaps because he had too much to say, he couldn't speak for a moment. Your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and your mother is Scarlet Pepper Uzumaki Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with a half smile, and his words left Naruto completely stunned. The amount of information was so overwhelming that he needed some time to process it. Amemiya Kenichi didn't rush. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. It had to be said that drinking tea was very easy in the ninja world, thanks to the existence of fire release, allowing him to have hot tea anytime, anywhere. After Amemiya Kenichi finished his tea, Naruto was still stunned, clearly overwhelmed by the information. Teacher, my father is the fourth Hokage, and my mother is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? What is a Jinchuriki? What is the Nine-Tails? Naruto blinked. He knew a little about the fourth Hokage, but he had never imagined he would be his child. And what was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Yes, this is a photo of me and your parents. Kenichi Amemiya flipped through the sealed scroll and found a photo of himself with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Of course, Kakashi was also in it. This was a photo Kenichi Amemiya took when he and Kakashi were friends at Kushina Uzumaki's house. It was also a photo Kenichi Amemiya had always kept. After all, it was a precious image of the Yondaime couple. At the beginning, he had thought of selling it to Naruto when he grew up, but now Naruto has become his disciple, so naturally, these no longer exist. Naruto stared at the photo in a daze. There were 4 people in it. One was his teacher Kenichi Amemiya, and the other was Minato Namikaze with yellow hair, who had a very warm smile. Then there was a woman with red hair, who smiled and punched a boy with silver hair on the head. It seemed that they had a very good relationship. For a moment, Naruto's eyes became moist. He had no memory of his parents since he was born. In his mind, parents were just a noun, a code name, but he never knew what his parents looked like or why they left him. Naruto knew nothing about these things. He had envied other children because they could be with their parents, but he had never felt the love of his father or mother. Now, he finally knew who his parents were and what they looked like. Looking at Naruto crying while holding the photo, Kenichi Amemiya touched his nose. This little guy Naruto was really an unlucky guy in the ninja world. He had lived in hell since he was a child, but he was able to emerge from the mud without being stained, wash himself in the clear water without being evil, and even become a savior in the future. His character was really strong. After Naruto felt better, Kenichi Amemiya started to explain the Jinkriki to him. A Jinkriki is someone who has another creature sealed within them. Your mother was once Konoha's Jinkriki, and within her was a fox-shaped tailed beast called the Ninetales. Amemiya Kenichi explained, and Naruto blinked. He was a little confused. You also have the Ninetales sealed within you, and you are the Ninetales Jinkriki after your mother. Amemiya Kenichi smiled at Naruto, and sure enough, Naruto was confused again, his eyes becoming vacant and unfocused, as if he couldn't understand. Originally, your mother planned to have you, but because she was a Jinkriki, she would be very weak during childbirth. Amemiya Kenichi briefly explained what he knew, mentioning Obito's crucial role. However, Naruto was still a child, so he didn't reveal Obito's identity or his specific actions, simply letting him know that Obito was the culprit behind his parents' deaths. By the time Amemiya Kenichi finished speaking and sipped his tea to soothe his throat, little Naruto's eyes had lost their optimism and become more heavy. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Naruto. He had always wondered if Naruto's personality would change if he knew the cause of his parents' death from a young age. If Naruto's previous efforts were solely driven by the desire to become Hokage, would hatred drive him to do so now that he knew the cause? Amemiya Kenichi was curious. Teacher, who is that stranger? Why did he do this? Naruto clenched his fists in anger. He had just learned who his parents were, and that they had been killed by someone else. Naruto couldn't articulate what was going on inside him, but he knew only that he felt terribly uncomfortable. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and patted Naruto's head. I don't know who he is, but he's definitely a bad guy. Amemiya Kenichi glanced out the window. The airship had already left the line of fire, and the border airships hadn't spotted Amemiya Kenichi. He didn't know if it was just luck or the camouflage was working, but this was also a good thing. Kenichi Amemiya didn't want his experimental base exposed to Konoha. Seeing Naruto's face, a shrug twitched his lips. He wondered if he shouldn't be talking to Naruto now. After all, Naruto was still so young, and it wouldn't be easy for him to understand or accept these things. But even if he did, he couldn't seal Naruto's memories away. That would be too much trouble. Don't overthink it. There's no point in thinking about it now. For a ninja, the only thing you can rely on is your fists. Kenichi Amemiya patted Naruto's head. Little Naruto looked completely clueless, but children always figured things out with time. He just didn't know if Naruto would become a future Avenger like Sasuke, or something else entirely. Teacher, Naruto bit his lip, unsure what to say. He felt powerless. He had no idea how powerful his parents were, but the title of Hokage alone told him that avenging them would be extremely difficult. Don't worry, you're the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the son of the Yondaime. You possess innate talent. With hard work, you'll undoubtedly become a powerful warrior in the future, Amemiya Kenichi said with a chuckle. However, that time was too far away. He didn't have the luxury of waiting for Naruto to grow up into his future self. So, Obito would personally take care of it, but he could let Naruto do it himself for the final blow, thus fulfilling Naruto's wish. Amemiya Kenichi controlled the airship and began its descent. They had reached the laboratory, and he needed to retrieve some items. After Amemiya Kenichi collected his belongings, Naruto still looked distraught. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi remained silent. He couldn't ask too much of a child his age. Naruto, let's go. I'll take you to the snowy mountains. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head, observing the gloomy Naruto. It seemed he had to take Naruto to relax before discussing exercise. He also had to return to his experiments. This trip to Konoha did take a while, but the good news is that Nagato's situation has been resolved. All they need to do is return to the land of snow to discuss his plan. They are not sure what Nagato is thinking, but with his help today, Kenichi Amemiya feels his chances of convincing him have increased. Then they can take action against Obito and Black Zetsu. Those two guys took the Forbidden Scroll, which is quite troublesome. Chapter 364 Konoha's Countermeasures. Naruto has been taken away by Kenichi Amemiya. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was grim, his fists clenched tightly. He had never imagined that Kenichi Amemiya would dare to take Naruto away like that, and even stand there and greet him arrogantly. I have a feeling something is wrong. Tsunade sat in a chair, lost in thought. She had just returned from the Konoha hospital when she heard her teacher utter such a suffocating statement. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly felt that the coveted position of Hokage of Konoha was not so easy to hold. If possible, Tsunade would rather give it to her teacher. The Ninetales Jinchuriki had been taken away by someone. This was a devastating blow to Konoha. After all, Konoha's position as the premier ninja village depended on powerful ninjas and the Ninetales. However, Tsunade couldn't understand why Kenichi Amemiya did this. As for Kenichi Amemiya's identity, there was no room for doubt. After all, Tsunade could tell at a glance that the chakra refining method Naruto practiced belonged to Orochimaru, and her teacher had confirmed this. Since he possessed Orochimaru's chakra refining method and had approached Naruto, with Naruto showing no resistance, his identity was undeniable. It was either Orochimaru or Kenichi Amemiya. Based on his proficiency in ninjutsu and fighting techniques, Tsunade was certain that Tenma was Kenichi Amemiya. Orochimaru's fighting style was too familiar to her to be mentioned without mentioning the snake, but Tenma's was even more unique. While he was clearly very powerful, he always gave Tsunade the impression that he wasn't particularly interested in fighting, constantly seeking other solutions. This was somewhat despicable, and it displeased Tsunade. She would rather Kenichi Amemiya fight her head on. What the hell is this? Tsunade shook her head. She hadn't expected this little Amemiya Kenichi to grow so quickly and to be so gifted. He'd even mastered would release ninjutsu, which reminded her of her grandfather. If Amemiya Kenichi were still in Konoha, perhaps the next ninja god would have emerged. There's no reason for him to reveal what he's done. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a puff. While smoking, he also used wind release ninjutsu to blow the smoke away, as Tsunade had requested. The cause was something inside him. Tsunade had previously performed surgery to remove it, but subsequent tests revealed that it seemed to be growing again. Tsunade was certain it was related to smoking, and even now, she wouldn't allow his second-hand smoke to harm others. She was still researching the specific disease, but hadn't made any progress yet. This particular disease was particularly troublesome, as it grew internally, making some ninjutsu designed to eliminate toxins and harmful substances ineffective. However, this also gave Tsunade a competitive edge. She vowed to thoroughly understand the nature of this disease, and then find a solution. As for Asuma Sarutobi, Hiruzen had already forced him to quit smoking. While Asuma was initially reluctant, after Tsunade's intervention, he finally gave up smoking, and now seemed to be developing a new hobby. But what puzzled Hiruzen now was why Kenichi Amemiya had done this. He could have simply taken Naruto away without revealing his presence, but Kenichi had noticed his jutsu and even waved his hand, leaving him somewhat baffled. This proved that Kenichi wanted to let him know that he had taken Naruto away, but what was the point? Was it to draw Konoha's attention to that mysterious organization? Old man, what are you going to do? Tsunade asked Hiruzen, an idea forming in her mind. However, she still wanted to hear the old man's opinion. After all, he had been Hokage for so long, and perhaps his perspective on the matter was different from hers. Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched his brow. Kenichi Amemiya had joined a mysterious organization, and their leader had attacked Konoha today. Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly sensed that the other party wasn't a living being, more like a puppet, and his eyes. Let me say this first, that guy doesn't look like he's exerting his full strength yet. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. She was referring to Yahiko. She remembered the boy, but she also remembered his ease throughout the entire process, as if he had some winning trump card in hand. If Kenichi Amemiya were to put it this way, Nagato would be the landlord with a strong hand, completely confident that his peasants wouldn't be able to turn the tables. You said that man's name was Yahiko? Is he Jiraiya's disciple? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag on his cigarette. Why did these disciples seem so worrying? His own disciples were needless to say, but Jiraiya's disciples were still so powerful, even coming to kill one of their Konoha elders. Yes, it's Yahiko. He's said to be dead. 3 of Jiraiya's disciples founded an organization called Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. They were later wiped out by Hanzo, the demigod of the Rain Village. Jiraiya was devastated for a while. Tsunade flipped through the documents in her hand. Of course she remembered him. Although they had only met a few times, he had left a deep impression on her, so naturally she remembered him. She also remembered that he had 2 children with him, one named Nagato and the other named Konan. Akatsuki? Rain Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued smoking. He had once employed Tenma, but at the time, he had claimed his organization's name wasn't Akatsuki, but something else. Now it seemed highly likely he was lying. Although Yahiko appeared to have been made into a puppet, it was difficult to determine whether Akatsuki had truly perished. If he was, then Rain Village might be their base. It could be said that Akatsuki was now an obstacle standing in Konoha's way and a formidable threat. Whether they intended to treat Amemiya Kenichi gently and persuade him to return to Konoha, or to forcefully reclaim the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, they needed to first gain a better understanding of the organization. What about Jiraiya? As his disciple, he'd probably want to know what's going on, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. He had things to attend to. Konoha was awash in activity, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's disappearance needed to be concealed, while the public had to pretend the Nine-Tails was still there. While Tsunade wasn't in any trouble, dealing with the Akatsuki alone would be difficult. If anything happened to her, he'd be utterly devastated. Therefore, the simplest solution was to send Tsunade and Jiraiya together. This would provide the greatest safety, and with Jiraiya around, the other party would likely be less drastic, wouldn't they? After all, Yahiko had been made into a puppet, and seemingly still held the position of leader, so he must be connected to Jiraiya. Tsunade curled her lips. She naturally saw the old man's intentions, but even she had to admit that, if Jiraiya knew about this, he would immediately gather intelligence, and confirm the information. Leaving Jiraiya alone wouldn't work. After all, no one knew what the other party was thinking. Furthermore, Danzo was being hunted down by them, proving that the Akatsuki's downfall was likely due to Danzo, and he definitely had a grudge against them. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-sama has returned to the village. Just then, an ANBU ninja rushed in. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a glance. Jiraiya's return was truly timely. However, when Tsunade found Jiraiya, she realized there was more to the story. Do you remember the prophecy I told you about? Jiraiya asked, his expression serious, no longer his usual lecherous demeanor, which made Tsunade feel a little uncomfortable. You mean the child of prophecy? Tsunade naturally knew what Jiraiya was talking about. After all, he had once mysteriously told her about this prophecy. Yes, but now there's a problem. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his expression darkening. Not long ago, he had been collecting material for a novel outside a women's bathhouse, when he accidentally sensed the influence of a reverse psychic ninjutsu. This brought him to Mount Maiboku, and from the awakened Gamma Sage, he learned something else. The prophecy had been altered. I saw a demon from the stars, destroying the ninja world, tearing the earth apart, and destroying the world. The thought of Gamma Sage's prophecy made Jiraiya's hair stand on end. This was Gamma Sage's prophecy, and he had never failed to predict it. So, he had returned to Konoha to inquire about any major events in the ninja world recently. While he could gather intelligence while out in the field, it certainly wasn't as good as the intelligence gathered by specialized intelligence agencies like Konoha. With Tsunede's explanation, Jiraiya finally understood what had happened in Konoha during his absence. Upon hearing that Naruto had been taken away by Kenichi Amemiya, Jiraiya's expression sank. Although he had never met the imp, he knew that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, the child of his own disciple, the only child of his fallen disciple. He had never imagined Naruto could live this way, and that Kenichi Amemiya had taken him away, even taking the troublesome Ninetales with him. Jiraiya took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. He wanted to rush to the Hokage building and confront his teacher. He claimed to be protecting the fourth Hokage's orphan, but what had he actually protected? Naruto had suffered from poverty, lack of food, and discrimination, and had paid so much, yet now, Naruto had been taken away by Kenichi Amemiya, his whereabouts unknown. This was Konoha, the protection afforded by the premier ninja village in the ninja world. If Naruto was still being taken away, why hadn't they simply allowed Naruto to enjoy the rights that the fourth Hokage's child deserved? Why had he become the target of the villagers' wrath? Is it really for the good of the village to place all these burdens on a child, a Jinchuriki? Aren't they afraid that one day this Jinchuriki will be unable to accept this and commit suicide, or harbor hatred towards Konoha, vowing to eliminate those who excluded him in the future? Yahiko and the Akatsuki? I see. When I was in the Rain Village, I did feel like I was being watched, but at the time, Jiraiya suppressed his anger, taking deep breaths before massaging his temples and pondering this information. Tsunade remained silent. She could see Jiraiya's anger, and she knew why he was so angry. She had been angry too, and that was why she wanted to become Hokage and put an end to the old man's foolish actions. The Yondaime had already sacrificed his life and his wife for this village, and this was unfair to Naruto. However, Naruto was kidnapped before she became Hokage, and now she had no choice but to save him. Well, in that case, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Now that they had confirmed the other party was Yahiko, the task was simple. All they had to do next was investigate the intelligence and confirm the situation between Yahiko and the Akatsuki. However, it wasn't an easy task. So, you're going to take this brat as your apprentice? The teacher glanced at Kenichi Amemiya, then lazily leaned back on the sofa, licking a popsicle. Kenichi Amemiya looked at his teacher with a strange expression. How could the teacher have become like this after his absence? If Kenichi Amemiya hadn't known the teacher's identity, he would have truly believed that the teacher was a woman. Although Kenichi Amemiya did intend to turn the teacher into a woman, his plan hadn't even begun, and the teacher had become like this. Could it be that the Six Paths sage had done something when he first came here? Yes, teacher, this little guy Naruto must be quite talented. Kenichi Amemiya had no intention of hiding anything. Naruto's affairs could not be hidden from the teacher. He's a natural talent. After all, he's the descendant of the Ninetales Jinchuriki in the Uzumaki clan. Plus, his father, Minato Namikaze, has high expectations for his future. The teacher looked at his student with amusement. He hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, this brat would be able to accept a disciple, and a Ninetales Jinchuriki at that. But then Orochimaru thought of something else. The experiment she'd been conducting recently might be useful for Naruto. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 A ready-made example is here. Kenichi Amemiya rested his chin on his hand, looking at his teacher. Orochimaru was shaking a test tube. He had just taken a drop of Uzumaki Naruto's blood and was currently conducting research, though the teacher wouldn't reveal what it was. However, watching Orochimaru's movements, which seemed remarkably natural and even feminine, Kenichi Amemiya had a strange thought. He wondered what would happen if he could transform his teacher into a woman. Of course, this transformation didn't mean turning the teacher into a woman immediately. After all, Orochimaru was already a woman physically. Kenichi Amemiya meant transforming the teacher into a woman from the inside out. What was the point of such research? Strictly speaking, not really. Even if his teacher were truly influenced by him and completely transformed into a woman, it wouldn't make any difference. She would still be her teacher, her strength and talent remaining as astonishing. But Kenichi Amemiya simply found this idea fascinating. He didn't need much of a reason. Amemiya Kenichi was simply interested in this matter. After all, ever since becoming his teacher's student, he'd noticed a characteristic about his current teacher: pride. Was Orochimaru a proud person? That was debatable, but Amemiya Kenichi felt that, in reality, his teacher was definitely quite proud. His teacher always seemed to believe her plans wouldn't go wrong, so she was incredibly courageous in her research and experiments. And so far, her courage had almost always been successful, with no failures. While this was largely due to his extensive planning and backup plans, even his pride was always well prepared, rather than carelessly approaching tasks, experiments, or scientific research. And it seems that, since Mr. Sandu Amado's impure world reincarnation was influenced by the Six Paths Sage, this change in his teacher has become more natural. Amemiya Kenichi withdrew his gaze. Staring at his teacher for too long would be noticed. Ninjas are very sensitive to others' gazes. Kenichi Amemiya spent a lot of time working with his teacher on experiments, so he wasn't particularly sensitive to his gaze, but he couldn't stand looking at him for too long. Kenichi Amemiya took a pen and scribbled on paper, but he didn't actually write anything, as he wasn't sure if his ideas were correct. While Kenichi Amemiya had keenly noticed a significant change in his teacher, the Sage of Six Paths hadn't done anything at the time, not even a trace of chakra being drawn upon, so Kenichi Amemiya couldn't understand what he'd done. He couldn't understand. While research on the soul could be continued, it would have to be put on hold until later. He still needed to address the food issues and the problem of opening the main Gekio. Teacher, I have some projects to work on. I'll be leaving now. Kenichi Amemiya waved. The teacher waved back nonchalantly, and Kenichi hurriedly left the teacher's laboratory. As soon as Amemiya Kenichi left, Orochimaru paused, glanced back, then frowned and rubbed his head, mentally practicing the reincarnation technique. Still no luck, leaving him feeling a bit troubled. The 3-year deadline, but why do I feel a strong discomfort whenever I try to escape? Orochimaru muttered. It seemed he needed to find a solution to this problem quickly, or else the reincarnation technique he developed, the immortality jutsu, would become a joke. Amemiya Kenichi was unaware of the difficult situation his teacher was facing. He had just dismissed his shadow clones, who were researching seeds, and rubbed his temples with a headache, looking at the two little creatures before him. Naruto, you can't make such loud noises while eating. It'll be considered rude, Uchiha Hikaru sternly instructed Naruto, who held his chopsticks with a confused look on his face. But the hand-beating uncle told me that making noises while eating is a compliment to the chef's cooking skills, Naruto asked curiously, tilting his head. That depends on the situation. Sometimes, Uchiha Hikaru said patiently, a hint of a smile in her eyes as she looked at the tiny Naruto before her. This yellow-haired brat had been brought to the land of snow by Amemiya's brother and placed in her care. After learning that this Uzumaki Naruto was her teacher's student, Uchiha Hikaru took an even stronger interest in him. And for some reason, she felt a strange familiarity with Naruto before her, as if she had seen him somewhere before, yet she couldn't place the specifics. So, Uchiha Hikaru, who rarely treated strangers, was now quite gentle with Naruto. Naruto nodded naively. Was there such a thing? But no one had ever told him about it, and the older sister before him seemed incredibly mature. Naruto, have you ever met a little girl with white eyes? Amemiya Kenichi asked, pinching his brow. He was curious whether Naruto had met his future wife, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga is a character in Naruto who has both positive and negative reviews. Those who like her admire her gentleness and devotion to Naruto, while those who dislike her find her lackluster appearance and numerous flaws. However, Kenichi Amemiya himself fell in love with this little girl, who, despite knowing she was no match for pain, stood up to Naruto. Hinata's affection for Naruto has persisted from childhood to adulthood, a truly remarkable feat. Furthermore, Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, potentially the future head of the clan. Naruto, on the other hand, was a poor boy ostracized and neglected by his fellow villagers. He later became the son of the Yondaime and a hero of Konoha, but that was a distant memory. Hinata's affection for Naruto, however, remained constant. I've seen her before. A girl who loves to cry. Naruto paused for a moment, then thought of something and said happily. Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow. It seems Hinata Hyuga and Naruto are still destined to be together. As for the unlucky Sakura, there's nothing she can do about it. Sasuke, her future love, is still happily living with his clan in the land of rice. If Kenichi Amemiya hadn't gotten involved, Sakura and Sasuke would likely never have met, let alone been together. This statement by Kenichi Amemiya has altered a significant portion of the plot. However, Naruto is still young, and his early feelings for love were rather detached. His feelings are entirely focused on Sakura, so there's no need to rush things. Brother Amemiya, White Eyes, are you from the Hyuga clan? To Kenichi Amemiya's surprise, Uchiha Hikaru was actually more interested in the Hyuga clan. Yes, did you meet on the battlefield? Kenichi Amemiya stretched, his body crackling. Then, he bent down, removed his weight, and placed it on the ground. It landed with a dull thud. He hadn't given up on training his body for a while. After all, mastering the 8 gates of Ninkaku was no easy feat. This physical technique required extremely high physical fitness, and had virtually no upper limit. The stronger the body, the greater the explosive power. To Kenichi Amemiya, this was like constantly training to build up the levels of the 8 gates of Ninkaku. The higher the level, the greater the damage dealt during the explosive burst. Even now that Kenichi Amemiya had mastered the 8 gates of Ninkaku, he couldn't stop training his body. The only good news was that the Shodaime's physical recovery was quite good. No matter how hard he tortured himself, as long as he had adequate nutrition, Kenichi Amemiya would not sustain any hidden injuries. I've seen it. The Hyuga clan is very powerful, but their fighting methods are a bit simplistic. Uchiha Hikaru nodded. She still couldn't understand why her former enemy had now become a fellow villager. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan had a high lower limit, but a low upper limit. Unlike the Uchiha clan, they were full of emotions, and could constantly open their Sharingan to the level of 2 or 3 Magatama Manger Ki in response to emotional impact. It can even reach the level of the Eternal Manger Ki in the Rinnegan. So although the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is very useful, its upper limit in combat is actually relatively low. If the Hyuga clan wants to solve this problem, it needs the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. It is also for this reason that Kenichi Amemiya is sure that the Otsutsuki clan is a kind of alien with a higher level of life compared to the people in the ninja world. Xiaoguang, are you curious about why the former enemy can become a compatriot today? Kenichi Amemiya thought of something. He looked at Uchiha Hikaru and asked. The other party nodded subconsciously. She did think so. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. Isn't this a ready-made case? When he communicates with Nagato later, it will be easier for him to convince Nagato. Look, during the Warring States period, the concept of villages didn't exist in the ninja world. Clan-based people fought each other, slaughtering each other to the point of bloodshed. But since the ninja god, Hashirama Senju, joined forces with Uchiha Madara to sweep through the ninja world and establish the Hidden Leaf Village, the once enemies, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, have become comrades. While minor conflicts certainly exist, the violence has practically vanished. Isn't this a form of peace? Compared to the chaotic ninja world of the Warring States period, isn't life like this peaceful now? For Nagato, at least, this clear-cut peace, backed by historical evidence and established precedent, is the greatest allure. Nagato's ideas actually seem somewhat similar, except that he's too obsessed with collecting the tailed beasts. So, Amemiya Kenichi's idea is more plausible. What's the point of releasing all the tailed beasts? The wood-release jutsu currently developed by Amemiya Kenichi can transform some of the tailed beasts into figurines. Once it reaches the level of the first Hokage, he'll be able to beat the tailed beasts like dogs. It's actually very simple. Their identities have changed. from being members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to being members of Konoha and the Land of Fire, Amemiya Kenichi said with a chuckle. Naruto was listening, but he didn't understand. Naruto was still young, and for now, he couldn't grasp anything too complex. Uchiha Hikaru blinked. She wasn't very old either, but she could still understand some things, though she still didn't quite grasp them. For example, if you, Hikaru, are from the Uchiha clan, and I'm from the Amemiya clan, then you and I definitely don't belong to the same category. But if we were both from the same country, then there wouldn't be this gap in our identities, Amemiya Kenichi added. Amemiya-san, can I change my name to Amemiya Hikaru? Uchiha Hikaru winked and playfully asked, causing Amemiya Kenichi's mouth to twitch. Despite Hikaru Uchiha's question, Amemiya Kenichi knew he was joking. While it was the Uchiha clan that had brought her painful memories, her parents were also Uchiha. Hikaru's parents had given her the name, and Hikaru couldn't possibly have changed it. Otherwise, she would have brought it up long ago. If you're not afraid of being blamed by your parents when you return to the Pure Land, I have no objection. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. Hikaru stuck out her tongue and didn't mention the question. Looking at the two children happily enjoying hot pot, Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and began to reflect on the memories he had after disbanding his shadow clone. Currently, the cold resistance gene has been largely determined within a specific gene chain. However, wheat grown that way requires a lot of water and takes a long time to grow, Amemiya Kenichi thought, narrowing his eyes. There are two research directions now. One is to continue to improve and find ways to eliminate these problems and increase production. The second is to continue to study cold resistance and cultivate wheat that can withstand lower temperatures. This way, the planting area can be expanded and the quantity can be exchanged for enough wheat. However, both methods require sufficient time. After all, the growth of crops takes time, and whether the yield is high or not can only be seen when it is almost mature. The wheat he is cultivating is now in a germination and growth stage, but compared with other wheats, it grows very slowly, which makes it inferred that its growth period is very long. It seems that I have to find a way to continue research, but is the research on wood release also continuing? Amemiya Kenichi thought of the shadow clone who had a special idea before. Chapter 366 How many steps are needed to convince Nagato? Kenichi Amemiya had a shadow clone with a unique idea. It believed that the unique Kekoi Genkei of wood release could be used to develop a method for rapid plant growth. So, while the other clones were busy screening for cold resistance genes, this one was busy researching wood release. Kenichi Amemiya didn't dismiss it this time. After all, its idea was so unique, and there was no telling what results it would produce. So, Kenichi Amemiya didn't dismiss it. Never mind, I'll ask about it later. Right now, I have to deal with the real business. Kenichi Amemiya touched the ring on his finger, engraved with the word Jade. He planned to contact Nagato as soon as possible. However, his previous thought wave hadn't been able to reach him, perhaps due to his lack of the Rinnegan and the distance between the snow country and the rain village. As Kenichi Amemiya touched the ring, a familiar wave reached him. Kenichi immediately calmed his mind and released his own thought wave. When he opened his eyes again, he found someone standing across from him. It was Nagato. However, the opponent still used Yahiko's form, not revealing his true form. This didn't surprise Kenichi Amemiya. After all, while there were some speculations about Nagato's true identity within the Akatsuki, most people didn't know it. Tama, what do you want to say? Nagato glanced around before turning to Kenichi Amemiya and asking. He had just finished dealing with Danzo, placing his head before Yahiko's grave, forcing him to forever repent for his crimes and foolish actions. Captain, what do you think of what I said earlier? Kenichi Amemiya asked with a smile. In the land of snow, Black Zetsu's tentacles couldn't reach him. When he arrived in the land of snow, Kenichi Amemiya even blew up his own airship to confirm Black Zetsu's presence, to maintain secrecy. It could be said that Kenichi Amemiya had gone to extremes for this meeting with Nagato. There was no more reliable way to do this, unless he could directly break Black Zetsu's Mayfly Jutsu and his methods of detecting concealment. Nagato remained silent. Frankly, he didn't really want to speak to Amemiya Kenichi. After all, every time he spoke to him, he became deeply conflicted and tormented. "Chief, do you know the history of the ninja world?" Amemiya Kenichi sensed Nagato's anguish and pain, so he changed the subject. After all, there was plenty of time to chat now, whereas before, they hadn't had the chance. "Black Zetsu, that bastard." Nagato nodded silently. It was true that every ninja knew the history of the ninja world, and there was no need to hide such things. It was just that the various villages had different accounts of the matter. For example, the Amemiya village's internal records claim that its founder discovered the conspiracy of the other ninja villages and, resolutely, brought a group of dedicated individuals to establish the Amemiya village, determined to protect the people of the Rain Country. The entire story emphasizes one side being great and righteous, the other being right, but what was the reality? Nagato knew deep down that the Amemiya village was merely an accidental creation, and it certainly wasn't that great and righteous. During the Warring States period, the ninja world was dominated by clans who fought against each other. In the Land of Fire, the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans fought tooth and nail, but what about now? They've become part of Konoha. Even though there are some private frictions, they are no longer fighting each other. They even sit together, eat, and chat, fighting for Konoha. Amemiya Kenichi continued, recounting the case he'd learned from Uchiha Hikaru. Lies eventually come to light, but the truth is unbreakable, because it's what it is, especially when it's known to everyone. The chaos of the ninja world during the Warring States period is well documented within every clan, and the Uchiha Senju clan's records are even more detailed, based on historical evidence. Nagato fell silent, understanding what Amemiya Kenichi meant. "What exactly do you want to do?" Nagato frowned and asked, looking at Amemiya Kenichi. Nagato was no fool, he naturally understood what he meant. Kenichi was using a ready-made example to convince him. "Didn't I tell you? I want to establish a nation. I want to unify the entire ninja world. Then, everyone in the ninja world will no longer be labeled as belonging to a particular country or village. They will have only one identity, citizens of the Flame Nation." Kenichi stared at Nagato excitedly. "Only by unifying the entire ninja world could we rapidly advance its technology. Only then could we resist and defeat the Tatsuki clan in the future, absorb their technology and ninjutsu, and use them for our own benefit. Then it will be a replica of everything we have now. There will undoubtedly be some minor conflicts at first, but as long as peace lasts, it will naturally lead to permanent peace in the ninja world." Kenichi looked at Nagato and coaxed him. "By then, there will be no hunger or war in the ninja world. People will live happy and healthy lives. Children will grow up well fed and well watered, without having to worry about being orphaned by war." Kenichi continued to coax. Nagato glanced at Amemiya Kenichi. His words struck a chord. He even wondered if he'd known his true identity long ago, and that was why he'd resorted to such persuasive tactics. After all, he and Yahiko and Konan were both war orphans who'd lost their families in the war, growing up together. No one knew the pain of being a war orphan better than him. "Why couldn't you tell me then?" Nagato asked, his eyes narrowed. He realized a crucial point. Amemiya Kenichi had been extremely discreet when he spoke these words, even mentioning that the area was unsafe. "Captain, if I told you there's someone in the ninja world who's incredibly concealed and can gather a wealth of intelligence without being detected, would you believe me?" Amemiya Kenichi asked with a grin. If it weren't for Black Zetsu, he wouldn't have bothered to waste time and confront Nagato directly in the Rain Village. And now, it's been delayed until now, with so many complications along the way. It's truly irritating. Such a person exists? Nagato frowned. He didn't believe it. After all, such a person couldn't possibly exist. But looking at Amemiya Kenichi's serious expression and the effort he'd put in recently, if he truly didn't exist, why would he bother with all this? Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. Those who hadn't met Black Zetsu wouldn't understand how troublesome he was. Of course, they wouldn't believe it either. After all, Black Zetsu's identity was rather unique, and he was a master of disguise. He wasn't the type to brag about his strength. This person is lurking in the Rain Village? Nagato narrowed his eyes. Frankly, he didn't believe it. But Amemiya Kenichi wasn't one for jokes, so he chose to believe it. But if such a person truly existed, then Amemiya Kenichi's last visit to the Rain Village was even more unique. This meant that he might be lurking in the Rain Village? Or even within the Akatsuki organization? Who knows? That guy's so elusive, I don't know how to find him. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He'd wanted to capture Black Zetsu and imprison him. That way, with only Obito, dealing with him would be much easier. But there was no way. Black Zetsu was too difficult to catch, practically hellish. But it seemed there was still a way. Amemiya Kenichi thought of his previous encounter with Black Zetsu, where he'd extracted some sweat from his hand. Perhaps he could use that to detect Black Zetsu's genetic makeup and develop a method to find him based on that information, but that would be incredibly difficult. It would be better to just rub a nuclear bomb with your hands. Nagato didn't believe it. He opened his eyes, then looked around, trying to use his Rinnegan, but finding nothing. He closed his eyes unwillingly. He suddenly understood Amemiya Kenichi. This situation was indeed troublesome. After all, not knowing whether the other person was actually around kept him on edge all day. If he was, it was fine, but what if he wasn't? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? What does this have to do with your idea? Nagato decided not to dwell on that. Even if the enemy's intelligence gathering capabilities were formidable, as long as he possessed his sage eyes, he feared no enemy. Chief, if we want to unify the ninja world, much needs to be done. Are you willing to help? Amemiya Kenichi didn't answer directly, but instead posed a counter question. This was the key point. If Nagato agreed to cooperate, he could simply turn against Black Zetsu and Obito. There was no need to play house with them. With the Rinnegan in Nagato's possession, what would the resurrected Uchiha Madara do? Uchiha Madara without the Rinnegan, and with it were two different strengths. The resurrected Uchiha Madara and the resurrected Uchiha Madara were two different strengths. Nagato fell silent, standing there, his thoughts unclear. Amemiya Kenichi didn't rush, but poured himself a cup of hot tea and sipped it slowly. Making decisions like this wasn't an easy task. How can you guarantee the success of your plan? Nagato was silent for a moment, then asked. He admitted he was tempted. The solution offered by Amemiya Kenichi was more feasible, and most importantly, it had both theoretical and practical basis. He didn't know how to refute it, even if he wanted to. After all, the ninja world had indeed evolved from the warring states period to the present day. This is the origin of my plan. I will then organize a strong ninja army and launch a lightning attack on the hidden mist village in the land of water from here, annexing it as quickly as possible. Amemiya Kenichi produced a map and drew on it. Previously, attacking the hidden mist village would have been difficult, as it was isolated overseas and required a ship to reach it. But with airships, this was no problem. All he needed was a blitzkrieg to capture the hidden mist village, and then, using it as a springboard, he could expand his reach into the other four great nations. Unifying the ninja world wouldn't be difficult. Will the other ninja villages and great nations just sit there and watch? Nagato felt the plan was problematic. They certainly won't sit idly by. They'll condemn and put pressure on us, but that's all. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't worried about this at all. His past life experience told him that in times like this, they'd just verbally condemn us and then try to wrest some benefits. The five great nations of the ninja world were at war, fighting each other like crazy. When one nation was annexed and destroyed, they'd just watch the show with a smile, then take some benefits. All they needed to do next was form alliances and annex the others with minimal cost. They could make friends with distant nations and attack those nearby, even mobilizing the three villages of Iwagakure and San to jointly annex Konoha. There were countless options, and annexing the hidden mist village would largely solve their food problems. Nagato opened his mouth, wanting to object, but then, considering the state of the ninja world, he had to admit that Amemiya Kenichi had a point. This left him with a difficult decision. Should he continue to fulfill his friend's legacy, or choose Amemiya Kenichi's approach? This question was a bit puzzling. Captain, what is our organization's ultimate goal? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Nagato, knowing he was only one step away from completely convincing him. Establishing a peaceful world without war, Nagato blurted out. This was also Yahiko's last wish. That's it, then. While I don't know how the organization plans to achieve this goal, my idea is clearly more feasible, isn't it? The ultimate goal is the same. Amemiya Kenichi spread his hands. Nagato fell silent. He looked at Amemiya Kenichi. The man squatting before him seemed somewhat careless and unnerved, and he was also particularly difficult to deal with, reminding him of Yahiko. Furthermore, compared to Amemiya Kenichi's own plan, and with this example proving its feasibility, Nagato's mind was clearly tilting the scales in his favor. Furthermore, he had previously considered what Amemiya Kenichi had said. After a long hesitation, Nagato finally extended his hand. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and extended his hand in return, but it was clear he couldn't hold it tightly. After all, they were only thought entities. I will give it a try, but if I see there is no possibility of success, then I will still choose my method, Nagato said seriously. Chapter 367, Adapted Ninjutsu, Quiet Rain. Nagato, what's wrong? Nagato finished his illusion jutsu and opened his eyes. Konan was looking at him worriedly. Nagato smiled faintly at his friend. Konan was stunned. She hadn't seen Nagato smile like that in ages. It's nothing. It's just that the presence of the outer path demon statue is making me weaker and weaker. Nagato coughed twice, then calmly scanned the area with his Rinnegan. He saw nothing, not a single sign of abnormality. Nagato, a little skeptical, even activated his Rinnegan to its full potential, channeling his chakra into the ground, but still found no trace. He could sense the insects beneath the ground, but no one was there. It was as if no one was there. But thinking of Amemiya Kenichi's words, Nagato felt a surge of unease. An enemy who could conceal their presence, even unnoticed, was truly terrifying. He felt a little uneasy, fearing that the creature might be hiding nearby. This made it difficult for Nagato to speak, even if he wanted to. He had to keep his discussions with Amemiya Kenichi to himself for now, waiting until the final moment to speak freely. And that Amemiya Kenichi had also said, "So, do you want to?" Konan looked at Nagato. The tubes on his body were truly intimidating, and Nagato's health had been weakened for a long time because of them. He was still a young man, but now he looked like an old man in his 80s or 90s, or even worse. If it weren't for the ninja's strong physique and the Uzumaki clan's vast chakra reserves, Nagato probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Nagato shook his head. He had his reasons, and now they had another reason. Nagato squinted at the Damakatsuki base, then lowered his head silently. According to Amemiya Kenichi's plan, the next time he notified him, it would be time to unleash a storm that would sweep the ninja world. Great unification. What a madman. Nagato licked his dry lips. Honestly, he had never considered such an idea. He'd previously considered gathering all the tailed beasts and then using sheer force to bring peace to these nations, but Amemiya Kenichi's idea was clearly more feasible. The key, though, was that he'd produced evidence known to everyone in the ninja world, yet strangely, no ambitious individual had ever considered it. I'm genuinely curious how the nation you've established will realize your vision. Nagato closed his eyes. He needed a good rest, while mentally planning how to deal with the two individuals Amemiya Kenichi had spoken so suspiciously of. But why did this guy take my Rain Tiger Freedom technique? Nagato was puzzled. Could it be that Amemiya Kenichi was planning to spy on the Snow Country? After all my research, I've discovered something. In the Snow Country, Amemiya Kenichi stood before his shadow clone, watching as it presented his findings. This gave him a strange, subtle feeling. He felt like Party A, waiting to see Party B's work, but this Party B was, in a way, himself. Was he reporting to himself? No wonder, despite the usefulness of shadow clones in the ninja world, no one tried to use them for self-gratification. That would be too crazy. Wouldn't they awaken some strange habit when their memories returned? Conventional wood release ninjutsu can't work on any crop seeds. Forcing them would only cause wood release to grow from these seeds, and then become large trees. The clone continued to explain, looking excited. Amemiya Kenichi also looked at him seriously. After all, this was also a use of wood release. But after combining it with Senjutsu chakra, I discovered that this Senjutsu would release. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi became more serious. Could it be that Senjutsu would release had the ability to accelerate germination? Still useless. Using it on these seeds only made wood grow. The clone finished speaking, and Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Doesn't this mean no progress? And it's all just nonsense literature, really. But I've made a new discovery. The shadow clone excitedly took out a few wheat seeds and planted them in the ground. Then he began to perform a ninjutsu. Amemiya Kenichi could tell he was using a wood-release ninjutsu, but this wood-release ninjutsu. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the ground. No trees had grown. Instead, green shoots had sprouted where the seeds had been scattered, growing at a visible rate. Amemiya Kenichi was somewhat surprised. Could the ninjutsu have been successful? But how did his shadow clone achieve this? After using it for a while, the wheat before him stopped growing, just as it was about to produce ears, and the shadow clone wearily finished forming hand seals. This is my latest research. I've discovered that when performing the ninjutsu wood release, a special energy promotes rapid wheat growth. However, if the ninjutsu is completed, the wood release will burst through the soil, destroying the seeds. The shadow clone pinched his brow wearily. Kenichi Amemiya looked thoughtfully at the wheat before him. It was growing healthily, showing no signs of malnutrition. Even the soil in which it was planted hadn't changed noticeably. Kenichi Amemiya scooped up a handful of soil and rubbed it. It was perfectly normal soil. If that were the case, then the energy driving the wheat's rapid growth was actually coming from the energy released during the ninjutsu wood release technique. Or perhaps it was an energy fluctuation? Is it possible that the energy from the ninjutsu wood release technique was too powerful, causing the wheat to be unable to withstand it and shatter? It's like a weak body unable to withstand nourishment. Kenichi Amemiya had an idea. Since the energy released by the ninjutsu wood release technique could cause wheat to grow rapidly, could the same rapid growth be achieved by reducing the power of the technique and using minimal chakra? I've thought about that, but after trying it, I found it wouldn't work. Even with a minimal amount of energy, the seeds still couldn't withstand it and would burst under the wood release technique. The shadow clone shook his head. Kenichi Amemiya pondered. The shadow clone's chakra intake was certainly not very large, but even so, the seeds couldn't withstand it. What if there was a different method? As everyone knows, when a shadow clone is cast, it constantly disperses the main body's chakra. This means that the more clones are created, the more equally the main body's chakra is divided, and the smaller its chakra capacity becomes. So, if he uses multiple clones, and directly isolates the maximum number of clones he can handle, wouldn't that mean he can control the chakra capacity of each clone? Then, using the ninjutsu would release ninjutsu, while simultaneously expanding the range of the ninjutsu to achieve a lure without firing, and inserting numerous seeds into it, wouldn't that mean he could minimize the amount of ninjutsu would release energy each seed would receive? In this way, perhaps he could try to directly use ninjutsu would release to stimulate the growth of these plants. With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi decisively dismissed the clones before him. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him, and he licked his lips. It seemed that all the fatigue from the clone's previous experiments had accumulated on him. It would be great if we could develop something that would allow the shadow clones to return without feeling exhausted. Amemiya Kenichi yawned, then forced himself to relax for a moment, allowing his body to adjust. Then, he arrived in a valley near the capital of the snow country. Multiple shadow clone technique. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Fortunately, these shadow clones didn't require much work. Then, his chakra began to rapidly decrease, steadily decreasing. In an instant, Amemiya Kenichi's aura weakened considerably. Standing before him was a vast, almost valley-spanning force. Amemiya Kenichi had reached his limit. He felt his body couldn't sustain any more clones. He needed the chakra to maintain basic functioning. How many people are there now? Amemiya Kenichi looked in amazement at the mountain and valley filled with his own shadow clones. He hadn't expected to create so many. Although Naruto's subsequent battles also resulted in numerous separations, even reaching thousands, that was only possible because they retained their combat capabilities. If, ignoring combat, they were simply constantly weakening their chakra, they would likely have been even more numerous. However, this also caused immense fatigue, and Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clones were clearly aware of this area, so they quickly sprang into action. In an instant, a large expanse of land previously covered with winter-resistant wheat was cleared. Kenichi Amemiya's hands began rapidly forming hand seals, and he began to perform the ninjutsu would release technique. However, his method of forming hand seals was completely different, and the clones immediately understood what he was trying to do. Will this method work? A clone standing nearby asked curiously. The experiment began. After separating into enormous shadow clones, the original body began to perform a modified version of the Rain Tiger free art would release. A large amount of would release energy was gathered into the air, transforming into pale green raindrops that gradually fell into the soil. I don't know. The shadow clone, who was recording, shook his head. He wasn't sure if this method would work. The Rain Tiger free art was about merging one's own chakra into the rain, thereby monitoring others. He hadn't expected the original body to use it this way, but upon closer consideration, it seemed feasible. After all, doing so would be like merging chakra into the rain. The rain clouds were large, so the amount of chakra dispersed would be even less. Coupled with the vast area, it could be said that Amemiya Kenichi had pushed the limits of his ability to maximize chakra dispersion. Tranquility. Amemiya Kenichi reached out and touched the rain before him. It was a gentle drizzle, but it felt like a healing sensation, both physically and mentally. Beneath the rain, the soil was calm. This made Amemiya Kenichi frown slightly. Could this idea also be a problem? Soon, however, tiny glimpses of green emerged from the barren icy plains. Countless green shoots rapidly grew taller, and Amemiya Kenichi observed the scene with a certain delight. In a blink of an eye, the wheat seeds had grown considerably taller, but before they could even begin to bear ears, the rain clouds dissipated, and the wheat's growth slowed. Along with them grew a variety of strange plants and weeds. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. It seemed that, while this jutsu could indeed increase the growth of crops, it also caused other plants to grow more rapidly, especially the weeds, which were covering up the wheat. Looks like I'll have to weed some more. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, but inside, he was filled with joy. He had succeeded. As long as he continued to perform this jutsu after weeding, allowing the wheat to continue to grow, bear ears, and mature, food would no longer be a problem. No advanced civilization should have to worry about food. The simplest solution is crossbreeding, and a step further is genetic modification, using genetic programming to increase crop yields. The next issue is growth rate. However, in the ninja world, Kenichi Amemiya, with the magical power of chakra, skipped the genetic programming process and achieved the desired result in one go. But it doesn't seem quite right. After all, I made it this way by wading through rivers before. Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin. He had also been involved in genetic modification, and after slow progress, he tried would release, only to find unexpected success. With the efforts of his shadow clones, the weeds and other vegetation were quickly cleared, and Kenichi Amemiya finally released all his shadow clones. A momentary feeling of dizziness and exhaustion darkened his vision, and his heartbeat raced. Fortunately, the feeling faded as quickly as it came. Kenichi Amemiya gasped, clutching his chest. This was too much. No wonder the multiple shadow clone technique was forbidden. But thankfully, the controls are much simpler now. Amemiya Kenichi stared at the wheat before him and quickly formed another hand seal. Countless shadow clones filled the valley, and the next second, he immediately unleashed the ninjutsu he had just adapted. The name comes from Cenarius's ultimate, Serenity. A ninjutsu that brings new life. It's certainly worthy of that name. I spent a long time playing the mythical beast Palu yesterday. It was truly addictive. A massive stitched together monster. You could tell at a glance what game it was stitched into. Chapter 368, Mitara Shianko's Rebellion. Kenichi Amemiya rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the valley before him. Just after casting Serene Rain, he decisively dismissed his shadow clone. The entire process was incredibly fast, which meant that even with so many clones, Kenichi felt no signs of fatigue. As long as I can dismiss them quickly enough, fatigue won't catch up to me. This was something Kenichi learned from Naruto. Naruto cast numerous shadow clones and still needed to maintain a certain level of combat power, yet Naruto rarely showed signs of fatigue after dismissing them. Kenichi Amemiya felt this was probably due to Naruto's rapid dismissal speed. But the key to this is still the ninjutsu, Kenichi Amemiya observed, gazing at the valley before him. He had just cast Serene Rain for the second time. Although he had previously done his best to remove most of the weeds and other plants, some new ones still emerged from the ground after the spell. The weeds weren't a big deal, Plants were inherently resilient. Kenichi Amemiya had seen green shoots emerge from concrete before, so the current situation wasn't unexpected. Even if he'd weeded thoroughly, a few lucky weeds would still survive. What troubled Kenichi Amemiya was his primary research. The wheat had grown impressively under the influence of the serene rain, indeed significantly, but even after a second application, it still hadn't yet formed ears. Is it because too much chakra was scattered, not enough to provide the wheat with the nutrients it needs? Or is this the limit of wood release? Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wood release was still a relatively rare jutsu, and Konoha didn't know if there were any records of the shogun experimenting with it, but Kenichi Amemiya felt it was highly unlikely, considering he died shortly after founding the village and fighting Uchiha Madara. The cause of death was also unclear, which might have meant the shogun had little time to experiment with wood release's ability to stimulate plant growth. Or perhaps he'd tried it once and given up, finding it unsuccessful. Try increasing the chakra level? Amemiya Kenichi was tempted, but seeing the wheat growing thriving before him, he abandoned the idea and opted instead to experiment with other wheat seeds. This wheat field needed to be kept for further observation to see if it would produce ears over time. Weeding, pest control, and fertilization were also necessary, so Amemiya Kenichi created several shadow clones to help with the weeding. Once everything was complete, Amemiya Kenichi moved to another clearing. This time, he planted only half as many wheat seeds as before. He still used shadow clones, but reduced the area of the serene rain by half, resulting in twice as much chakra falling on the same area. The wheat was growing rapidly, but similar to the previous experimental field, no ears had formed. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. It seemed this wasn't going to work either. Forget it, let's just try and see what happens when I unleash my full power on the Rain of Tranquility. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath. This time, he didn't use a shadow clone, but instead performed the modified jutsu, Tranquility 1, all by himself. Chakra surged through Kenichi Amemiya's body, then, through his hand seals, channeled it into the desired form. Then, thick, dark clouds slowly began to form, and torrential rain poured down. Under the torrential downpour, all vegetation exploded. In an instant, weeds completely obscured the wheat, and then tall trees sprang up from the ground, creating a vast forest before Kenichi Amemiya. A variety of plants grew, but most were cold-resistant pine needles, species common in the land of snow. As the rain subsided, the growth of these plants slowed. By the time it completely subsided, Kenichi Amemiya could no longer see his wheat. All that remained was a forest, a dense forest, similar to those found in other parts of the land of snow. It's indeed a forest before me, but where's my wheat? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. With this jutsu, he could already work in the environmental restoration department of the ninja realm. After all, ninja battles often destroy a lot of vegetation. Specialized ninjas are always sent to deal with these problems. Otherwise, given the intensity of the ninja battles, it wouldn't be long before the ninja realm has a single intact forest. But Amemiya Kenichi wasn't in the ninja realm to work a 996 shift, so he went into the forest to search for the wheat he planted, and soon found it. The wheat was growing well, and this time, Amemiya Kenichi saw the beginnings of ears. But even with such a massive peaceful rain, which had even created a forest, the wheat was still just beginning to produce ears, which still surprised Amemiya Kenichi. But this seems to have something to do with the jutsu. Amemiya Kenichi looked around. As soon as he entered the forest, he noticed that no plant, no matter what, showed any signs of fruiting. Even the pine trees had no cones. Even a squirrel would starve. If only the wheat was acting like this, Amemiya Kenichi would have questioned his technique. However, if all the plants were acting like this, then Amemiya Kenichi felt it wasn't a problem with his technique, but rather with the jutsu itself. Although this serene rain can stimulate plant growth, it seems to simply force rapid growth without causing it to bear fruit. We may need to observe for a while to see if it produces normal results. If it does, then the problem is largely solved. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. While the serene rain couldn't directly cause the wheat to mature, it was at least causing the wheat to set in ears. This was good news, and this step alone saved a considerable amount of planting time. All that remained was to observe whether the serene rain's effects on the plants would cause any other abnormalities. To facilitate his experiment, Amemiya Kenichi even took some plant samples home with him, intending to compare them with other naturally growing plants to see if there were any differences. When Kenichi Amemiya returned to the capital of the snow country, he saw his teacher, a scowl on his face, working on an airship. Kenichi could tell instantly that his teacher was in a bad mood. But what had happened? Why was his teacher so expressionless? "Teacher, are you leaving?" Kenichi Amemiya approached curiously. He had to admit that, while Orochimaru was a powerful figure, when he was upset, he didn't take his anger out on others. In that respect alone, Orochimaru was quite good. At least he could control his emotions, and that alone made him far superior to others. The teacher nodded coldly, the coldness in her eyes a chilling feeling. But then the teacher paused and glanced at Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi was puzzled by this look, and was about to ask what had happened when the teacher spoke. "Kenichi, do you still remember your junior sister?" Kenichi Amemiya was taken aback by the teacher's words, then nodded. Frankly, Kenichi Amemiya had almost forgotten about his junior sister. After all, he hadn't seen Anko Mitarashi in ages, ever since their last argument in Tanakuni. But now it seemed that his teacher's bad mood was somehow related to his junior sister. But his junior sister had previously expressed a desire to return to Konoha, and Kenichi Amemiya had tried to dissuade her, but she seemed determined. Kenichi Amemiya hadn't seen her since, and he assumed his teacher had made all the necessary arrangements. That idiot did something stupid again. "You might not have a junior sister anymore." The teacher's tone was unpleasant, and Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. What had happened to the teacher? He had just gone out to study a wood release technique, and so many things had happened. "Teacher, did Anko do something?" Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but ask. "She went back to Konoha." Orochimaru glanced at Kenichi Amemiya, his eyes obscure and unreadable. Mitarashi Anko not only controlled the ninja she had assigned to monitor and protect her, but she also simply ran away. While this wouldn't have been a big deal, the problem was that Mitarashi Anko knew about many of her experimental bases, even those in the land of rice. With the speed of ninja traffic these days, if Mitarashi Anko ran back to Konoha and told them about this, it would be too late for her to reach them. The experimental bases contained valuable experimental data, and even that immortal hidden was still submerged in nutrient solution. Amemiya Ken was stunned for a moment, then understood what his teacher meant. Anko had been assigned numerous missions by his teacher since leaving Konoha, and presumably knew the addresses of several laboratories, including his own. While he didn't know why Mitarashi Anko was so determined to return to Konoha, it seemed as if his teacher was determined to silence her. Amemiya Ken's mouth twitched. He truly couldn't understand what was wrong with his junior sister, who was so determined to return to Konoha. Could she have been brainwashed by the will of fire? "Teacher, do you want me?" Amemiya Kenichi considered taking on the challenge himself. After all, Anko Mitarashi was his junior sister, so it was only natural for him to ask. It was also him who had brought Anko Mitarashi out of Konoha in the first place. "No need," the teacher said, before boarding the airship and steering it away. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Was the teacher worried he'd let her go? "Never mind. It's fine if you go, so I can continue with my experiment. But I still need to take some precautions before I start." Amemiya Kenichi sighed. If he had taken the lead, Anko Mitarashi might still have survived, but if the teacher had taken the lead, his junior sister would likely have died. Although Amemiya Kenichi felt that Anko wouldn't be the type to tell the teacher to prevent serious damage to his lab, he still asked Uchiha to come over and empty it almost completely before stopping. "Thank you for your hard work." Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha. Her eyes were bleeding. This was the nature of intense short-term use of Mangekyou techniques. It consumed a great deal of eye energy, but he couldn't avoid it. The lab equipment was expensive to buy, and he'd been using it for so long he'd become quite accustomed to it. Switching to something else was a bit of a stretch. Serving Amemiya-sama is not hard at all. Uchiha remained the same, clear about her role. It was Amemiya Kenichi who had opened her eyes to their present level. Without him, she would still be a useless, unopened being. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Hashirama and silently activated his own abilities. He wanted to analyze Uchiha Hashirama's Mangeki eyes and see what he could reveal. Chromatophores, proteins, water, obscure chakra. A long list of information slowly popped up. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at a few and then stopped, knowing they were the components of a human eye. While the Mangeki Sharingan surpasses ordinary eyes, it's still essentially an eye, so its components aren't surprising. He quickly turned his attention to other things. Chakra not massive, but surprisingly concentrated. Unlike other chakras, it seemed to exist independently within the eyeball, forming a circuit of its own. Amemiya Kenichi could even see it circulating in an extremely strange manner. It moved at a rapid pace, and as it did, it seemed to gradually thicken. Amemiya Kenichi pondered. Could this thickening of chakra be related to the use of the Mangeki Sharingan? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Uchiha Hashirama, but he didn't want to continue. Partly because he'd seen something that interested him, and partly because his eyes were aching. While analyzing the Mangeki Sharingan wasn't as painful as analyzing the Rinnegan, it was no less painful. Guess I'll have to wait until Uchiha Hashirama rests before continuing my research. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips excitedly. A bold idea suddenly struck him. He felt as if he had discovered the essence of the Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 369 The relationship between the Mangekyo and the Samsara. In the dim room, Uchiha Hashirama stood calmly and then strictly followed Amemiya Kenichi's instructions to perform various poses and movements. Now, take out the water tank containing Hiden's head from the teacher's laboratory. Amemiya Kenichi suddenly realized the new knowledge, and Uchiha Hashirama did not hesitate at all. She stretched out her hands, and soon, she dragged out the entire glass tank. Inside was Hiden, who was looking forward with lifeless eyes. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Hiden. This guy was quite unlucky. Immortality might be very useful to others, but it was torture for him and his teacher. However, the teacher had locked him in the dark laboratory before, and now Hiden looked like a fool. At least Amemiya Kenichi could not see any emotional fluctuations on his face, and even his pupils were dilated. Uchiha Hashirama remained remarkably calm throughout, not questioning why Hiden's head remained submerged in water. Instead, she obediently walked over to Amemiya Kenichi, eyes wide open, awaiting his investigation. First, place this water tank in the specially designed darkroom, Amemiya Kenichi reminded her. Hiden's head had been removed for both preservation and testing. Now that it was out, it couldn't be left alone. The best solution was to quickly return it to its previous state in the darkroom, allowing for easier documentation. While Uchiha Hashirama was moving Hiden's head, Amemiya Kenichi began recording the results in his experimental log. Fourth experiment underway. Uchiha Hashirama's Mangeki Sharingan shows an increase in chakra properties, consistent with the results observed in the second and third experiments. Amemiya Kenichi skillfully observed Uchiha Hashirama's eyes, noted his observations, and then thoughtfully flipped through the logbook. This was the fourth experiment he had conducted on Uchiha Hashirama in recent times. The process was simple. Hashirama activated her ability and used her Sharingan to draw something in from outside. Then, Amemiya Kenichi would activate his own ability to observe the Mangeki Sharingan. During this process, Kenichi noticed a unique characteristic. In the second, third, and even fourth experiments, the other materials didn't change much, but the chakra thickened considerably. Could this be related? Kenichi pondered. The more the Mangeki Jutsu was used, the worse the eyesight would deteriorate, eventually leading to blindness. However, considering Uchiha Hashirama's condition, Kenichi suspected this might be related to the strange chakra within the Mangeki Sharingan. Each time that a jutsu was used, the chakra thickened. With more use, the chakra might continue to grow, eventually completely filling the eye. Wouldn't that lead to blindness? This thought made some sense. So there seems to be some truth to the saying that the more you use the Mangeki eye technique, the stronger it becomes. Then what's the relationship between the Mangeki and the Rinnegan? Amemiya Kenichi mused. The Mangeki Sharingan contains only a single strand of chakra, while the Rinnegan's chakra encompasses almost all of chakra's basic properties. Could it be that the way the Mangeki Sharingan becomes the Rinnegan is by encompassing all chakra properties? However, how to achieve this is a question that requires research. At least so far, he has no clues. But now Amemiya Kenichi has a better understanding of the Mangeki Sharingan. The only regret is that he lacks the material for the eternal Mangeki. If he did, perhaps he could study it and understand the reason for its permanence. However, observing only Uchiha Shirei might lead to individual differences. I guess I need to find Uchiha Shizu and see him. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Yes, even though this is a land of snow, there is still an Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hikaru. With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi dismissed Uchiha Shirei and hurried out to find Uchiha Hikaru fishing with Naruto. Are you guys ice fishing? Amemiya Kenichi leaned over curiously. The land of snow wasn't much else, just lots of snow and ice. But looking at the stream flowing in front of Naruto, Amemiya Kenichi knew it wasn't ice fishing. Amemiya Niai, we are fishing. Uchiha Hikaru jumped up at the sound of his voice, happily shaking his basket. Several slender fish could be seen inside. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. It was his fault. After all, he'd forgotten that the land of snow had a special treasure that could warm the area around the capital, but it couldn't cover the entire country. If it could, the land of snow could become habitable. Amemiya Kenichi had previously considered asking Sanzu Amado to build a few more such devices, potentially making the land of snow habitable, but he later abandoned the idea. Climate change over such a large area is no small matter, and it would have a profound impact on the natural environment. After all, the severe weather in the snow country is a result of the entire natural environment. If the snow country warmed up, what would the consequences of such a massive influx of hot air be? So, Kenichi Amemiya abandoned the idea. A former colleague in charge of computer security once said that, if there's a bug in a computer that doesn't affect normal operation, don't try to fix it, as it might cause more bugs. Why are you thinking about fishing? Kenichi Amemiya rubbed Xiaoguang's head, and Xiaoguang narrowed his eyes in amusement. This made Kenichi hesitate whether to continue asking Xiaoguang for help, but when he thought that the key to the future of the internet might lie with Xiaoguang, he decided to give it a try. However, this would require double preparation, achieving 2 goals in one experiment, which was a bit cumbersome, but it was the best solution. Teacher, I heard from an older sister that the fish in this stream are delicious, Naruto answered. He seemed to be in a better mood now, at least compared to the devastating feeling he had felt after learning the truth. This is. Amemiya Kenichi picked up the fish basket and took a look. The fish inside resembled a suri, but with 2 lines running from head to tail, 1 gold and 1 silver. It looked quite attractive. But then, a large number of messages popped up at a rapid speed. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. His Mangeki had activated. The next second, a fish in the basket was disintegrated into pieces and washed away by the current. Amemiya Kenichi touched his nose. He hadn't activated his ability. Could it be that with more and more use, it became an instinct? However, he hadn't felt any discomfort after activating it just now. Fortunately, Naruto didn't notice it. However, Uchiha Hikaru looked at him with surprise. It seemed that Hikaru had seen the Mangeki in his eyes. The activation of the Mangeki was very obvious. Brother Amemiya, are you also from our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Hikaru blinked. She was now beginning to doubt her brother's true name. Could he also be a member of the Uchiha clan? No, Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He had traveled here as a baby, in his previous body, seemingly shrunk to a baby-like state. He did have parents, though they died in the war, but they didn't share the Uchiha surname. But Amemiya and Uchiha Hikaru was at a loss. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, momentarily slumped in panic. That's not it. Amemiya and I have already learned how to make these eyes, Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile. Uchiha Shirei blinked blankly, somewhat confused by what he meant. Hey, teacher, these eyes of yours? Naruto exclaimed sharply. Amemiya Kenichi looked at him curiously. Naruto had seen the Uchiha clan, so could he possibly know about these eyes? How cool. Naruto looked envious. Amemiya Kenichi's lips twitched. This was truly intriguing. He'd assumed little Naruto had seen his eyes, but he'd actually thought they were cool. Cool, that was fine, but Amemiya Kenichi himself thought they were pretty cool too. Looking at Naruto, whose eyes were practically turning into stars, Amemiya Kenichi suddenly had a strange idea. What if he implanted a pair of Sharingan into Naruto and then helped him open them into Mangekyo? In the future, when he mastered the Rinnegan and could even open Naruto's eyes into the Rinnegan, how much more powerful would Naruto be? The thought intrigued Amemiya Kenichi. He longed to try it, but Naruto was still young and couldn't handle the power of these eyes. It seemed he'd have to wait until the future. Naruto, do you want eyes like these? Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile, but he didn't notice the terrified look on Hikaru's face. Hikaru knew all too well what the Uchiha clan members did to obtain new Mangekyo at that time. Could it be that Amemiya-san? No, such a gentle Amemiya-san would not do such a thing. Uchiha Hikaru shook her head. Although she didn't know what other ways to obtain the Mangekyo, she believed in Amemiya Kenichi and chose to believe. Well, that's cool, but will it hurt? I don't want other people's eyes. Naruto nodded, then shook his head again. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. What was this little brat Naruto thinking? He was not Danzo Shimura, so why would he take other people's eyes when he had nothing to do? There's no need for that. I just need to give you an injection. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He looked down on using other people's eyes. Now even Kakashi's Sharingan, Amemiya Kenichi, was thinking about whether to return it. If he hadn't worried about Obito being pushed to the limit, Kenichi Amemiya would have simply returned it. But he wasn't going to treat Kakashi badly either. The next time they met, Kenichi Amemiya would give him a pair of Mangekyo. As for what kind of awakening it would be, Kenichi Amemiya didn't know, but a pair of Mangekyo that could be opened and closed with ease should make it easier for Kakashi to become the 6th Hokage. No, there wouldn't be any such thing as Hokage in the future. Someone like Kakashi would be more suited to being the head of the Secret Service, right? If the ninja world were unified in the future, it seemed like secret agents wouldn't be necessary anymore. So what would Kakashi be good for? Inherit Jiraiya's legacy and become a manga writer? That didn't seem out of place. Don't worry, this jutsu doesn't require the use of someone else's eyes. It's about slowly changing your own eyes, Naruto. It's quite powerful, Kenichi Amemiya explained, noticing Hikaru's bewildered expression. He had to explain. Uchiha Hikaru had been treated roughly by her clan members before, and perhaps they knew how to change the Mangekyo. If he didn't explain, Amemiya Kenichi was worried Hikaru would misunderstand him, and he'd have to explain himself later. There was no point in such a misunderstanding. Then can I be like the teacher? Naruto, who didn't know much, didn't notice the relaxed look on Uchiha Hikaru's face. He asked curiously. He really thought those eyes were so cool. Of course, but you're still young. You can do that when you grow up. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and rubbed Naruto's furry head. But as he rubbed, a cold aura flashed by, causing him to narrow his eyes. Could it be the Nine-Tails chakra? Indeed, it exuded a cold and ominous aura. The feeling was strange, but it was like seeing a villain. Even more so, the very sight of that chakra made him feel sinister. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Naruto's belly. The seal was intact, so there shouldn't be any problems. The Yondaime seal had been completed very effectively. But it seems we need to put the unlocking of the Shikifu Jinjutsu on the agenda. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin. He was curious about what the Yondaime would do after learning of his son's condition. He could even resurrect the Yondaime and his wife, giving Naruto a happy childhood. This wouldn't be the first time he'd use the Tensei technique. Chapter 370 The God of Death. Zaiatsu, how are the offsprings doing now? Are the Jonins ready for experiments? Amemiya Kenichi sat in his room and asked Fenghua Zaiatsu in front of him, who was looking at him timidly. Fenghua Zaiatsu's clothes were very loose, and she was kneeling on the ground at the moment, with her body vaguely visible, which made her even more eye-catching. It must be said that Fenghua Zaiatsu knew what temptation was. Experienced people knew that direct contact with the fruit was more eye-catching than such vagueness. The atmosphere in the whole room was a bit charming. Amemiya Kenichi even felt that he only needed to say a word and Fenghua Zaiatsu would devote herself to him. He didn't even need to say a word. He only needed to signal, and Fenghua Zaiatsu would come up on her own. But again, Fenghua Zaiatsu was too young. Amemiya Kenichi's personal moral standards in his previous life did not allow him to do so, otherwise he would have taken action long ago. Master, the offspring who have received the gift have basically adapted to life now. The Jonin have adapted the fastest, but the young ones still need about 2 days to grow. Fenghua Zayatsu raised her head, tears in her eyes threatening to burst forth. Amemiya Kenichi didn't look at Fenghua Zayatsu. He wasn't a saint, and looking too much would dampen his spirits. In that case, I might give it a try. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. He had originally planned to quickly develop the Manger Key, Shenkei, for these Jonin to enhance their strength, but he hadn't expected the parasite to require some time to adjust. In that case, Amemiya Kenichi thought he might consider other research areas first. Assign some of the younger generations who have received the gift to guard the forest and wheat fields in that valley and record the information. Bring along a few experienced farmers to tend to them, and let them handle all agricultural matters. Amemiya Kenichi tapped his fingers on the table. He had already handed over the wheat fields that had been nurtured by his wood release technique to Fenghua Zayatsu. He had previously considered sending his shadow clones, but he had so much on his plate that he abandoned the idea. Even with a shadow clone, Amemiya Kenichi was only one man, not a god. It was impossible and impractical for him to handle so many problems alone. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. These experienced farmers with years of experience in farming should be more capable than he was. As for the ninjas, they would be responsible for writing observation reports and other tasks, which would allow Amemiya Kenichi to later assess the ability of his wood release technique. Yes, master. Fenghua Zayatsu bit her lower lip, but she still responded obediently. Amemiya Kenichi nodded in satisfaction. By handing over the crops to others, he could focus on other things, such as researching the unique sealing jutsu of Shikifujin. So, Amemiya Kenichi hurriedly left the room, that smelled a bit strange, and then returned to his laboratory under Fenghua Zayatsu's resentful eyes, and took out the mask that he had asked Uchiha to bring here before. I remember that among these masks, there is a mask that belongs to the god of death. As long as you wear this thing, you can summon the god of death or something. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. His impression was not particularly deep. He just remembered that, if you want to rescue the soul eaten by the god of death, you must use the god of death's mask, and then you need to cut open your own stomach. At the same time, the god of death will repeat this action, and the soul in the god of death's stomach can be rescued. And so far, the Shikifujin ninjutsu has not sealed many people. The most popular and well-known one should be the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Therefore, the greatest significance of breaking the Shikifujin is the impure world reincarnation of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. As for the opponent's strength, if that's the case, then other time travelers don't need to bother with all this fluff. They can simply learn impure world reincarnation, summon the first, second, and fourth Hokages, and team up to beat up Obito, right? Amemiya Kenichi discovered a blind spot. As a prophetic time traveler, if they wanted to quickly end the Naruto storyline, they could simply kill Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. Even if Black Zetsu couldn't kill Obito, Obito's death would put Black Zetsu's plan on the brink of collapse. They could then attempt to seize the Rinnegan, or even destroy it outright. Even if Uchiha Madara were to resurrect, it wouldn't matter. After all, while Madara is powerful without the Rinnegan, with the first Hokage around, he wouldn't be a big deal. Unless Uchiha Madara could quickly regain a pair of Rinnegan after losing them, there's no way they could defeat the combined forces of these three. And with his Rinnegan destroyed, was Nagato using his head to collect the tailed beasts? He wouldn't be able to collect anything. What a shame. Even Obito was already making some preparations. Even Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes. He had no idea what Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu were planning, but they'd gone to Konoha for the Forbidden Scroll. This made Kenichi Amemiya even more wary. While he didn't know where Obito was, he knew he wasn't planning anything. These masks all look similar, but this one probably holds special powers, Kenichi Amemiya said, picking up a mask. Its design was similar to the others, but from a ninja's perspective, it possessed a unique energy. Kenichi Amemiya tentatively put it on. The moment he put it on, he felt the surroundings suddenly shift from warm to cool, followed by a chilling sensation. Then, he saw a ferocious figure in white clothes, with disheveled hair, flash by before disappearing. Looks like this is it. Amemiya Kenichi silently removed the mask from his face, a little confused. Was there something like this in the original work? Or was it a problem with his Mangekyou Sharingan? With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi attempted to analyze the mask before him, wondering if it possessed any magical powers. The analysis of the mask was swift. Almost as soon as he glanced at it, a vast array of constituent elements suddenly emerged. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. While this allowed him to see the compositional requirements, it was somewhat less visually appealing. Everyone is made up of atoms, but if everyone appeared to Amemiya as a humanoid pattern made of countless atoms, would he still be able to distinguish their appearance? Of course not. Just like a delicious dish, Amemiya Kenichi wanted to see how it was prepared, not what element it was made of. As Amemiya Kenichi pondered this, he noticed that the constituent element before him suddenly took on three-dimensional forms. Amemiya Kenichi could even see how the mask sculptor had carved the patterns. He could even see the order in which the materials were applied, though he still couldn't see the hands. He could only see the paint being applied stroke by stroke. This is before he could celebrate the upgrade of his Mangekyou Sharingan. A strange energy immediately arrived on the battlefield. In Amemiya Kenichi's vision, as the mask was being painted, a unique, purple-black energy silently entwined itself. As the mask continued to improve, this energy continued to entwine, forming strange shapes. Finally, it formed. Is this a door? Amemiya Kenichi covered his eyes. His eyes began to ache, and his instinct told him to stop looking. But Amemiya Kenichi couldn't resist the urge to see. He read, tried to understand this obscure knowledge. Strangely, the purple-black energy had become a door, or rather, it was forming a door engraved with countless mysterious patterns. This door was composed of countless energy atoms, arranged together, forming the shape of a door. At first, he couldn't understand the structure, finding it baffling. But after zooming in, he realized that the object before him actually formed a door, a unique one. It was like in my world, when you want to create a gigantic door, when you first start building the structure, no one can tell what you're doing. But once the structure is nearly complete, everyone suddenly realizes it's a door. And that's how the purple-black energy before him felt. Hiss. He closed his eyes. The mysterious pattern, the unfinished door, vanished. He felt a warm current slowly trickle down his eyes, and he wiped them with his hand. It was blood. Is this knowledge beyond the limit? He licked his lips excitedly, then licked the blood that had dripped from the corner of his mouth. The bloody taste sobered him up considerably. He was now certain that what he had just witnessed was the primary reason why this mask possessed such miraculous powers. More precisely, as the mask was being constructed, a mysterious energy, whether intentionally or unintentionally, imbued it with energy, simultaneously creating a portal. A portal between the real world and the world of the Shinigami. At first, I thought this Shinigami was just a special sealing formation, but now it seems this Shinigami possesses quite unique abilities. It's even possible to say that its true form doesn't exist in this world or the Pure Land. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. Shinigami were mysterious beings, rarely mentioned in Naruto, so his understanding of them was even less. However, based on what he had just witnessed, Amemiya Kenichi felt that this wasn't a traditional sealing technique. It was more like a summoning technique, summoning a being called the Shinigami to this world. Then, for some reason, the Shinigami became unable to act independently and could only attach itself to the caster. Furthermore, sealing them required contact. It was like the scene in the original story where Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the teacher's hands and sealed them. It was both troublesome and dangerous. After using this technique, the caster's soul would be devoured by the god of death, forever trapped. However, these drawbacks came with immense power, sealing the victim's soul. No medical ninjutsu, not even reincarnation, could solve this problem. Only by recovering the soul swallowed by the god of death could the teacher be fully restored. This ninjutsu completely thwarted the teacher. If that energy is the gateway that allows the god of death to enter this world, then could the patterns on it be considered a method of interdimensionality? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. He gazed at the mask in his hand, realizing there was still much he didn't understand about this world. The god of death doesn't exist in the real world. Its existence is spiritual, much like the Pure Land. But Amemiya Kenichi felt that, if it truly was connected to the Pure Land, then it made sense for the Sage of Six Paths not to do something. After all, if consumed by a Shinigami, one cannot enter the Pure Land. Instead, they are tortured within the Shinigami's stomach, releasing a special energy for the Shinigami to consume. If it weren't for their own benefit, why would a Shinigami consume souls? For love and peace. Humans consume food to obtain energy for survival, and so should Shinigami. And judging by the other's emaciated appearance, Kenichi Amemiya suspected he'd been starving for extended periods. This world is becoming increasingly interesting. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips. What's the relationship between Shinigami and the Pure Land? Do Shinigami consume souls to survive? What energy can souls bestow? These are all questions. Kenichi Amemiya even believes that, if he can solve these problems, he might be able to create a whole new branch of technology, a whole new branch of ninjutsu. A powerful ninjutsu that would be impossible to defend against. But I can't use this thing myself, unless there's a way to restrain the Shinigami, or... Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. Using this thing wasn't easy, but releasing the yondaime wasn't a problem. He could sacrifice the soul of a ninja and exchange it for another soul. As for the remains of the fourth Hokage, Amemiya Kenichi touched his bag, which contained a portion of the fourth Hokage and his wife's body tissue. I'll use it as a biological gift for Naruto. Amemiya Kenichi stretched lazily. With the fourth Hokage, the plan would proceed more smoothly. Chapter 371 Tsunade. I've paid so much, it's not too much to ask for half, right? The first and second generation could naturally be reincarnated. After all, they both possess considerable strength. Although it would cost the soul of an engineering the level of Cage, it would still be profitable overall. However, the problem lies in their respective perspectives. The first generation may seem foolish, but to truly treat the other generation as foolish in such a major matter would be to treat oneself as foolish. Compared to Amemiya Kenichi's unrealistic idea, the first generation leaned more towards Konoha. After all, it was the other generation who founded the ninja village, and with Tsunade there, the first generation was emotionally inclined towards that side. The second generation was even more so, and their personality was somewhat difficult to judge. Only the fourth generation was different. Although the fourth generation was also a member of Konoha, he was also Uzumaki Naruto's father. With Uzumaki Naruto around, it was not so difficult to get the fourth generation to work with him. Even if the yondaime simply needed to know how the sandaime Sarutobi Hiruzen had treated his son recently, what treatment he'd given him, and what his son had injured in the village, Kenichi Amemiya felt he'd probably make the right choice. But he's the yondaime after all. According to the Naruto setting, what if he still forgave Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. In the later years of Naruto, some of the major villains were whitewashed. This is a common criticism, as if villains can't become villains without a troubled past or tragic experiences. It almost felt like they were participating in some kind of Voice of China selection program, each comparing their misfortunes. Yet, despite their tragic pasts, these villains were whitewashed, ultimately creating a strange scenario where everyone is just good and having tea together. Take, for example, Sensei Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and even Uchiha Obito. Fortunately, Obito died in the end, otherwise, if he had survived and lived on good terms with Naruto in Konoha, he'd have been the subject of hundreds of accusations. So, to prevent Minato from being the type to inexplicably whitewash his opponent, Amemiya Kenichi decided to play it safe. After all, to resurrect Minato, he would need to sacrifice the soul of a ninja of similar strength, which wasn't easy. What level was Minato? He was at the level of a Cage, so to resurrect him, he would need the soul of a Cage level expert. Cage level experts were unavailable in the Snow Country. Perhaps they could reach that level after initiating the Manjiki, but what was the standard for a Cage level expert? Then I'll proceed with the impure world reincarnation first. But before that, I need Kazuhana Koyuki to find me a ninja with a talent for sealing techniques. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. The impure world reincarnation would be best to confirm the opponent's intentions first. However, the negative effects of the impure world reincarnation were still too strong, and it could only revive one person at a time. The best approach would be to convince a large number of powerful individuals, then have Nagato reincarnate, and finally, the impure world reincarnation of Nagato. Unfortunately, Kenichi Amemiya was unable to subjugate so many powerful individuals. After all, the ninja world had been ravaged by war, and the hatred between them was almost inextricable. In the process of unifying the ninja world, Kenichi Amemiya had already prepared for a major purge. The ship of the new era could no longer accommodate the remnants of the old era. After the Qin Emperor conquered the world, many of the remnants of the Six Kingdoms were purged and imprisoned. However, these remnants continued to commit crimes, causing unrest after the death of Qin Shi Huang. Therefore, they needed to be purged. However, just as Kenichi Amemiya was about to notify Feng Huaxiaoxu, he felt his ring warm, which startled him. Was Nagato seeking his help? Do you think it's here? In the Omegakure village, Tsunade and Jiraiya were crouched in a cave on the outskirts of the village, observing the small village before them. A village perpetually shrouded in rain. This was likely the base of the Akatsuki organization. At least that's what Jiraiya had said. Well, when I was being chased by Orochimaru before, I passed by this village. When I came in, I felt chakra, a very small amount of chakra, blending into the heavy rain. Jiraiya looked at the rain village in front of him. They were now hiding in a cave, and outside the cave was a drizzle of rain. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in surprise. No wonder Jiraiya had dragged her to this cave to hide when he found it was going to rain. After all, the rain had become his eyes and ears, and could be used to detect if there were any outsiders entering the village. You haven't given up writing a novel about that guy Orochimaru? Tsunade couldn't help but ask. She knew what Jiraiya was writing. Shizune was a loyal reader of Jiraiya, but Shizune only liked to read the book The Story I Have to Tell About Princess Orochimaru and Me. As for The Intimate Paradise, Shizune didn't read it at all. Because of Shizune, Tsunade knew what Jiraiya was writing, and couldn't help but sigh at Jiraiya's audacity. This guy really dared to write. Do you know how much money I made from that book? Jiraiya asked with a hint of pride. Tsunade's eyelids twitched. I don't know. She shook her head. She truly didn't know how much the book had earned Jiraiya. Over 100 million ryo in a year. Jiraiya happily touched his wallet, and then he noticed Tsunade's eyes turned red. This made Jiraiya nervous. How could he have forgotten Tsunade's personality? Tsunade loved gambling, something she'd learned from the first Hokage. But the problem was, she always lost when she gambled. She never won. When Jiraiya came out this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had warned him not to let Tsunade gamble, as Konoha's finances were failing. Jiraiya agreed, having seen how much Tsunade had been paying off in gambling debts. Although Tsunade used her medical earnings to repay the debt, Konoha had also secretly handled some of it. Furthermore, Tsunade was the future 5th Hokage, and not paying back debts was a bad reputation. So much. Tsunade was a little shocked. She had read the book, and had to admit that Princess Orochimaru's character was well designed, which had left her a bit confused about whether Orochimaru was actually a woman. Now that she thought about it, Orochimaru did seem a bit effeminate. But then Tsunade's eyes lit up. Over 100 million ryo. What kind of a concept? Earning that much from a novel? Even for Tsunade, earning that much wasn't easy. If she had a share of that money, wouldn't she be able to continue spending days at the casino? By the way, Jiraiya, who is that blonde princess in your book? Tsunade's eyes rolled, and she threw her arm around Jiraiya's neck, asking affectionately. Jiraiya couldn't help but swallow. Family knew family, and he knew exactly who that person was. It was for this reason before. I can give you 10 million ryo. Jiraiya smiled ingratiatingly. He didn't want to, but he had no choice. Tsunade was already around his neck. With Tsunade's strength, she could even tear his head off with one punch. Jiraiya didn't think his head was harder than a rock, and Jiraiya knew Tsunade's strength very well. If Tsunade wanted to, she could even knock down a mountain. This guy's strength was so terrifying. 50 million ryo. Tsunade asked for a huge sum of money. She had sacrificed so much. It wouldn't be too much to ask for half of it. After all, she had become the heroine in Jiraiya's book. And this idiot Jiraiya had written a lot of erotic plots. She had seen Jiraiya write about the blonde princess being under the white-haired male protagonist. It took him half a book, Tsunade felt that asking for 50 million ryo was not too much. No, I'll use this money. 2,000 at most. Jiraiya shook his head fiercely. He knew that the biggest contributor to this book was Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was the one who made the greatest contribution. In the end, the two men reached a cooperation agreement for 30 million ryo. As for the bruise on Jiraiya's face, it was naturally from hitting himself on a rock. Tsunade said that ninjas sometimes have strange little ailments, which is not surprising. Speaking of which, before leaving, I saw you went to the teacher's office? Jiraiya rubbed his face and glanced at Tsunade. Yes, Orochimaru's disciple, Anko Mitarashi, has returned to Konoha. Tsunade didn't mean to hide anything. In her heart, Jiraiya was also very suitable to be one of Konoha's elders. Even if he couldn't become an elder, Jiraiya had to be a high-ranking member of Konoha. Konoha was currently in turmoil. Although it still seemed to be the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, the disappearance of the Ninetales Jinchuriki had robbed it of its ability to threaten other villages. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Back when the Sannin of Konoha hadn't yet fallen apart, he'd met one of Orochimaru's students. Mitarashi Anko was a well-behaved girl, bright and clever, but not as beloved by Orochimaru as another student, Kenichi Amemiya. Jiraiya could see that Orochimaru truly treated Kenichi Amemiya as a serious student, even devoting his entire life to his training. However, Mitarashi Anko later seemed to have been taken out of Konoha and became a traitor. So why was she back now? What happened? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The old man was very serious and was questioning me, so I came out with you. Tsunade shook her head. Although she was the heir to the Hokage, she wasn't currently Hokage. Jiraiya shook his head. Mitarashi Anko was related to Orochimaru. He hoped the teacher wasn't losing his mind. He couldn't afford to offend Orochimaru, as that would only bring him into conflict with his student. Each of these two masters and apprentices was a complete pervert. And according to Tsunade, that brat, Kenichi Amemiya, had grown to an unfathomable degree. At the very least, Tsunade felt that in a life or death duel, even she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Would release the Sharingan, and a talent comparable to Hashirama Senju. The combined power was terrifying. Jiraiya even felt that Kenichi Amemiya wasn't a normal human anymore. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed the rain slowly easing in the Omegakure village. Several figures seemed to be entering the village in the distance. Who's that over there? Jiraiya squinted. He couldn't see clearly, given the rain in the distance. But he caught a glimpse of yellow. One of the figures had blonde hair. This instantly reminded Jiraiya of his student, Yahiko. As the figures disappeared into the village, the rain stopped, and the air was filled with the distinct scent of rain. Jiraiya abruptly stood up. Now was the time. Time to visit the Omegakure village. But before that, Tsunade, please wait a moment. I need to enter Sage Mode first. Jiraiya closed his eyes. He had heard Tsunade's details about Yahiko's attack on Konoha. His mysterious abilities and strange eyes had made Jiraiya uneasy, and he seemed to have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Given that, Jiraiya must wait until he was at the peak of his powers before entering. That would be easier. Gathering intelligence was always a dangerous task. Tsunade folded her arms in silence. She looked at Jiraiya and thought of Kenichi Amemiya. That man's ninjutsu was also incredibly powerful, and he seemed to be able to enter Sage Mode in seconds, just like her grandfather. Jiraiya quickly entered Sage Mode. He and the calm Tsunade emerged from the cave and headed towards the rain village. They needed to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki and find clues about Naruto. How interesting. Has anyone from Konoha noticed this place? After Tsunade and Jiraiya left, in a dimly lit cave, Obito rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Black Zetsu. Yes, that guy, Amemiya Kenichi, took away a kid named Uzumaki Naruto. Now it seems he's the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu let out a strange chuckle, then glanced to the side, where a coffin stood upright. The plan is going smoothly, but I have a bad feeling about it being related to that guy. Obito narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Your plan is perfect, and with his help, there shouldn't be any problems. Black Zetsu smiled wickedly. Although Konoha's attention had increased, it would not hinder the plan's progress. The ninja world would eventually slide into the abyss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Akatsuki Organization's Gathering. Chief, do you want to talk to me? In the familiar slide space, Amemiya Kenichi asked Nagato. He had just sensed that Nagato was looking for him, so he walked in. However, as soon as he entered, Amemiya Kenichi noticed that there seemed to be a lot more people around. He turned his head and looked around. Wow, most of the Akatsuki organization had come, except for his teacher Orochimaru. Even Obito had come. This made Amemiya Kenichi curious about what Nagato was planning. I'm here today to announce a change in our Akatsuki organization's plan. Nagato glanced at Amemiya Kenichi with a look of disdain in his eyes. Although he had reached a cooperation with Amemiya Kenichi, he also knew that there were still one or two people with ulterior motives lurking in his organization. So he didn't show any unusual emotions, just spoke to Amemiya Kenichi with his usual attitude. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged and stood there, waiting to see what Nagato would say. At that moment, Amemiya Kenichi spotted Sasori and Deidara. Sasori nodded at Amemiya Kenichi, while Deidara waved excitedly. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi smiled back. Captain, the organization isn't even here yet. Are you sure you can talk about something so important? A voice tinged with sarcasm reached out. Amemiya Kenichi turned to look. It was Uchiha, speaking in a sarcastic tone, while glaring at him. Though the voice didn't say it explicitly, anyone with a discerning eye could tell who Uchiha was referring to, since Orochimaru wasn't there. Kakuzu watched the scene with amusement. He had a strong feeling for Orochimaru, but don't get me wrong, it was all because of his bounty. As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru commanded an absurdly high bounty at the exchange office. However, Orochimaru was also incredibly powerful, and targeting him wouldn't be easy. But who was he? He was a formidable warrior who had once challenged the god of ninja. That was Kakuzu's confidence. However, how to claim Orochimaru's bounty required further planning. Shin, weren't you quite happy in my lab with the teacher? I see you've been making some progress lately. How about we talk? I can't say for sure if I can bring back that feeling of joy you once felt. Amemiya Ken glanced at Uchiha. Frankly, he didn't want to talk to this guy. It was obvious that he had joined Obito's forces, even changing his name to Uchiha. He wondered what identity Obito had used to approach Uchiha. Was he trying to convince him that he was Uchiha Madara again? Madara had probably been buried for a long time by now, but it was possible that he had been resurrected by Obito. But if he had been, Madara would have come straight to him, given his personality and temper. Uchiha was instantly enraged. His past experience as an experimenter under Orochimaru was a scar on his heart, and now this Amemiya Kenichi had actually. Enough. I didn't tell you to talk. A voice of suppressed anger interrupted the impending conflict, silencing Sasori and Deidara who had been about to rush over to support Amemiya Kenichi. Nagato was furious. It had to be said that Nagato's rage, with his Rinnegan, was quite intimidating, especially when coupled with the trembling of the massive monster beneath him, which made those who didn't know the truth even more fearful. As for Amemiya Kenichi, while he knew the thing beneath him was the outer path demon statue, the body of the Ten Tails, Nagato was his partner, so naturally, he wouldn't say anything. Uchiha, on the other hand, seemed to have received Obito's explanation. Although he looked a little indignant, he at least kept his mouth shut. Obito, wearing a clown mask, played up his funny persona with a smile, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Looking at the quiet meeting room, Nagato took a deep breath, glanced at Amemiya Kenichi, and spoke in a cold voice. The Akatsuki's base will be relocated to Taki-no-Kuni, and all subsequent handover operations will take place there. Nagato announced his first order of the day. He had gone to Konoha and killed its elder, Shimura Danzo. This matter was not going to be let go. Konoha would surely seek revenge, so he had to find a way to resolve the issue. Previously, he would have immediately begun preparing to capture the nine-tailed beasts. While Akatsuki wasn't yet well established, Having already drawn Konoha's attention, it seemed like a straightforward rebellion. However, after establishing a partnership with Amemiya Kenichi, Nagato had a new idea. He had already outlined his plan to completely draw Konoha's attention to himself. This would provide cover for Amemiya Kenichi's plan to seize the hidden mist village in the Land of Water, allowing his plan to proceed more smoothly. Wouldn't the Land of Rivers be more convenient? Kakuzu couldn't help but ask. He didn't particularly like that country, the one called Takeguni. Takeguni is closer to the major powers, allowing for quicker access to high-paying bounties, Nagato replied. Kakuzu curled his lips, but said nothing. While he was born in Takeguni, that didn't mean he had any real connection or sentimentality to it. His only connection now was money. With enough money, massacring the entire Takeguni village wouldn't be a problem. And the second thing, Nagato continued. Amemiya Kenichi listened, mostly about relocating the base and diverting Konoha's attention. However, it was the last thing that surprised Amemiya Kenichi the most. Now, the last thing. Even without high-paying bounties, the organization is allowing looting operations against wealthy merchants and daimyo. Nagato narrowed his eyes and spoke, something that silenced everyone. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. What was Nagato thinking? In his opinion, the ninja world had always had a problem. The status of the wealthy was too high. It wasn't that Kenichi Amemiya thought the status of these wealthy merchants and daimyo was too high, but rather that he couldn't understand why, given the existence of such extraordinary beings as ninjas, who possessed extraordinary combat power, ordinary people like daimyo still held such a high position. Did they truly believe that wealth could control everything? Furthermore, the ninja world was quite unique. For example, Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha didn't need funding from wealthy merchants or daimyo. They could have spent their mornings plundering the Land of Fire and their nights sleeping in the daimyo's residence in the Land of Water. After all, their immense power was already within them, and they didn't need money to grow their strength. This was in stark contrast to Kenichi Amemiya's current path towards science, where every advancement required substantial financial support. This was why scientists needed wealthy merchants to sponsor their research. But ninjas were different. They possessed immense power within themselves, and simply needed enough food and water to cultivate their chakra, requiring very little financial support. From this perspective, the shinobi daimyo and wealthy merchants would likely become playthings of the ninja, much like the merchants of the Tang and Ming dynasties, wealthy but powerless against centralized power. However, strangely, from the Warring States period to the present day, the status of wealthy merchants and daimyo has remained relatively high in the ninja world. Even the promotion of the cage of each ninja village requires a daimyo's signature. While this is merely a formality, it also symbolizes a daimyo's status. Won't that make us wanted by the entire ninja world? Kakuzu asked, frowning. As a man who loves money, Kakuzu himself often accepts bounties, but to be honest, he hasn't gone so far as to rob wealthy merchants and daimyo. Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but glance sideways at Nagato. Even paid ninjas know certain things they shouldn't do, so what's your take? Just be clean, Nagato said, dismissing the question. His attitude cast a deeper silence on the gathering. The last time someone dared to do this, they were killed by a team of experts from the 5 ninja villages, Kakuzu added. He'd lived a long time, so he naturally knew a lot. The last person to do this was a cage-level warrior, proficient in wind and thunder ninjutsu, yet he still died. The bounty was so high that Kakuzu wanted to rush in and grab the head, and the 5 major ninja villages sent out their elites. In the end, it was the Reikage of the Hidden Cloud village who shamelessly took the bounty with the then leader. It's up to you whether you do it or not. If you do, hand over part of the funds to the organization, and they'll provide protection. Nagato glanced at Kakuzu. He really didn't know about this. He only knew that the gold exchange was actually jointly funded by the 5 major ninja villages from the 5 major countries. Yes, jointly established. It seemed strange. After all, the bounty was on the heads of almost all the ninjas from the 5 major countries. So why did the 5 major ninja villages join forces to establish this organization? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He was currently short on cash, but he wasn't going to resort to robbing people like he had last time. After all, this time he had a nation backing him up. The snow country was practically his. The meeting ended like that, and Amemiya Kenichi never got a chance to contact Nagato. It seemed Nagato was wary of Obito and Black Zetsu. But if that was the case, what was Nagato's purpose in saying all this today? Could he be trying to attract the attention of the ninja world? Amemiya Kenichi thought of a possibility. After all, Nagato's tactics suited the Akatsuki's current situation, and would also attract the attention of the ninja world. If more people were robbed, the ninja world would naturally target the Akatsuki, making it easier for him to get caught. Forget it, I'd better speed up my research. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He then went to Fuuka Koyuki, asked for a member of the sealing squad implanted with a parasite, and handed her his Shikifu Genjutsu. Can you learn it? Amemiya Kenichi asked the unknown snow country ninja before him. He could sense the parasite within him, and see the adoring look he gave him. I'll do my best. The sealing class ninja patted his chest. Amemiya Kenichi didn't rush, telling him to study on his own, and come back when he was ready. He then went to check on Naruto and Uchiha Hikaru. When he found them, they were treading on a tree. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. We're all Warring States children so eager to learn. Naruto had just begun to refine his chakra, and he was already treading on a tree. As expected, Naruto fell from the tree. Why are you treading on a tree? Amemiya Kenichi looked puzzled, walking over and catching Naruto from above. Amemiya-san. Uchiha Hikaru descended from the tree, even jogging along, clearly demonstrating his mastery of his chakra. Teacher, I want to learn from Guang how to become stronger. Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly. He couldn't step on anything, and just relied on his own momentum to rush forward. Amemiya Kenichi flicked Naruto's head, and then gave Zio Guang a string of candied horse that he had made before. Little Naruto, you don't have much chakra now, but it's good to learn how to control it. Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile. He didn't have any experience in how to teach students, but he still knew how the teacher taught him. Amemiya brother, what are we having for lunch? Zio Guang ate the candied horse and asked happily. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. The presence of these two little guys could also make him feel calmer. Let's have hot pot. It's so cold today. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. The snow country, this damn place, was always very cold. It seemed that he could only eat hot pot every day. Fortunately, Naruto didn't mind it, and Zio Guang didn't care about what to eat either. Instead, she happily ate the hot pot, and chatted with Amemiya Kenichi about the process of her communication, and learning with Naruto, and Amemiya Kenichi listened happily. Naruto looked much more lively at the moment, as if the sadness of learning about his parents' death had dissipated, but looking at Naruto's determined eyes, Amemiya Kenichi knew that Naruto had not forgotten this matter. Amemiya Kenichi picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks, and gave it to Naruto. I don't know what path Naruto will take after his parents are resurrected. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He was a little curious about this question. The teacher is here after all, and he brought Tsunade-sama from Konoha with him. Konan said softly. She had just placed a kite in the village, and had already noticed something unusual. Teacher? Nagato coughed and stood up. So, how should I treat you, my teacher? Chapter 373 Death God. Which squad is it from? How's it going? Amemiya Kenichi rested his chin on his hand as he looked at the sealing squad ninja before him, who was kneeling respectfully below him, gazing at him with reverence. My lord, I have mastered the sealing ninjutsu you entrusted to me, the ninja said humbly, a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes, which pleased Amemiya Kenichi greatly. The parasite's effects were indeed powerful, no wonder the Six Paths sage had eradicated it. While the parasite had its drawbacks, used properly, it was every bit as effective as the thermobaric bombs and rockets developed by Amemiya Kenichi, and even more strategically effective than nuclear bombs. This mastery of the parasite reminded Amemiya Kenichi of the horror movies he'd seen about parasites. Amemiya Kenichi had always believed that only half-evolved, brainless Zerg would attempt to overwhelm the enemy with their vast army. While overwhelming the enemy with a large army is certainly a good strategy, the problem is that it requires the ability to do so. For example, in StarCraft, overwhelming the enemy with a large army is a good option. However, if you start with a single worm, and rely entirely on your own development, then a sluggish growth strategy is the best option. Gradually parasitize everyone, delaying the discovery of the parasites by humans. By the time humans discover the Zerg have already spread. It's like seeing a single cockroach in your house during the day, which often means there are already quite a few. Unfortunately, the Byakugan can detect the presence of parasites. Otherwise, Amemiya Ken was stunned. Yes, the Byakugan can certainly detect the presence of parasites, but can other ninjutsu do the same? And if they could find a way to release parasite eggs into a water source, wouldn't that allow for a massive infestation? Now, put on this mask and perform the Shiki-Fujin technique. Afterward, end your life. Amemiya Ken threw the mask and knife at him. The other party took them without hesitation and began to perform the Shiki-Fujin technique. Kenichi Amemiya suppressed his thoughts about the parasite project and instead carefully studied the ninja before him. He had placed a device on his head, the very soul-binding device previously developed by Sanzo Amado. Amemiya-kun, do you think this jutsu can actually see the Shinigami? Sanzo Amado couldn't help but ask. He had been invited to review the experimental records. After all, Kenichi Amemiya felt that Sanzo Amado had previously visited the Pure Land and had profound knowledge of the soul. Perhaps bringing Sanzo Amado along might yield some unexpected results. Yes, I saw something resembling the Shinigami when I put on this mask. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his eyes. He remembered the sight of the Shinigami through his main Gekio, and it had left him feeling a bit tired. He had stubbornly persevered for most of the day to see the door, and later attempted to draw it, but as he did so, he encountered a problem. The door was three-dimensional figure composed of countless energy points. It was difficult to recreate that feeling on a piece of paper, but he tried hard, focusing on the pattern. However, he still couldn't achieve the effect Amemiya Kenichi desired. Amemiya Kenichi thought he needed to find a computer expert and have him create a 3D mapping software. This is quite interesting. Although I've lost some of my memories of the Pure Land, from what I can recall, I haven't seen any Shinigami, nor have I ever felt like I was inside someone's stomach. Sanzo Amado glanced at the equipment around him. The ninja performing the jutsu was wearing numerous monitors, all used to monitor the opponent's vital signs. These were all Sanzo Amado's own, and Amemiya Kenichi had Uchiha Hashirama retrieve them from the test base in the Land of Rice. The ninja had already completed his Shiki-Fujin, and he froze for a moment. To Amemiya Kenichi and Sanzo Amado, he just sat there, motionless and clueless. Kenichi Amemiya glanced behind the subject. According to the anime, the Shinigami should have been behind him by now. Kenichi Amemiya also opened his main Gekio and peered at the area, but all he detected was dust and other things in the air, no unusual energy. The instrument hasn't changed at all, Sanzo Amado observed intently, but nothing changed. If anything, it was probably just a slight increase in heartbeat. But it only increased by 1 to 5 beats per minute, nothing significant. What did you see? Kenichi Amemiya asked, his gaze fixed on the subject. If the subject showed any sign of resistance or attempting to seal something, Kenichi Amemiya would strike without hesitation. After all, this jutsu involved the soul, and there was no telling if the Shinigami would devour the parasitic soul in his brain. Master, I saw a skinny figure in white clothes. It was smiling at me. The ninja was clearly somewhat delirious, even his consciousness showing signs of confusion. The appearance of the Grim Reaper seems to have a certain degree of influence on the caster's consciousness. Perhaps this is related to willpower or something else. Amemiya Kenichi frowned and wrote this information down on a piece of paper. The old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wasn't quite so awful. Although he ultimately died, he had successfully sealed his teacher's hands, preventing him from forming hand seals. If it weren't for his age, his teacher's soul would likely have been devoured by the Grim Reaper. Now raise your sword and commit suicide, Amemiya Kenichi commanded. Sanzo Amado watched curiously from the side. He knew how he had been resurrected, and he also knew that Amemiya Kenichi seemed to have an extraordinary influence in this country. This struck Sanzo Amado as somewhat unbelievable. At the very least, Sanzo Amado felt that if he were to ask someone to commit suicide, they would definitely stab him with a knife. To Sanzu Amado's astonishment, the other party actually picked up the knife without hesitation and proceeded to follow Amemiya Kenichi's instructions. This made Sanzu Amado's eyes widen, but he also noticed something unusual in the ninja's brain waves on the monitoring equipment. His brain waves are very abnormal. His brain is extremely active, and even his body's reflexes are not working. Sanzu Amado recorded this information, wondering if it was related to the Shinigami or something else. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. It seemed that, while the parasite controlled the other party to some extent, their original thinking ability was also retained, just not manifested under the parasite's influence. However, when it came to matters of life and death, the infected person would still show a strong will to resist, but they were still suppressed by the parasite. At least in this case, the ninja was basically beyond help. What did you see? Amemiya Kenichi continued to ask, holding up the experiment log. Although he had seen how his teacher released the souls from the Shinigami's stomach in the anime, and the scene was like this, he still needed to record it. I saw many souls flying out of the belly of that white-clad monster behind me. It's very angry. The ninja was barely breathing, and the ability to speak was entirely due to his strong physical condition. Anyone else would have been in shock from the blood loss by now. Yeah. Amemiya Ken nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. This proved two things. First, these souls were still alive, at least for now, and many ninja had likely died under this sealing technique. Second, the Shinigami wasn't just a simple container, a consciousnessless vessel. This one was clearly a self-aware individual, but after being summoned to the ninja world by the Shikigami seal, he completely lost his ability to move, and had to follow the rules of the ninjutsu. Mr. Sanzu, are there any changes on the monitor? Amemiya Ken asked curiously. Sanzu Amado shook his head. The equipment was normal, and aside from the ninja's deteriorating vital signs, there was nothing wrong. These instruments only monitor vital signs, but have no effect on the soul. I think if we want to study the gods of death and the Pure Land, we must develop instruments that target the soul. Sanzu Amado sighed. The soul, what a wonderful thing. He had experienced the feeling of resurrection before, and he knew that the soul was real. He also knew about the existence of the Pure Land, and even wanted to stay in the Pure Land forever. But after being resurrected, this feeling disappeared. He now felt that his body was the same as before, nothing unusual. Amemiya Kenichi was thoughtful. He did have a ready-made method, which was the soul transformation technique. This ninjutsu was quite effective, but because of its significant limitations, it was listed as a forbidden technique. If the soul transformation technique was performed, the soul would leave the body, and studying the soul should be possible. However, the flaws of this ninjutsu were also obvious, and it was easy to cause problems if used carelessly. Now we can only hope this soul binding device works. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the device on the ninja's head. It fit perfectly. As for whether it worked, they would know when the ninja died and used the impure world reincarnation technique. If, as you say, this person's soul will eventually be devoured by the Shinigami, then this device should have some effect, Sanzu Amado said seriously. After all, the device was meant to hold the soul in place and prevent it from leaving. That requires experimental proof. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He couldn't say for sure whether the device was effective. After all, the Shinigami was a Shinigami. At the same time, Amemiya Kenichi sensed the parasite's daughter in the ninja's brainstem. At Amemiya Kenichi's command, the daughter happily committed suicide, transforming into a thick liquid that melted the ninja's brain. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This was truly convenient. It could even prevent the body from being detected during an autopsy. The parasite's death had left the ninja completely dead. After all, his brain had turned to water. Amemiya Kenichi didn't think he was still alive at this point, and his heart had already stopped beating. Amemiya Kenichi picked up a random prisoner and used him to perform the impure world reincarnation on the spot, then began to form hand seals. Aren't you afraid that person will come after you using the impure world reincarnation? Sanzu Amado asked with a smile. He remembered Amemiya Kenichi's hesitation about whether to use the impure world reincarnation again, but he hadn't expected him to make up his mind so quickly. I can't just not use explosives, because they'll kill people, right? Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He was open-minded, and the Six Paths Sage didn't show any obvious malice. If anyone had to worry, they'd be more worried about Obito and Black Zetsu. According to Amemiya Kenichi's deduction, Obito and Black Zetsu might have used the impure world reincarnation, and their target for resurrection was likely Uchiha Madara. It would be fascinating if the Six Paths Sage, out of boredom, took possession of a body and discovered Black Zetsu's existence. Yes, that's how scientific experiments work. Just like when I was developing my ninjutsu repelling device, I got electrocuted and nearly died. If I had stopped experimenting because of that, I wouldn't have been able to create it. Sanzu Amado nodded in appreciation. Amemiya Kenichi had already completed his impure world reincarnation, but the opponent's impure world form lay still, motionless. Undeterred, Amemiya Kenichi waited another 5 minutes, but still no luck. It seems it failed. The soul binding device can't secure his soul from the Shinigami. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. 5 minutes previously summoning Sanzu Amado hadn't taken that long. The longest his teacher had ever recorded in his experiments was just over a minute. Could it be that the Shinigami come from somewhere else, not the Pure Land? Sanzu Amado thought of a possibility. But you have to find a way to prove it. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. If the Shinigami don't come from the Pure Land, where do they come from? It can't be from the set of the Shinigami next door, right? And the Shinigami there don't look like that. Sanzu Amado fell into deep thought, while Amemiya Kenichi took out 2 test tubes from his pocket. These 2 test tubes were part of the remains of the fourth Hokage and his wife, that Amemiya Kenichi had taken from Konoha. Now that the fourth Hokage's soul has been liberated, it's time to verify what the fourth Hokage thinks. The fourth Shinobi World War couldn't have been started by the fourth Hokage, right? Chapter 374, Impure World Reincarnation doesn't cry, but father does. Performing the Impure World Reincarnation once again was a piece of cake for Kenichi Amemiya. He quickly completed the Yondame's Impure World Reincarnation body, but to avoid complications, he opted to use the body of a genin. The strength of the Impure World Reincarnation sacrifice also affects the maximum power of the one being reincarnated, leaving genin Impure World Reincarnations unable to fully unleash their full potential. This way, even if the Yondane couldn't reach an agreement, the other party's room for maneuver would be limited, allowing Kenichi to quickly return the Yondane to the Pure Land to avoid any problems. After all, Minato Namake's was a bit of a slouch in terms of naming, but his other abilities were exceptional. His Flying Thunder God technique earned him the nickname Yellow Flash. I wonder if Mr. Sanzu Amado can figure this out, Kenichi Amemiya muttered to himself as he refined the details of the Yondame's body. Sanzu Amado took the corpse of the ninja who had just released the soul from the Shinigami's belly to his laboratory, apparently intending to conduct some research. Amemiya Kenichi had no objections, though he wasn't sure what Sanzu Amado might come up with. However, Sanzu always had his own perspective on research, and Amemiya Kenichi was eagerly awaiting his findings. Then it's time, Amemiya Kenichi said, forming hand seals, and completing the final step of the Impure World Reincarnation. With this completion, the Impure World form of the fourth Hokage began to tremble slightly, and then the figure opened its eyes. What's happening to me? Namake's Minato looked around in confusion. He remembered being tortured in the Shinigami's belly, but then he suddenly felt released and arrived in the Pure Land. He was about to find Kuayuki Nap, but suddenly felt an inexplicable attraction, and found himself in a strange place. Namake's Sama. Amemiya Kenichi happily removed his mask, and smiled at Minato Namake's. Minato looked the same as always. Though the Impure World Reincarnation's face bore cracks from the dirt, it didn't diminish his handsomeness. You, Amemiya, Minato recognized the man before him. He certainly remembered Amemiya Kenichi. Thanks to his help, he had become good friends with his student Kakashi. It was a pity. At this thought, Minato's brain circuits suddenly switched on. He remembered things he had previously forgotten, like his death and the Ninetales rebellion that night. But since he was already dead, what was his current situation? Minato glanced down at his hands, a strange feeling of discomfort washing over him. Is this Impure World Reincarnation? Minato recognized the jutsu he was wearing. After all, he had been the fourth Hokage. When the third Hokage had given him the scroll of forbidden jutsu, he had specifically instructed him. After examining it, Minato's most vivid memory was impure world reincarnation. After all, being able to resurrect the dead seemed like a very powerful ninjutsu. Namikaze-sama, do you remember your child? Amemiya Kenichi poured Minato a cup of tea and sat down across from him. He didn't seem to be reminiscing about the past, but got straight to the point. Are you talking about Naruto? Minato blinked. The mention of his child brightened his mood, and he was also curious about how his child was doing. And why did Amemiya Kenichi suddenly bring this up? Judging from his appearance, it must have been several years, and it was unknown whether Naruto had grown up to be such a skilled ninja. Well, Naruto has grown up a lot now. Amemiya Kenichi smiled as he sipped his tea. Minato sighed, but then he noticed something was amiss. Kuwayuki's childbirth had been kept strictly confidential in Konoha, so how did Amemiya Kenichi know about it? After all, Kakashi knew a little about it, but he wasn't one for gossip. Amemiya-chan, how did you know about Naruto? Namikaze Minato was curious. He thought it might be because the Sandaime had revealed Naruto's identity after his death, or perhaps even to Orochimaru and the others. After all, he was the fourth Hokage's child. It was by chance. The last time I returned to Konoha, I discovered that little Naruto was being discriminated against and ostracized by the villagers. He was even called a demon fox and often went hungry. Curious, I did some research, Amemiya Kenichi said with a sigh. As Amemiya Kenichi spoke, Minato's eyes grew glazed. He tried to process what he had said, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't connect it to his own child. Who was he? He was the fourth Hokage, the leader of the village. He and his wife had sacrificed everything, even their lives, to protect the village, and yet Naruto couldn't even get enough to eat. This left Minato perplexed, and he even wondered if he had misheard. Wait, what did you say? Minato Namikaze looked at Kenichi Amemiya blankly, and then Kenichi Amemiya patiently recounted Naruto's past life experiences. As Kenichi Amemiya continued to talk, Minato Namikaze's face turned worse, but he was still a little hesitant. After all, it was just what Kenichi Amemiya said, not what he saw in person. However, verifying this was not a big problem. He had left some seals in Naruto's body, including one that was automatically triggered when the tail broke through a certain number. The self in that seal should be able to see how Naruto had grown during this period. When the time comes, he only needs to touch his own seal to know what kind of life Naruto had lived during this period. However, Minato Namikaze still found it a little hard to believe. After all, he was the fourth Hokage, and he sacrificed his life and the life of his wife for the village of Konoha. But he didn't expect that his only son would live such a life. Can I see Naruto? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't think Amemiya Kenichi would lie to him about something that could be easily clarified with a simple investigation, he still wanted to confirm it. He didn't know what kind of mentality he had in convincing himself. Okay, I saw that Naruto was having a really hard time, so I took him out of Konoha. Amemiya Kenichi took a sip of tea and nodded. He did this just to get Minato to see Naruto. Otherwise, why would he bother? Amemiya Kenichi was also very curious. In the original Naruto manga, after Minato learned about Naruto's life, his face had been sour. What was his thinking then? And what was he thinking now? Namikaze Minato stood up quickly and looked at Amemiya Kenichi eagerly. Although he was very fast, he didn't know where his child was at the moment. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the sky outside. It was already dark, and Naruto would probably be asleep by then. Kenichi Amemiya then led Minato Namikaze to the sleeping Naruto. The moment Minato saw Naruto, he recognized the boy with the same hair color as his son. Naruto. Minato reached out a trembling hand. He looked at his son sleeping soundly, his brows furrowed slightly even in his sleep, and a surge of emotions washed over him. He remembered when he first saw Naruto. Naruto was still a tiny baby, so tiny, in his arms, only as long as his arm. But now, he had grown into such a large child. Time truly was magical. But then a wave of guilt washed over him. He was the fastest man in Konoha, known as the Yellow Flash, yet he had missed every birthday of his sons. Kenichi Amemiya leaned against the wall outside, gazing at the bright moon overhead. It was a cloudless night in the land of snow, and thanks to its geographical location, even here he could see the dazzling starry sky. Brother Amemiya, who is that? Uchiha Hikaru jumped out. She had sensed someone approaching, but after noticing it was Kenichi Amemiya with her, she silently deactivated her Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto's father. Kenichi Amemiya searched his trouser pockets and pulled out 2 lollipops he'd made. He handed one to Hikaru, then tore open the other and popped it into his mouth. It was sweet, but also slightly bitter. Probably because of the plums. Naruto's father? Hikaru blinked. She remembered Naruto saying his parents were dead. Could brother Amemiya still be? For a moment, Hikaru was lost in thought. Inside the room, Minato Namikaze took a deep breath. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. For some reason, tears wouldn't flow from his eyes. He reached out his hand, determinedly reaching for the seal. He wanted to see what kind of life his son was leading. After touching the seal, he silently channeled his chakra, connecting with the backup hand he had placed within Naruto's body. Then, he saw everything his son had endured. Exclusion, endless ostracism, the scornful, ignored Konoha villagers. Those who had gathered around Naruto, most of whom eventually left him alone, even resorting to expired instant noodles and milk. Minato Namikaze saw what his son had endured in Konoha. He saw so much. Amemiya Kenichi silently munched on his lollipop. The room behind him was quiet, devoid of any sound. Amemiya Kenichi had no idea where Minato Namikaze was looking, or what choice he would make, but he was curious. During the final battle with Obito, Naruto's memories were transmitted to everyone through ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze was deeply silent at the time, and Kenichi Amemiya thought it wouldn't be surprising to find him standing next to Obito the next moment. If Naruto hadn't grown up, become a brilliant ninja, and aspired to become Hokage, perhaps nothing would have turned out the way it did. A long time passed, until Uchiha Hikaru was already drowsy, and Minato Namikaze finally emerged. His first sight was Hikaru, who was leaning against Kenichi Amemiya's shoulder, her head bobbing. Namikaze-sama. Kenichi Amemiya smiled at Minato. Minato looked at him, silent for a moment, and then nodded. He saw the relationship between his son and Kenichi Amemiya, and that Kenichi Amemiya was now his son's teacher, a fact Minato had no problem with. Considering Naruto's recent progress in Konoha, having a ninja willing to become his teacher was already a blessing. He could see that the Sannin didn't seem to interfere with Naruto's development, or rather, not too much. There was a sense of laissez-faire. Although Minato Namikaze understood the Sannin's intentions, after his initial anger subsided, he realized that the Sannin was trying to hide his son's identity as a Ninetales Jinchuriki and protect Naruto. But he still felt bad. Furthermore, that day, he had seen Naruto awaken from his sleep, then curl up in bed alone, after everyone had left. From that day on, Naruto never called the Sannin grandpa again. What do you want to do by bringing Naruto to the snow country? Namikaze Minato asked, looking at Kenichi Amemiya. His expression was complicated, and Kenichi Amemiya couldn't tell what Minato was thinking. Brother Namikaze, I want to create a world without war, a world where all children can grow up happily, without fear of being killed by the enemy. Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile, using his chakra to form a protective shell, allowing Hikaru to sleep peacefully. Namikaze Minato remained silent, simply staring at Amemiya Kenichi, who returned his gaze silently. You should know I'm the 4th Hokage, right? Namikaze Minato sighed. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes and nodded. He had also attended Minato Namikaze's inauguration ceremony. What are you going to do? Namikaze Minato was silent for a moment, then looked at Amemiya Kenichi. He was worried about his son, and he understood what Amemiya Kenichi was up to. He didn't think Amemiya Kenichi had gone through all this trouble to resurrect him just to show him Naruto. He must have some other agenda. Chapter 375 There is no 4th generation, only father. Minato Namikaze had long understood a truth. Aside from your family, no one in this world treats you unconditionally. Even if someone is exceptionally kind, it's often for a purpose. Furthermore, even among family members, relationships can be strained or even hostile. He'd seen someone whose childhood was deeply unfortunate, even dreaming of becoming an orphan themselves. Such situations could exist even among family members, let alone strangers. However, Minato hadn't expected Kenichi Amemiya to be so mad. Honestly, I never imagined you could be that kind of person. Minato stared at the faintly glowing sky, took a deep breath, and scratched his head. The world was moving so fast. One moment, he'd been contemplating life in the belly of a Shinigami, thinking about his wife and children, and what Naruto would be like when he grew up. And then, the next moment, he'd been rescued and dragged aboard a pirate ship. Yes, a pirate ship. Minato Namikaze thought that Amemiya Kenichi's mind was a little crazy, and his thoughts were a bit outrageous. At least when he was Amemiya Kenichi's age, he only thought about becoming an outstanding ninja, and his biggest ambition was to become Hokage. But that was all. At this time, his biggest ambition, even his own, was to become Hokage. But what about Amemiya Kenichi? Amemiya Kenichi actually wanted to unify the entire ninja world. There were so many countries in the ninja world, the 5 major countries, and the 5 major ninja villages. Wanting to unify and conquer all of them was simply crazy. You have to know that the first Hokage, who was once called the god of ninja, hadn't even achieved this. People always change, brother Namikaze. Amemiya Kenichi casually poured Minato Namikaze a cup of tea. Minato Namikaze had already agreed, so the next question was how to resurrect him. While impure world reincarnation isn't ineffective, it does have its drawbacks. Even with a soul binding device, it only lasts a month. However, Kenichi Amemiya felt that a direct resurrection would be easier. He couldn't possibly provide 1 jonin per month, could he? Furthermore, there was the question of whether doing so for a long time would attract the attention of the 6 Paths sage. While Kenichi Amemiya suspected the sage had some kind of restriction preventing him from acting recklessly, it was still better to be cautious. You've changed so suddenly. Minato Namikaze shook his head. His previous impression of Kenichi Amemiya was that he was a well-behaved child, someone who, despite lacking any talent, was hardworking and kind. But now, Minato Namikaze glanced at Kenichi Amemiya. He saw a great deal of weight on his shoulders. He could tell at a glance that it probably weighed dozens of kilograms. It was clear that Kenichi was working hard, but looking at his confident smile, Minato Namikaze felt that his strength had also improved significantly. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, but said nothing. Instead, he took a sip from his teacup, then licked his lips. He pondered, if he wanted to resurrect Minato Namikaze, what would be the best way? First, there was absolutely no way to explain the method of resurrection. Currently, there was only one option, reincarnation. There were no other options. However, reincarnation required the soul of a ninja of similar strength. It wasn't like just calling up an ordinary person and they could just resurrect. Otherwise, Amemiya Kenichi felt that the Sand Village would have left the Wind Country long ago. After all, by then, they could easily drag their top fighters with them to the enemy's death, and then resurrect them. That was why reincarnation had such a restriction. Thank you for taking care of Naruto during this time, Minato Namikaze suddenly said, breaking the pre-dawn silence, and causing Amemiya Kenichi's hand to pause. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Minato Namikaze in surprise. Minato looked at him seriously, his words clearly taken seriously. This surprised Kenichi somewhat, as he hadn't expected Minato to act this way. It's okay. I like Naruto too. After all, to be able to maintain such a character in such a harsh environment is truly remarkable. Kenichi sighed, genuinely feeling that way. If Kenichi were in Naruto's shoes, experiencing what he was going through, he'd be forgiven for not turning evil, and imagining how to destroy Konoha with a single-tailed beast ball. But Naruto could still be so optimistic, even dreaming of becoming Hokage, and gaining everyone's recognition. This was truly remarkable, a personality Kenichi truly couldn't imitate. Minato Namikaze blinked, wanting to complain, but he didn't know what to say. After a long pause, nothing came out. While he felt his son's character was a bit too good, he would rather his son not have to endure such hardships. Your first target, the Hidden Mist Village, is quite impressive, but how do you plan to get there? You know, it's surrounded by sea, and the only way to get there is by boat, which is quite troublesome. Namake's Minato decided to change the subject. He felt his mood would only worsen if he continued. Times have changed, brother Namake's. We now have airships that can fly directly there. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow, and Namake's Minato looked bewildered. Well, that's what it feels like to be out of touch with the times. After Amemiya Kenichi explained for a while, Namake's Minato finally understood the new changes that had taken place in the ninja world since his death. It was a strange feeling, as if he had suddenly become a generation apart from the rest of the world. Anyway, what we need to do then is to capture the hidden mist village as quickly as possible and grant all ninjas the gift, Amemiya Kenichi continued. However, this idea of Amemiya Kenichi's had a significant drawback, the issue of prisoners of war. How would the issue of prisoners of war be resolved? The hidden mist village already had numerous ninjas, and with the addition of the daimyo and those with ulterior motives, simply conquering and ruling the village was a daunting task. Fortunately, he possessed the parasite, allowing him to bypass this tedious process. However, whether the parasite would be effective against every ninja remained debatable. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya planned to strike from two fronts, the parasite as a guarantee, and then using the bonds between these ninjas to threaten them, such as their families. There was nothing shameful about such a move. In ancient times, protons were perfectly normal procedures. However, Kenichi Amemiya felt that it was unreliable. For some, the death of a son was a death. At most, they could have another son. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya had to control the entire family. Of course, with this double guarantee, if a ruthless individual like Liu Bang emerged, Kenichi Amemiya had other options. After all, his power was now at the level of Kage. If these individuals refused to listen to his advice and join his plan for unification, he knew a bit of martial arts. Gift. Minato Namake's looked at Kenichi Amemiya curiously. He had a feeling Kenichi was speaking with a hidden agenda, but Kenichi smiled and said nothing. He couldn't possibly tell Minato Namake's that a gift was a parasite, and that those infected would obey his orders 100% of the time, right? At least so far, it was 100% of the time. Even if Kenichi told them to die, they would do it without hesitation. It was quite frightening, to be honest. I'll help you when the time comes, but I can't really use my full potential in this body. Minato Namake's didn't ask further questions. He knew every ninja had their secrets, and probing wasn't a good idea. Sometimes, it could even hurt others. I'll find a way to revive you. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't too worried about that. He had already figured it out. The only problem with reviving Minato Namake's was how to do it. After all, Minato Namake's was a Kage level powerhouse, but how did one evaluate the rank of Kage? Many times more powerful than a Jonin, but ultimately, there's no fixed chakra limit for Kage level warriors. It's not about reaching a certain chakra limit, it's more about combat power. K is normally an elite Jonin, perhaps even just a Jonin, but once K opens the death gate, he instantly transcends the level of a Kage. Ninjas undergo so many changes, making it difficult to assess their combat power. So, Kenichi Amemiya decided to either find the Kage, control them with the parasite, and then reincarnate Minato Namake's, or find a way to resurrect Minato Namake's himself, and test the requirements for the reincarnation jutsu. Can you resurrect Kushina? Minato asked awkwardly, feeling a bit overbearing. After all, resurrecting someone is never easy, and Minato himself was well aware of that. While he wasn't particularly obsessed with resurrection, otherwise he wouldn't have considered sacrificing himself in the first place. Seeing what Naruto had been through recently made Minato regret it. He wanted to stay by Naruto's side, making up for the years he'd missed. After all, the Sannin wasn't related to Naruto, so he couldn't treat him as well as he and Kushina. Of course, Amemiya Kenichi didn't mind the question. Since they'd already resurrected Minato, bringing Kushina along wouldn't be a problem. Minato was the Hokage, and Kushina was the Jinchuriki. Their strength wasn't known, but they were likely Jounin level. Their sealing techniques were incredibly powerful. If it weren't for Kushina giving birth that day, and Obito's surprise attack, adding 9 more tails to the 9 tails, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape from Kushina's clutches. I'll do my best to help you, Minato said earnestly. Amemiya Kenichi felt like a lifelong lover to their family. He could see that throughout Naruto's life, his only source of light had been a few people, and among them, Kenichi Amemiya made the deepest impression. After all, he was his teacher and the one who taught him who his parents were. Next was the owner of a ramen shop. Then there were the brats of the Inoshikacho family. And finally, there was the Sandaime. But after Naruto's startled awakening that day, his perception of the Sandaime had deteriorated considerably. This was why Naruto was so willing to follow Kenichi Amemiya out of Konoha. The Sandaime had frightened the young child that day. Then I'll have to trouble you, Namikaze-sama. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. With Minato Namikaze, dealing with the hidden mist village would be much easier. Now all they had to do was revive the Yondaime and his wife, and then complete the Mangekyo Eyes of the Snow Country Jonin. Once they did, the problem would be easy. Kenichi Amemiya felt that a Jonin who had opened the Mangekyo, especially an elite Jonin, would be qualified to revive Minato Namikaze. If none of this works, then the only option left is to go to Konoha and kidnap the Sandaime, and then let the Sandaime sacrifice himself. But is it feasible? Very small, extremely small. After all, the old man Sandaime is still quite troublesome. Although the other party also has some concerns, it is only necessary to seize the other party's concerns and start, for example, using the entire village to morally kidnap the Sandaime, an old and frail Sandaime in exchange for a healthy and young fourth Hokage. Kenichi Amemiya thinks that the Sandaime may agree to this deal, but it will not work if it involves himself. The Sandaime will definitely have concerns, unless he uses his own set of rhetoric to convince the Sandaime. But will the Sandaime listen? If it were really that easy, why would he spend so much time researching weapons and ninjutsu? Wouldn't it be better to just unify the ninja world with his mouth? Brother Namikaze, I'll go do the experiment first. As for Naruto, you take care of yourself. Amemiya Kenichi heard the rustling sound of clothes being put on in the room behind him. He smiled, then looked at Namikaze Minato and said something, then turned and left. Only Namikaze Minato was left looking at the room behind him with a helpless look on his face, watching the yellow-haired Naruto get up from the bed, and then rubbed his eyes sleepily. The sunlight of the dawn spread across the entire earth, and illuminated the snow country. The warm light sprinkled on Namikaze Minato's body, and also made Naruto notice the person standing in the window. He raised his head, and saw a yellow-haired man with cracks on his face, looking at him at a loss. Naruto. The person standing here at the moment was not the fourth Hokage, but only a father. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.